Welcome to the PAX Arena Almost Pro. We have our top 24 today. So many amazing players coming out on this stage and so many people here in the audience watching, here to bring all of that action to you. I love listening to our intro show, hearing the talents predictions. No offense to the players they predicted, but kind of hoping they were wrong so we could all roast them later. That's all fun for us. So I want to thank everyone for being here, for DoorDash, presenting the Almost Pro Open, for Omen, for our monitors up out here on stage, for Corsair, for the comfy chairs, you know, highest level of competition, you got to be sitting comfy. We have a really exciting match to open us up today. I asked our admins, it's gonna be DeBuzz versus Troya as our first match here on the stage. So you know what, you don't wanna hear from me anymore. We wanna hear the casters. We wanna see these players get up here. So I'm gonna send things back to our commentary desk to kick off the top 24 for the finals of the Almost Pro Open here on Saturday at PAX Arena.
Thank you so much, Vanessa. And hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, PAX East. Welcome back to the Almost Pro 10K Smash Tournament. I'm Koopa, and that's Ajax.
I am, and also I'm taking an eyebrow raise and staring at Vanessa saying, look, we believe in our picks. We have no worries. However, if one of them gets upset, you will not see me here on the desk when it comes back to this camera.
Yeah, I'm not
That's all you need to
liable.
know. You cannot find me because I was just never wrong. I just knew. But I had to leave before the upset. You know, it's just what it is. But honestly, it's hard to get upsets against some of these players. See, we're talking about consistent top 10 level threats. Koopa started things off here with DeBuzz, the #1 seed overall, going into top 24, going up against Troya. DeBuzz has that all-around kit with the way that he plays these puppeteer type characters. He has the Olimar, he has the Rosalina, and he's gonna be using them to try and get that $3,000 first place.
Yep, as we take a look at the prize breakdown here from our 10K prize pool. First place going home with a good hunk of change, going home with a fat $3 grand as it breaks all the way down to 9th place. So, you know, definitely trickling all the way down, but obviously, you know, that first place is so coveted. You get that sweet first place prize money, as well as a cool trophy to go along with it as well. And like you mentioned, DeBuzz is just one of those stalwarts. You know, I would not be surprised to see DeBuzz make the run this weekend. You know, he plays like you mentioned, the puppeteer characters that are, you know, a little bit harder to chew, you know, a little bit harder to play, harder to execute. But when they're out firing on all cylinders, it feels almost unstoppable.
Harder to hit indeed as well. And also just thinking, I usually like to make this joke when it comes to prize pool overall. Usually I'll say it's a difference between a burger and a steak. This time everybody can get access to the steak. It's just, are you gonna be the nice person to get everybody in the room to steak? And the answer is no, you're not. Everyone else didn't win that, that's for me. But DeBuzz is that keep away machine. It's so hard to hit him. You're talking about Midman, you're talking about Rosa, you're talking about Olimar. All of them overall have just such good stage control, especially from round start. He said this once, and it made me laugh. When Min starts the round winning neutral, the moment the game has begun, you are already at a disadvantage against Min because of how quickly she could get out there and smack you away with the Ram, or just jump away and make you disengage.
Yeah, you definitely have a great trifecta of characters, you know, if you're DeBuzz. Down opposite him, though, Troya really made a splash in that game one. Obviously the hero from Dragon Quest, a character near and dear to my heart, one of my favorite characters to watch in the game, and always has that X factor of you never really know, no two matches are going to be the same against heroes.
Yeah, which is actually why I'm going to give the floor to you on this one, because you are the hero player. Going up against these types of characters, story characters have a good dish, right? They have the ability to kind of smack you away, but hero has a very interesting disadvantage. What are you going to do to approach these three characters against DeBuzz? In my opinion, DeBuzz, I could see him go with Olimar just as a way to kind of slow them down, but I could also see the Rosa, because unless you're getting access to warp, you're gonna have a hard time getting off ledge.
Yeah, no, I definitely think it's very doable with the character pool that Troya is, what that DeBuzz is bringing to the table. You know, Troya's definitely, I think, gonna have an okay time. It's just, as hero sometimes, when you're getting hit in disadvantage, it stinks. But when when you have stage control, when you're able to control the pace of the game with with Fireball, with side special, you know, there's there's games to be won here.
Yeah,
So.
I think half-charge side special is going to be a big part of trying to deal with Luma if it's
That
out.
move's broke.
Yeah, that move is insanely good. It's a big part of what allows Hero to actually box with the zoner-style characters. So if that doesn't work, I can see the buzz kind of shifting over to Min. I also think if I'm Troya, I'm aiming for platforms. I want to be able to get the down throw, get the missed tech chase into the fully charged fireball, because that's like 60% by itself. And you could also get a lot of falling up air strings off of that too, especially if you have access to Accelerado. Not only do you get that normal charge, but also you're trying to use that hero to get that trophy right there, the first place prize.
Yeah, that's definitely too big to fit in your carry-on, folks. So I think, you know, how about we should be responsible. We'll take the trophy home for you guys.
Yeah, we'll take the trophy.
Yeah.
That's fine. We can bring home too.
We're responsible. We recycle.
I'm gonna hold it in place and temporarily borrow it for the next 40 years. It'll be in a safe place. I'll send you pictures, let you know that you have access to it whenever you want to see it. That's a lie. It's mine. It belongs to me. I'm not letting you get it back. But one of them is going to take it, and that's a very difficult task, as we've said today, as we're getting ready to get this match started momentarily. Opposed to this match, whoever wins this has to play against Sharp or Kiwi. So that's not going to be easy to deal with. And of course, you always want to make sure that you're warming up beforehand. If I'm Sharp or Kiwi, I'm paying close attention to how good the Buzz is playing today. And you need to know if you could find any weaknesses at all in that play, because there's a reason it belongs to Team Liquid and has been performing so for them for years.
Yeah, I say it time and time again, Team Liquid in name, but very solid in his gameplay. You know, I've always said if you can hang with the Buzz, you know, if you can take games off the Buzz, he's the you know, the high water mark for most players.
He is the main gatekeeper, if you will, to the not just the top 10, but like the top 50 overall.
Oh yeah.
If you can't beat the Buzz, you're not getting past that point. He's always been such a big issue for so many people. And once you start to actually figure him out, congrats, it's not gonna last long, because he goes right back into the lab, he starts taking his notes, and he figures you out right away. And it's a fun part about that too, because it shows that it's not just a hyper-aggressive meta. You can also play very patient and make it work. Except on occasion, the Buzz also goes very aggressive and nobody's prepared for it.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely catches you by surprise sometimes with the old...
It's like, why did Rosalina and Luma just combo me from 0 to 92? I don't know how it happened. I'm not sure where it happened, but it happened. So, actually, speaking of specific text that he does, we're seeing a lot of usage of the Waveland back. There's not many people who could actually do that in this game, or the pseudo wave dash. It's not real for many, but in this one, if you do it, you desync away from Luma, and you give a distance that you weren't expecting. And because you're doing that and pressing a button at the same time, you could get an active hit with Luma, repositioning Rosa, and you could get a combo string off of that. We're seeing him use that a lot more of late.
Yeah, puppet characters, man, what an archetype.
Not for me.
It just leads so much imagination. But there will be no puppets to be
This
had.
is a smart decision.
Kind of, sort of. It's a very smart decision. It is going to be Min stepping through the table here for the Buzz. Looks like we are locked in, and we are getting ready for our first game. It will be Hero versus Min here on Pokemon Stadium 2, Ajax.
Very, very smart decision on the Buzz. Like we said before, starting the round, you're pretty much at full screen. What you're going to be paying close attention to for Troya is watching that MP meter. He needs access to that half charge, which he was just going for right there. That's a way to break them up. That move right there. You see, he just took 25% just for making one mistake.
Yep, again, that's definitely going to be the spacing move of choice here for Troya. But again, Min so good at being able to just keep you out. You know, she plays her own game, and it is such a specific. It just shuts certain characters down. And there we go, the Buzz able to get the grabs. If he is able to mix those into this kit, it's going to be a long one for Troya.
Yeah, that was really good by the Buzz as well. He's conditioning Troya to drop down, have to hold shield because he's trying to get around that, but getting access to the warp so he could get back on. Very solid job from Troya momentarily. But as you can see, it's very difficult to get in. He doesn't have enough MP meter as well. The Buzz paying close attention to that. He's down to 8. He's going to have to try and navigate around this. He does have one more. But Koopa, if he gets smacked away, he now has to try and go to ledge, hopefully with an air dodge, and that air dodge got burned.
Yeah, no, it's really funny, you know, Zoom in most instances is really good at being able to help you recover. But Min doesn't really have to commit much to movement, being able to cover which direction the Zoom's going to come from, because she can, you know, have such insane reach with her arms. And, you know, the Dragon Cannon was crucial there, and the Buzz, once again, just adding on to this lead here.
Now, you could also, at any given point in time, play the roulette wheel. You have access to the critical hits for Hero. You also have access to the buffs, which we're seeing right now. And he goes for the kaboom! And that is such an an active move, you try to get off ledge, you try to make anything you press there, you're probably getting dragged back into it.
Yep, here comes the boom for sure as Troya gets on the board here. And like we mentioned, you know, Hero, no two games are the same, no two stocks are the same. You never quite know what sort of an outcome you're going to get, especially with the ever-looming critical hit. You know,
exactly. You miss one tech, and then next thing you know, your stock is gone. You're getting knocked out at 20, 30%. So the Buzz very smartly trying to keep him away, primarily using the Ram. That is the one that you see that's more the yo-yo. It pushes you back constantly. It's the quickest one, and it has a little arc. That stops safe jump-ins from Hero.
Yep, there we go. Ooh, just misses on the zoom landing there. So the Buzz still, you know, trying to extend his lead here. Unfortunately for Troya, not really able to close that gap. There we go, the megawatt going to come through on the regular getup, and that's going to be the Buzz going a big here, trying to equalize the game with one spell. It is the ever-looming thwack.
Again, that roulette wheel. You might just get one hit KO'd at any given time. I like that idea. You're trying to get him to use that air dodge to drop down. That would have been a solid 40%, probably a KO on that platform. The Buzz smartly did not burn his air dodge. He still had access to the jump.
There we go, gets the back throw here. And again, just able to immediately, you know, abandoning ship and exerting that offstage presence that Min has. But the zoom gonna buy Troy a little bit more time here.
You gotta be careful about how you jump in right there. That's a very easy bait to get a grab out of that situation, or an anti-air up smash if the Buzz wants to. That's also why he's kind of not throwing out as many. Oh, he just shoots right into the snooze! And already gets the lineup. Troya playing to the time. He knows what he needs to do. This is on last stock here in game one.
Yeah, that is exactly what you're looking for if you're Troya, being able to take advantage of, like I said, the never stop, the ever spinning wheel that Hero has access to. So, gonna have a little bit of a harder time here coming back, especially with the MP so low right now.
Yeah, you have to go for only the single charge up B. You do not want to try and jump over that. Up special is very, I just saw down tilt low profile underneath one of the arms. That's actually really good knowledge to have.
Sure, why not?
Hey, you might just walk up, sneak underneath and get that punish. It could work out. And that 25%, it may seem okay, but Hero has crit. So you always have to worry about the situation, and that could have been possibly it.
Yeah, you have to be very careful when Hero has the snooze spell on the docket. You know, that can set you up into disaster if you are not careful.
Ooh, but this is very stressful right now. If he gets one of those half-charge side Bs, the Buzz is at KO percentages. Like, he's at 161. He's going to be able to avoid the dragon shot. He's got to go to ledge, but you avoid the two-frame. No, that was very smart from the Buzz. So before that, what happened in prior interactions? He got up, neutral get up, got caught by the Ram. What happened prior to that stock? He got caught on a jump, trying to get away because he was already grabbed before he was afraid. Last stock, a little bit too much on the damage meter there. As you go above a certain percentage in the 100 range, you lose time invincibility on the ledge. The Buzz knew that, and because he has two, he can bait him out if he decides to jump early, or he pre-buffers a roll-on. He's going to cover him with the Megawatt instead as he gets on the stage.
Yeah, the ledge coverage that Min has access to is gnarly. You know, you look at what makes these certain characters so good in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and it's being able to cover the ledge in its many facets. Yep. You know, you look at why the space animals are so good, why a character like Min so good also. You know, especially being able to, you know, commit to a ledge option. While also playing from a very safe distance away to keep yourself out of harm's way.
And Troya kept himself in it the whole time. Like, that was not an that was not an easy game one for the Buzz, and that comes with the nature of fighting against Hero. So, will he be the hero of the day? We'll find out as we get into game number 2. That's an air dodge burn. He's gonna have to go to the ledge. He already had the power up grab. He's gonna go out there to try and get him early. The Buzz making an attempt at it in that Ram is gonna smack him away too. He catches him at the ledge. Koopa, I don't think he's gonna get back. Well, I forgot Zoom existed. Never mind, he made it back.
And the kaboom immediately coming out to start the game as well. And going to heal off a little bit of damage. That is a spell that Hero actually only has access to twice throughout the entirety of a game. So,
oh dear. I'm going out on my own terms. Accidentally hitting the kamikaze, which does cause a self-destruct, but that puts on a lot of damage. This is a big opportunity to try to catch him at the ledge. Getting heals up as well. The Buzz smartly timing that neutral get up to get around that. If Troya recognized that, he could also two-frame that neutral get up as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Buzz off to a stock lead here. You know, thanks to the kamikaze. I'll see myself out. Thank you, sir.
That's still so funny. But
it's hilarious. It's funny
all the
every
things
time.
You could have asked for out there, that is the one that you got. But right now, Having a bit of a struggle getting back, and of course, Zoom does have a slightly increased chance when you're deep into the blast zone to be able to make a comeback. You have to watch out for that active move. As you can see, the Buzz kind of jumping in his seat. All you need is one slight hit. You try to pre-buffer so you could get the tech on the stage, except he never got hit by that part of the hitbox.
Yeah, a strong breeze is what ends the Buzz's stock right there, but able to answer back almost immediately. Now up 2 stocks to 1 here, looking real good poised to win this game.
I did not realize how high of a reach the fully charged one had. That is a full thunder. He anti-aired him with that.
Oh yeah, it's hilarious.
You never see it happen, but that move in and of itself is so strong when it does connect.
All right, but here we go. The Christmas lights are on right now. They were on for a second for Troya with Excel Rattle and Psych Up on the docket.
Even
and
if one oomph is gone,
well.
that's still a dangerous light. You have to avoid that oomph at all costs.
Yeah, you never know. You never know quite what you're going to get when you have that many buffs stacked on top of each other. The heal once again coming out. So I believe I was mistaken before what I said. So
that was good with the Buzz too. That was the first utilization we've seen of down tilt to just kind of sneak underneath that forward air narrative. These up tilts have been working very well for Troya, but he hasn't been able to seal the deal. There's another half charge side beat. Is he going to be able to get the read? Looking for a forward air. The Buzz not moving, slides right underneath again. Never has to jump.
There you go. Just committing to the megawatt right there, but immediately going to switch back to the Ram. The get up attack not going to get punished.
I actually like that idea there too. You jump back, you go for half charge, you cover jump, you cover move in, you cover aggressive options. The Buzz though, like we said, the stalwart of defense. Very difficult to get to budge, especially when he's a stock up on any type of movement like that.
There we go, gonna get the recovery caught right there, and the secondary arm connects. The Buzz going to come up on top in that second game. Going up 2-0 here, and remember, we're in best of 5 territory,
yes.
folks.
Yeah, you have to win 3 games out of the set. Currently, the Buzz is up 2 in the set. There's still an opportunity for Troya to make a comeback. I think we might see maybe a mini game of trying to try a new stage. I do really like Hero on PS2. I think actually they just jumped right back into it, not wasting any time. But if you want to, there are a couple other platform layouts you could try and play on. However, I think maybe the Buzz has removed them. Smashville is surprisingly actually really good for mid-mid. You think the smaller gap will work, like he hides under it. Maybe something like a small battlefield just for a slight decrease in distance. But I'm going to take that guess that the Buzz probably banned that off.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if that was the case. But here we go. Once again, getting off to the lead early. And definitely one common occurrence in all of the Buzz's characters is that the lead can slip away from you so quickly.
Yes.
It could definily
good luck getting it back, too.
Yeah. There's a lot of avalanche effects that can happen with the Buzz's character kit. Because look at that. He's already at 80%. The mana is slowly dwindling.
This is how you play against matchups like this, too. Hero is an explosive character at all percentages, not just high percentages. You have to be very worried at any given time that you can accidentally just get knocked out. So the Buzz, smartly, keeping him at a distance, not letting him get in, now utilizing the anti-airs with the up smash.
Oh!
That won't be enough yet.
No, not yet. Gonna live to survive the other end of that megawatt. But again, the Buzz ever looming with that big hitbox. Again, continues to control the stage.
Yeah, you saw the Buzz as well. He's starting to adjust. He's actually kind of giving him respect when he comes down with Zoom, because almost every time, other than that last one, Troya has been dropping that one in there. They just push him away. Active hitbox on your way in. Hard to check, hard to read. The Buzz says, that's cool. You got it. I'm still winning center stage. I'm not worried about it.
Say less, fam. I got you. All right, but here we go. The Ram will connect. That'll get the Buzz on the board first here in Game 3. Troya immediately wasting no time getting the neutral special completely charged up and utilizing the Flame Slash here. That hitbox is surprisingly big on that move. So.
Yeah, that is actually a very dangerous move at the ledge, and he was able to time right around that and get by with the roll, mostly just because Troya accidentally went a little bit too far up where he was covering roll distance. If he was behind that, he might have actually caught the Buzz.
Yeah. But there we go. The Buzz once again, the 1-2 punch of the Dragon and the Ram. Just going to continue to do so much damage.
Hey, Koopa, again, this is your star of the show on this stuff right here. You play Hero. What do you need to do to start making adaptations to try and get back into this game?
You gotta have to swing for the big spells. Obviously, things like Thwack, like Kaboom, that are able to kind of, pull the rug out from under you when you're not expecting it. But again, when you're down by this much of a deficit, Hero kind of loses the element of surprise because you have to play, a little bit more predictable.
Yeah, I think you're right on that regard too. And the Buzz just timing that kaboom again. The simplicity is key right now for the Buzz. There's no reason to overextend. There's no reason to try and rush in because, like you said, as the Christmas lights turn on, Hero goes up 2 tiers of a character. So you need to stay far away from it. That's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, definitely utilizing things like Oomph and Psych Up to kind of help, lead the charge back in your stock in the percent deficit. It's definitely going to be huge. That backer going to come through. We're going to see what the spell of choice is. It'll just go for the whack.
But, for the culture, if you should have just gotten up that so we could see if it'll work. But it's at 122%. It's going to get the KO there. Troya is at 114. The Buzz currently sitting on what could be a 3 stock. He's going to be able to recover high around that Dragon Shot, but another one of those Koopa, it's over.
There we go. Has the Megawatt out here. That is the closer. He was looking for a get-up attack. Going to buy Troya just a little bit more time here. The neutral air with the Megawatt will seal it out. The 3 stock, the 3-0, the Buzz.
Yes.
The Buzz. Moving on in the winner's bracket.
The Buzz special, and that's a big reason why this is the #1 overall seed in the tournament. It's very difficult to open up. It's also very difficult to trip them up with those unique characters, if you will. Anybody who has that super clutch fact that they can pull out at any given time, like the Hero. That first game was really close. But as the match progressed, we said it before, you may be able to trick the Buzz once. You're not going to be able to trick him twice. He wasn't getting caught by caboose anymore. He wasn't getting caught on ledge anymore. And like you said, you try to play that roulette wheel, try to go for the big swing in those situations, just couldn't get in.
Yeah, again, you never know what the momentum of the game is going to look like in any given instance against Hero. We saw snooze into a crit F smash, so anything could have happened at that point.
Yes.
The Buzz could have, the Buzz. Most other people probably would have gotten super tilted in that. It is quite the combo to get hit by, but the Buzz, like we mentioned, a stalwart. So stoic. Yep. and cool as ice.
Yeah, it's actually very important to something you just pointed out. Sometimes you get tilted when those moments happen. If you let that get to you, you're already going down. You can't, every time you step up to the plate, doesn't matter who is on the other side of the screen, they're all beatable. Actually, not the crowd. Y'all, I can't beat y'all. Y'all are good.
Yeah, shout out to the crowd.
Everybody out here. It's early in the morning. I saw that high five go out. This has actually been an incredible event overall.
Is that Spider-Man?
Wait, where's Spider-Man?
Hey!
Everybody gets one, and this is your one time. Take advantage of this. There you go. But still, speaking on that, the cosplays that have been going on throughout the weekend, all the convention booths, everything has just been so much fun. Right across from us, we see the Nintendo Versus booth where the other events are going on, because we have ours, but we also have the Mario Kart Deluxe Championships tomorrow, the Splatoon 3 Finals tomorrow. It's been an action-packed weekend for all these Nintendo games.
No, for sure. It's been a great weekend, for gaming in general. Again, PAX East, one of the biggest conventions on the East Coast. I've been having such a great time here in the building. The energy is great. I hope you guys have been enjoying the show at home. And once again, shout out to the crowd.
Oh, gotta go fast.
Early morning. Go,
Sonic speed. There we go. Yeah, you gotta do a little more than that. As Sonic sleep. I just noticed the Shadow had too. Okay, all right, here we go. Hey! I want to play Shadow.
I know everything that you're gonna do. It's strange, isn't it?
I'm going to make you eat those words. All right, so right now, the next match we got coming up here is going to be Sharp and Kiwi. We talked about the Pac-Man Championships. Pac-Man Day was the day yesterday for Kiwi. She was up here, and she was performing so well. It's a very common thing, too. She's one of the strongest players that you see from the New England region. Has the hat on today, too. Full branding.
The Pac-Man fitted? Ooh.
But this is going to be very difficult to get around. She's very good on defense. She also knows how to make you use all of your resources early. However, we're also talking about Sharp. Sharp has access to most of the bad matchups that Pac-Man has. You have the ZSS, you have Sephiroth if you feel like it too. And Sharp knows how to play around that. There's a lot of people who have played this type of playstyle before, especially in the Rhode Island, Massachusetts area. And also Sharp was playing online for a long time. He's got access to all the matchups. How do you think Kiwi's going to try and approach depending on which character shows up?
It's tough stuff, man, like you mentioned, especially when range comes into the factor. Sharp truly, like I mentioned in the pre-show, he is the Swiss Army knife. You're never quite, someone who's able to successfully, play 5, 6, 7 characters, in a bracket. It's truly something. So, depending on what we get here, if it's a range sort of thing, you'll probably maybe see Kiwi maybe approach more things like Apple, maybe try to utilize Pac-Man's, very good aerial approaches, but
there is a world,
it's tough.
I don't know if we'll see it, but there is a world where Kirby could also show up on the screen as well, because Kiwi's Kirby is actually incredibly good.
I would like to see
It's
it.
very dangerous. If Sharp was playing Wolf, I would not be surprised to see the Kirby show up as well. So we got to think about that as a factor. I don't think we'll see it here in this matchup. I think the Pac-Man is the play. Full branding is on deck, of course, like we said with the hat. But this is pretty much what has given her a lot of success. Sharp, it doesn't really matter who he's playing. Like you said, the job's going to get done. Shout out to Piranha Plant as well, the very first DLC of the Smash Ultimate. There you go. You got look up and look to you. Yeah, there it is. There it is. We learned recently as well, Spargo has a really good Piranha Plant. I, for a little while, did not know how good that character was until I saw him doing stuff saying, I have been sleep. And we're going to see that Sephiroth show up here. Range is the name of the game. And the game is keep Pac-Man away as much as possible.
Yeah, again, you look at the things that make Pac-Man such a pain to engage with sometimes. And Hydra being one of them, just being able to drop something that you were forced to interact with, whether you choose to ignore it and go over it, or, hit it and engage with it. Sephiroth is able to just play so cleverly around that because of the range he has at his disposal.
Yeah, so. You're going to be seeing Sharp do a lot of that, utilizing that Shadow Flare to take that moment to get in, because there's so much in the way. You got to worry about the Hydra, you got to worry about all of the other options. But, great combo up here, and that would have covered air dodge down as well. Kiwi, I'm stuck, and remember, Sephiroth doesn't really weigh anything. This is now KO percentages for Sephiroth.
Yeah, he is tall and not doing much in the realm of durability.
Sephiroth skips leg there.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, he's got a sword, so like...
Masamune is larger than half the cast. It's actually ridiculous. Good air dodge that time as well. Sharp has been getting a lot of forwarders in that position, but Kiwi utilizing all of the fruits in the toolkit very well, but the bell is on its way.
Ooh, okay, goes for the S-Smash there. Again, one wing, one of the best comeback mechanics in the game. Ajax catches the bell. That's a huge factor here if you're able to play around with Pac-Man's bonus fruit. It just makes the matchup just that much easier for you.
Let's try to catch him at the ledge with that downward angled F tilt. That sends it a really bad angle and it knocks out super early. This is one of the scariest positions to be in the entirety of the game. Pac-Man with a bell, you just run around, wait for one mistake, and that was not the mistake. Instead, he's going to utilize that armored down smash to get it and get the forward air off stage.
Yeah, utilizing that triple jump that you get with the wing, being able to go out there with the forward air. Again, such a great spacing tool. Not many characters are able to touch that part of the screen. But Sephiroth can, and unfortunately there for Kiwi, a flubbed opportunity there off of the bell.
Yeah, and Kiwi having a little bit of a hard time landing right now, catching a couple air dodges. That up smash would have put her in a really bad spot. It wouldn't have KO'd just yet, but it is a very strong option. A little bit overshot on the apple too, so Sharp has been getting a lot of mileage out of this stock at the moment. Cute off.
There you go. The bell. Okay, there you go. Nice stuff there from Kiwi again, because the bell is such a force in the ledge there. You're kind of forced to engage with it. Okay. You're crazy.
That was big brain. That was actually really smart. Kiwi made it look like she was going to go off stage and go get access to the fruit, dropped underneath to get Sharp to go for the forward air, and then re-switch positions. And Sharp has been playing this very well too, though. He's constantly getting rid of the Fire Hydra, and he's constantly grabbing the items, and that's going to be another stock.
There we go. Neutral air to the back air. That is one of, dare I say, the back air is nice, Ajax.
That's our one. So
yeah,
we have cashed it in.
Good night, everybody.
Currently 72% at 24. Remember, Pac-Man is very dangerous at all times because that forward smash is very strong and Sephiroth weighing nothing. If you miss a tech, you go down here. So Sharp smartly jumping a lot, trying to play around that, not really trying to let that happen, and going early off stage, going to take a little bit of damage trying to read a spot dodge in front of her, but that did not happen.
Yeah, and you also saw Sharp really quickly utilize something that people kind of forget about Pac-Man's Hydrant. You can throw out a hitbox and prevent yourself from getting hit by it. So definitely something that to keep in mind as we get on later into the game here, as once again Sharp setting up on the ledge, but Kiwi able to get to the other side of the stage and set the game up anew again.
Here we go with a back there right now. Koopa going to go off stage looking for an early jump. Like you said, the triple jumps that he gets access to. Trying to cover with a neutral air, but Sharp just smartly saying, look, you're not going. That was a checkmate scenario in its own right. With that move, it's so easy to get a shield break. And if you accidentally put yourself right in front of it and you do not buffer an option out right away, you're going to get a shield broken or you're going to get knocked out.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough scenario to be in. It's, every option you choose is just not good. The office flowchart is not in your favor.
No. The duct tape, the WD-40, the Sephiroth, this was not a part of the engineering kit. The Sephiroth is working. The blueprint is there, and it is succeeding. What does Kiwi do now going to this next stage? For one, it looks like we're going to take a change of scenery.
Yeah, I think a stage is definitely going to be a huge factor here. And it looks like, but again, the hard part about trying to pick a counter picker, you're going to get counter picked yourself. So this is actually something that Sharp did tell me that he's probably going to do this weekend. So, but let us see if this ends up coming to fruition here. It is Corrin.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense here, too, on Smashville. So you have that stationary platform in the center, neutral air, forward air. All of those are safe on shield, essentially. And you can free fall underneath the platform, get platform resets to get greater combos. The reason why Kiwi came here is because it's the shortest distance you need to take to get a ledge trap. That's the most important thing against the swordy characters.
Yep.
But Sephiroth is not to play here. Now it's the Corrin, and now you're seeing Kiwi has to hold shield pretty much anytime he's near that platform.
Yep, Corrin has definitely feel like has kind of come back into good graces with most people. This character still is insanely good.
Oh yeah.
Just being able to.
That was clean.
That was nuts. Oh, here comes the ledge trap. Again, just gonna drop the hydrant right in front of you. The F tilt will continue the cycle anew again.
That was really good patience from Sharp. Kiwi made every correct decision on that ledge shot prior, but the one move that was the hit did not lead to the knockout, and there was nothing there to allow Sharp to be fearful of the hydrant or anything else. So he got around that situation, dropping down, maybe baiting the idea of going for a back air or a counter.
Ooh, there we go. The F smash will connect over the fire hydrant. Sharp now sets up a ledge trap of his own here.
Trying to go for that insta-pin through the ledge. That sweet spot will knock out super early. Smart stall there to go on the fire hydrant first. Kiwi's going to get a grab. We're going to go for a down throw here just for stage control. You do not want to go for anything like an up throw at this position. It's not going to combo. You just keep pushing him to ledge.
There you go. Catches the bell, and Kiwi smartly swings through the bell. The up air, though, will take the first stock here.
Yeah, smart on Sharp, too. As soon as he saw that the double jump was burned, what are you going to do now? You're going to air dodge? I'm going to cover the air dodge back down if you air dodge with the back air. So very great positioning for Sharp again. That's what Corrin does so well, and Sharp can go off stage if it feels like it. High recovery for a change, but actually the fire hydrant playing against Kiwi in that spot.
Yeah, you see Sharp continuing to add on to this lead here. Kiwi just trying to find answer to get back to the ground again. Like we mentioned, being able to swing through the hydrant, having that extra range, definitely just takes the factor of surprise out of it. The F smash through the hydrant to punish the whipped grab. And Sharp's just going to continue this lead here.
Ask and you shall receive. As you pointed it out, it happened right through the fire hydrant. That forward smash is very strong. 190. And big majority of this is because Pac-Man requires access to pretty much all of the items connecting. And back throw will finally do it. Slightly smaller blast zones here on this stage, but it is not commonly a KO option. We're going to see it finally happen.
Yeah, there we go. Excellent stuff right there from Kiwi. To get on the board here, there's still a game to be played, but again, Corrin's kit is just so simple. There we go, the dash back F smash.
Surprisingly didn't KO just yet. That sweet spot forward smash is extremely strong, and that's going to be a forced air dodge. That was so well executed by Sharp, but just barely missed that instant pin at the ledge. Force that air dodge away. Sharp, of course, has a full stock up, so he can kind of just keep going for that same type of play style and get Kiwi maybe to panic and go for a jump from ledge.
There we go, good grab. Kiwi able to mash out. Ooh, and a nice catch with the up smash. Going to catch Pac-Man going over Corrin, and the switch to the battlefield. Unfortunately, just was not fruitful there. Corrin just so consistent in being able to, like you mentioned, just cover so much area around her as a character. Neutral air, up air, so good. Things like down tilt, being able to set up.
And now, this is where the minigame happens again, because Kiwi's trying to figure out what stage she's going to go to. You just learned that the counter pick of what you thought might work is not to play. What was the matchup instead then? Did I prefer fighting the Sephiroth or did I prefer fighting the Corrin? And actually, we won't even see the Sephiroth come back. We're still going to commit to the Corrin, even though we are switching. Oh, never mind, no, we're not. We're gonna go to Cloud.
Unless.
So we're going to show every sword character. And I mentioned this before, and here it is. If the Pac-Man does not work out against the sword fighters, we might see that Kirby show up. Kirby has some pretty solid combo game, and for a character who does not have a great recovery on Cloud, even though if he has access to limit, it will, or if he can stall a side B, Kirby's one of the best characters going out there to get that when that resource is gone.
Yep, it will be the ex-soldier first class going up against the hero of Dreamland. here on
Depends on who you ask.
That's my guy. Shouts to Kirby. But yeah, again, like you mentioned, this could potentially be a factor here.
Oh,
Off stage,
what a punish.
Nice punish with the cross slash. Off stage from Sharp, getting on the board early here.
Wasting no time. As soon as you saw that, you have to get stuck into a locked-in animation from that down B. So that is a free cross slash every time. Get away from that ledge at that spot. This could lead to a free edge guard. However, that F tilt did not send far enough away.
But the anti-air up smash gonna get Kiwi on the board here. And here we go, those low percent Kirby combos, Ajax. They are spooky. Hello?
So many options. That was so smart, because if you decide to roll away, you get hit by the beam. You decide to stay still, you get hit by the up B itself. Kirby covering so much. We might see that used in neutral just in general as a keep away tool from Cloud. And as it happens.
There we go. Oh, wait, no good.
All foot souls are intentional.
Could have been a scary scenario there for Kiwi, but able to live to see another day. But a Sharp utilizing this limit nicely here.
Utilizing the movement of it too, because that extra little speed boost you get. Gonna try to go for a ledge snap with the climb hazard, but doesn't connect. Anti-air again from that up B. Kiwi positioning herself very well to try and beat some of these air dodges. Sharp making sure he plays around it, but the anti-air is Koopa. They're starting to play through.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go. Good catch with the forward air right there. It's going to be another edge guard opportunity. But there we go. The up smash once again catches.
And the Kiwi Kirby is playing through. This is why she has a secondary. This character is not something you see often. We mentioned before, 89 characters.
Oh.
And if you don't DI that correctly, look at this combo string. Looking for a spot dodge tree, trying to keep it going.
There we go. Up tilt to the back air. Trying to catch with the inhale. And up smash to answer an up smash from Sharp.
That is one of the most dangerous moves to be around, period. The up smash is so good at catching anti-airs. But if you get caught on a jump from ledge, limit is burned. Trying to go for the same play. That's now 2 times in a row. Now you have to think about it. Will she go for it again? And the damage is building. Try to catch that landing. Koopa does not connect, but the damage lead is in favor of Kiwi.
There we go. Good forwarder right there to break through the stalwart. Oh, okay. Trying to anticipate maybe a dash attack up or an approaching aerial.
We'll see the back doors get a set up, stage positioning, going out there early, does not finish it. However, you can get shield up early for that. Remember, that is a very fast move. Limit is on deck. He's probably going to have to burn it. No, instead is able to air dodge and tries to use that active dash attack. And instead just does a finishing touch right next to Kiwi, refusing to let that happen. The Kirby was looking great, but the matchup spread was too difficult for the character cast that Kiwi had, and that's going to be Sharp moving forward in the winner's side.
Limits are meant to be broken, Ajax, and Sharp definitely breaking through to the next round there in style. Again, Cloud is such we talk about models of consistency in Smash Ultimate. Cloud, since release, has been one of the most consistent characters in the game. And it's so cool looking too. So take a look at the highlights here between 4 different characters played in the set, brought to you by DoorDash.
Yeah, the DoorDash replays, like you said, it was good eating for a little while, and then it kind of disappeared. The Sharp toolkit is just so good. The Sephiroth, the Corrin, the Cloud, it didn't matter what stage you went to, it did not matter at all. The job was going to get done. Pac-Man struggles to get in on sorties. That's one of the biggest things that Pac-Man could struggle with. So the Kirby was picked. The Kirby was able to get some work done too, but that's a full call out. Pac-Man loves to swing out of shield and try to get things started. The anti-air up a stock. There's no reason not to do that there.
Yeah, and there we go. We're just going to take this game 3 here. Again, the tone started early there. The limit cross slash out of the down special from Kirby. Like you mentioned, kind of stuck in that animation here. And once again, limit being the big difference there. Finishing touch, was the set ender there. And that's going to be, once again, Sharp moving on. The Swiss Army knife continues in the winner side of things. And once again, shout outs to the packed house we have in the arena here this morning. You guys are the best. We appreciate you guys sticking with us here. Or it's going to be a marathon day of Smash action, Ajax.
I mean, you were talking about limits meant to be broken. At some point in time, the limits of the seats are going to be filled. Oh, hello. So it's the crowd has been filling the entire venue. Actually, is just popping off. Everybody's walking all over the place, checking things out. I'm seeing a lot of people collecting their exclusive pins from all the venue spots as well, which we have to go get after. We've been up here. We haven't been able to get our own. So soon we'll get them, but we still have more Smash action to go. We are right now going to be moving forward into one of the ones we were talking about beforehand, and that's going to be Cosmos and Archangel. Yeah,
this is definitely going to be one I had circled on my list. Archangel definitely burst into my radar. When I watched his set against Exiled on the first day of the tournament. playing Pichu, like you said.
Yes.
Sort of the often forgotten character. You know, once upon a time in Smash Ultimate's lifespan, you know, Pichu was considered the best character in the game.
Okay, Pichu at one point. F-tilt was better than like 70% of the characters. Like that move was so good. And it's now very different. Let's take Hey, shout out. Actually, there's that booth, I believe, is right over here. Make sure you go and check out the booths right next to the Pac-Man booth and everything as well. One of the staff members here is actually putting on that one over there. I can't remember exactly.
Just queer women in esports.
Yes, there it is.
You guys are the best.
So great job to everyone who's been running panels and booths all weekend. It's been a phenomenal time. There's too much to see. Like there's too much to see, and we've been here for multiple days already. We got one day left tomorrow, and I do not think we're gonna be able to see them all. But that Cosmos Archangel set, Cosmos obviously probably gonna go with the Pyra Mythra. Makes a lot of sense. Not really a reason to not use that. And the Pichu has some options against that. You know, you have hey. All right, now somebody get him a bottle and flip it. Let's see if you can land it. Oh, no, I put you two on the spot? Oh, you're willing to get up and you can't flip a bottle? That's crazy. That's crazy. Right. It's gone now. All right, you had your shot. It's over. Okay.
Shout out to the crowd, man. You guys are the best.
I love the energy of it. Again, we're all here to have fun. We're all talking about games. This is gaming. This is esports in and of itself, and it's a fun time that we get to bring that together.
We're going
to get a play-by-play and a full pick, all right? There we go. Perfect landing. Wait.
Run it back? Let me get it one more time.
Did the phone stick the landing? Can we bring it all the way back? Because we got to give him extra points. Okay, we're not even.
We love to see it.
I'm going to turn that into my boost up notification. Oh, the phone. Okay, he saved it. The phone was on the way. There you go. We're going to give that a solid 9.1. You need to get the full catch.
What do you think? Are you guys having
That's a 10 out of 10. That's a 10 out of 10. I'm messing with you.
Are you guys having a good time today? How's everyone doing out there? God, come on. You guys can do better than that. Are you guys having a good time? That's what I love to hear.
That's what we love to hear. That's the best part about it. Again, we're just having a great time playing video games, getting to chat it up, have some fun. It's a beautiful thing. PAX East, PAX West. If you have not been able to come out to one of these before, please make the trip out. It's honestly just an amazing experience. But
yeah, that's great. It's great stuff, man. What a it's what I've been to PAX once before. Great convention. I'm so happy to be back. And now, looks Cosmos has sat down. We found both Cosmos and Archangel once again. Chat us. Ooh, hit a dab real quick. Someone.
Not a single person wants to dab. Somebody dab. I know someone. Bowser.
That's a Bowser. Bowser.
Bowser. Hit the dab. Hit the dab.
He's not gonna.
Won't do it. What? We put him on the spot. It's okay. It's okay. The King Koopa does not need to actually listen to us. They're doing just fine.
Didn't I know Brock and Misty were friends with Bowser? Surprising. Shoot.
Yeah, but also remember, hashtag stay in your game with DoorDash. If you're actually over here and you want to take a quick look, you want to get some food, you want to check out the main sponsor of the reason why we're here at the PAX Arena in the first place, the DoorDash booth is right there, our main primary sponsor of the entire event. And of course, remember, if you do not have access to the Dash Pass yet, well, that will give you $0 fees and 5% credit rewards. And there's also some codes that are going throughout the weekend as well to get you some extra coupons off if you're at the Westin Hotel. Of course, you know that this is the one that came with the room keys. And I believe if you go to the booth, you could get up to 15% off of your orders. So make sure you go check them out as we take a look at the booth. Everybody hard at work. Some of them don't realize they're on camera. They're on the spot. And we're right back to Archangel.
Yeah, once again, shout outs to DoorDash. And we're getting ready here. It looks like it is indeed going to be the matchup we anticipated. The Aegis, Pyra, and Mythra versus Pichu. And again, I feel like the big overarching plot of the set is going to be survival time.
Yes.
I feel like it's going to be a ticking clock. When you're Pichu going up against most characters, but especially against Pyra and Mythra, which have such explosive offensive strings.
Yes, big time agree on that. You also self-damage yourself too as Pichu. It does progressively go higher, but Pichu's combo game doesn't need to use the electric moves the entire time. You could get plenty. As long as you get stage positioning though, here on Town and City, those side blast zones are gonna net you really early KOs. It doesn't matter if you get that damage on because you might be able to find one early on Cosmos.
There you go. That backer is going to provide a little bit of space here, but like we mentioned, it's all going to add up here. We've all seen it time and time again. Pyra and Mythra are so good at being able to rack up damage and then immediately strike and take a lead. That dash attack having such great range. And here we go. The closer coming out here in Pyra trying to take the stock.
Indeed, yeah, Pyra is one of the most dangerous characters at late hit scenarios. You do not want to get hit by anything attached to that Aegis sword. That's going to be a big anti-air call out on the Thunder. This is an air dot says gets burned, and because he's a little bit too far away, it's actually going to be Cosmos who falls first.
Yeah, it's a tough scenario there. You potentially could have gone on a platform for high recovery, but I feel like that definitely would have been covered, let's say, by Archangel. Either way, you have a lead. How well can you hold on to it? Like we mentioned, is how much extra credit can Pichu get on the stock before he inevitably meets his demise?
Exactly, and one of the things that Pichu has going for him is that elusive nature, being small and being able to move around. That gets away from those long lingering hitboxes that Pyra has, and the startup isn't that bad on most of those aerials. It's mostly a DI check. That up tilt's going to finally find it. But Cosmos ended up taking 58% before that finally happened.
Yeah, excellent stuff right there. But again, it's not a percentage that can't be made up. Like we mentioned, Pyra and Mythra both able to, close these percentage gaps so quickly. And just like that, all it took is, a couple of wins in neutral, and that's all she wrote, at least for the percent deficit.
Exactly, especially with Mythra, with that frame data accessible to her. This is the boxing character. This is the one who's going to be able to go up close and personal with Pichu. They get that damage on, which we're pretty much evening up now. You're seeing a little bit start to rack up because of Archangel. But one of the sleepers, again, from the, I believe the Pennsylvania region, coming out here and performing very well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He's absolutely crushing it right now. There you go, keeping it close, about 20-ish% separating the two. Goes for the ledge drop right there, but gonna come up a little bit short.
Yeah, try to find one of these back airs. Remember, back air and down air both look very similar on startup animation, so you could get DI checked and accidentally push yourself right into the blast zone. So you have to be very careful about when Cosmos is above you, but it's gonna trade off in favor of Archangel again. Archangel pushing Cosmos away, but Cosmos this time did not let that get too far away, answers right back.
Yeah, excellent stuff right there. Again, do not let the lead slip away from you. Okay, we could see some silly stuff happen here with that platform all the way off in the corner there.
Oh, you better get off that platform before it starts to move. If Archangel saw the platform moving backward, that could be back. Oh, God! That was such an early call. Archangel went out there and knew that the jump or the air dodge was going to get burned. The high recovery was the play because that platform was still there. I didn't think he's going to go out there for the Thunder this early. That's usually something you say for like game 3, where Archangel showing, no, it doesn't matter. I got it regardless.
Yeah, listen, against a player the quality of Cosmos, you have to pull out all the stops early. And again, you saw, we were alluding to it the whole time, those platforms that are way off on that transitioning stage in Town and City. It is the monster in the horror movie. It is inevitable. Yeah. It will come and get you if you're not paying attention. So we're just going to run it right back as Archangel taking the game lead here.
Yeah, I think we can see a healthy dosage of Town and City throughout the set. It benefits both of them very well. It gives specifically that, as we just saw it, Mythra and Pyra get new recovery routes. You need those platforms to mix up your way back because you do not want to have to constantly go below Pichu. You do not want to have to side B in front of Pichu. You're going to get spiked for it.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go. Gets that down air right there, and Pichu's down air. Such a good move. We'll definitely talk about that. In the highlight package, the platforms transitioning out. Once again, the stretcher was almost coming for somebody there.
Yeah, giving a little bit of assistance, but also if it did catch, that forward smash was tracking, like you said, almost helped get that knockout a little bit early, but this time Cosmos striking first with only 62%. I think we're going to see a lot of center stage control right now because you want to be able to get damage on and force Archangel's hand to approach you.
Yeah, you saw the foresight right there come into play, being able to avoid the damage from that down air. And again, just more positioning for Cosmos to play around with here. This lead is ever so extending.
I actually really like that too because of the fact that you mentioned that foresight. Now as an answer to Thunderjolt, that wasn't really getting checked before. Now Archangel has to second guess that. That's one of Pichu's best approach tools. That's one of Pikachu's best approach tools as well. You remove that from their kit, all of a sudden they are going to have a very difficult time finding an opening ever.
There you go, down tilt to the neutral B. Will connect right there, and now it is Pyro once again coming out. Unfortunately, the F-tilt's not going to connect.
Not really a spike hit box attached to that up B, so you're not really going to get pushed far away. That down smash will get rid of the stock every day of the week, though. That's Archangel putting one on the board.
There you go. But again, at 128 on the tab right now, and that percent deficit is only going to get a little bit worse with every move thrown out here. So,
162 to 20, 134 to 26%. The fearful thing is that 26% can lead to a stock right now. We already saw the Thunder close out the last game. That's not going to be as fearful now because Rage is gone, but any given point in time, if Archangel could just guide Cosmos over to the ledge, we could see a really early spike play, which you might have to pull out right now since you're pretty far behind.
right, there you go. Gets the down throw here. We're going to get a forward air for it. There are no platforms to play around with here, so going to be not a lot of places to hide.
Yep.
Cosmos going for to try to hit Pichu's recovery there.
Right on the money with that statement, too, because how many times we're seeing Archangel kind of land in front of Cosmos now? There's no platforms. There's nowhere to hide away from. You have to air dodge because you're afraid to get hit. And now everything that Archangel's doing to try and get in is just being smacked away. As we see the up air, won't be enough high blast zones, but one more hit should take it.
Cosmos goes for the back throw, goes for the side B. Not going to get hit for it, though.
They're trying to go for that big read on that Thunder again, but Cosmos said, you're not going to trick with me with that twice. Or maybe he might do it right now. He gets him to jump in. He already burned his jump. He's going to go up there. Has to use the switch. He's going to go ahead and get above him, minimizing the damage he took there.
And there we go. The up smash will seal out that stock. So Cosmos answering right back with a 2 stock after that first game dub from Archangel. So now we got ourselves ahead, Ajax.
Yes, this is how the best players in the business do it. You have a bad game one, a very good performance from Archangel. How do you answer back? You go back to the same stage, you do not switch your character, you just make adjustments. And that's exactly what happened. The foresights on the Thunder Jolts shut down a majority of the neutral game for Pichu. Now you don't have approaches. The other thing, platform positioning, way better in that game, Koopa. Way more anti-airs on down tilt that led to the neutral B. Lightning Buster puts on free damage. Next thing you know, Pichu's off stage and you're panicking.
Cue the record scratch. You're probably wondering how I got in this situation. So here we go. It will be Town and City a 3rd time here in the specified set. So definitely, I'm sure, a favorite stage amongst both players here.
Yeah, we've been naturally just dragging Animal Crossing fans over to this area because they hear wah, wah, wah. And this is a very common stage you're going to see often in the competitive nature of this game. It makes a lot of sense, especially for characters like this. This is pretty much how Archangel won game 1. But Archangel, remember, this is best of 5. You already went down. Koopa, game 1 you won. Cosmos made some adaptations. What do you think Archangel's approach is going to be here in game 3 to try and get that dub back?
And then just doing things like this, making sure that whenever you get your combos in, you are capitalizing for the most amount of damage possible. Like I mentioned, there's a shelf life on Pichu. You got to make sure you're getting your money's worth for it. And that back air from Pyra going to erase that stock. So Cosmos getting off to the lead here.
Yeah, Pyra is getting your money's worth indeed every single time, like you said, with Pichu putting a lot of damage. But once Pyra exists, oh wait, you're forced to have to use your jump and just miss spaces. The side B punish, that's usually a very free down air, but just didn't jump high enough.
Again, just trying to get themselves on the board here. The foresight will connect on the very last hit of that forward air. Great awareness there from Cosmos. The F-tilt, the aforementioned, not as strong as it used to be, but still very, very
It's
good.
still really good. And all you need is just to bait them out. Once you saw he landed, very little end lag on most of Pichu's moves. Cosmos thought he had a punish. Not today.
Ooh, but there it goes. Going to go for the high agility there to get around the ledge. But Cosmos still going to be able to get there to reach. And there we go, the F-tilts. We mentioned F-tilts as a good move for Pichu. A pretty good move for Pyra as well.
Yes, and I like what he did too, because the last, I think, 3 times we saw him at ledge, he was standing at roll distance, went for up tilts, covered with back airs. But that time he ran up to ledge to make it look like he was changing it. And he said, nope, and went right back. He baited him out to use that buffered roll option to get that stock.
See ya. All right, here we go. Good landing there. Once again, going to start the combo anew. The rapid jab's going to be a good amount of damage here in the corner.
And just keep building up that damage as you can. But this is an opportunity for Arc, like we said, as soon as you could get one of those T-Jolts, that's pretty much your main opener. But he keeps using spot dodges and defensive options directly in front of Cosmos, mostly because he got caught on dash attacks earlier, and it seems like he's scared of it now.
Yeah, it's definitely something I'm sure is playing in the back of his mind right now. Again, having to avoid the big hit right now. That downer going to get punished nicely too. You're seeing Cosmos starting to get a little bit more aware as to where that hitbox actually is.
Yeah, you see Cosmos kind of using like the fly swatter F-tilt, if you will, to just keep him away. Every single bit of this frame data is to keep you off of me, get slow damage to neutral air on a cross-up attempt. They're trying to get some bad DI. It did not happen, but that's going to catch him at the ledge. Not even going to be able to snap 2-frame, and that's going to give Cosmos a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, something that does not get mentioned enough about the electric rats recovery is that once you extend your hurt box, when you do up B, and especially in Pichu's case where you do not have a hitbox on your up B, it just makes being able to 2-frame you just a little bit more simpler.
Exactly. We actually saw that recently in an image with Samus tethering to ledge, and Samus is down below the stage. But because of that, it's because of the way that the tether pulls you in, that extended hurt box, like you said. So now that's playing in the back of your mind again. I just got caught for this finally. do I need to recover high next game? Do I need to change it up? Well, you're going to have to find a way to change it up now because currently it's a 2-1 deficit, still best of 5, but Cosmos has been making great adaptations.
Yep, here we go. Town and City will be the stage again. You're a town or a city guy?
I'm a city guy.
I'm a town guy.
Is that why you call Taylor him?
Sure.
Okay. But right now we got game number 4 here. Again, one of the biggest things that Cosmos has been able to kind of deal with, for one, now getting way more consistent at the ledge.
Whoa!
Oh, what a call out, jumping out there, going for the neutral B. This time, instead of waiting at ledge, he never caught him with that prior. That was a very smart mix-up.
Yep, the power of the Aegis on full display on that edge guard Ajax. As that neutral B is again, it's been looming in the background for a while, but Cosmos able to convert. And again, now here comes the hard part for Archangel. You having to mount this comeback while also, doing a number on yourself as well.
Yeah, and you can see Archangel has not figured out a way to get past that F-tilt. The arc on it is so good. It stops you from jumping in. It keeps you from rushing in. And if you decide to go for any of those T-jolts, you can kind of time it. Just barely missing with the F-tilt, but now we have an attempt going for a Thunder, but Cosmos jumping just out of range.
Yeah, there we go. Good luck to see another day. Not going to get hit by the pancake kickbox of that down air either. Definitely something that can catch players slipping every now and then. Oh, no.
I was going to say you were so brave for doing that, but it worked out. Rolling past Cosmos, misspacing that the roll, but trying to just cover ledge, get up, jump, any aggressive option, he's going to cost him.
There we go. The back air will connect. That is going to put Cosmos on a set point right now. Let's see if Archangel can get back in the game here. But again, Cosmos has just looked so solid these last couple games.
Yes, number 2 seed overall the bracket. That does hit slightly behind. As we were saying, he already slightly misspaced it before. He's up a stock, so he can afford to drop underneath the stage. Trying to look for a big air dodge play. If you drop down, got hit by Dare on that platform, it was over.
There we go. Switches back through the Pyra here. What's Archangel going to do out of the corner again? That platform to the right side of the stage has been a rough spot for everybody.
It's been a very difficult get around. And he mixed it up with the falling up air too, catching Archangel, trying to jump above the ledge. He was already fearful of the ledge traps that he had to deal with before. Cosmos knew full well, I can falling up here, and if I miss, I can still F-tilt you at the ledge. And that worked out. That's going to be Cosmos moving forward into the winner's semis portion of top 8.
Yeah, one heck of a set between those two. Again, Archangel definitely not rolling over at all, not making it easy for him. Again, winning that first game, and then Cosmos winning in straight sets. Take a look at these DoorDash replays here from the set. Again, both these characters are the stocks aren't hanging around for long. Both these characters are able to generate a lot of offense very quickly. So
yeah, that is actually the most scary thing about fighting these. It's like we saw in that game that Arc won. At any time, you could just disappear. Pichu is very explosive in that regard. He's able to open you up very consistently. But the big thing is, how do you slow that down after? Pichu, no matter what, has to get next to you when you have that massive disjoint, when you have that sword that can keep him away. As long as you space it properly like that right there, you're going to make him scared because Pichu weighs nothing. A very light character who's going to disappear at any given notice.
Yeah, again, that is unfortunately, the X factor as to what makes this character, what Pichu is. Again, you're able to erase stocks without any effort, but again, you yourself are the aforementioned glass cannon archetype.
Yes.
Able to do a lot of offense, but not having a lot of defense to play around with either. And again, that's the matches just keep getting better, Ajax.
They just keep getting better and better. I'm actually going to give a little update for people on the other portions of bracket with the matches that weren't been playing on stream. So let's give a little update here. Off stream, the last match of the winners quarters actually went 3-1 to Jackal over Blitz-Luigi. So that's going to line up a matchup of Cosmos versus Jackal in the winners semis. Kind of something we would expect to see. Could have been an upset maybe, but Jackal's just so consistent with that. And then we take a look at the lower side of the bracket here. A lot of names have been dipped out, but we're gonna actually go ahead and throw it over to the stage to get some chatter.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ajax and Koopa. I hope everybody's been enjoying this smash we had to start the day, and now we get to hear from one of the players. Cosmos, now I had a little bird in my ear say, listen, this town and city pick over and over again is very unusual. So what's the insight between being on that stage the entire set?
I think it's just kind of interesting how the stage list is kind of different here than other tournaments. So we kind of had to gentlemen to the stage that we're both comfortable on. But for me, Town and City is honestly my favorite stage because it's I like stages that are very spacious, and that stage is very spacious, and it has more platforms for me to use to maneuver around, and I also get a lot more combos that I can kill very early on that stage. So that's why I picked the stage.
Now, Pichu, obviously really light character. Kind of seemed like a pretty favorable matchup for you. Were you happy to kind of see that as who you were matched up against?
Pichu is one of the characters that's always kind of scary to play against because even though Pichu is a very light character, Pichu can hit very hard, and Pirate Myth is one of the characters that can die early off stage, and Pichu is one of the characters that can edge guard better than most of the other characters. So it's more like a glass cannon kind of character, but for me, I have a lot of Pichu experience, so I didn't really mind playing against the character.
Okay, experience, practice. We've kind of heard that from a lot of interviews. Obviously, it's important. So you were one of our commentators' picks as the win for today. Is that the LAN environment, the stage, them picking you? Is that mounting pressure, or does it just fuel you?
No, because I've been in this situation many times before. I've actually been at a PAX Arena too before, and I've been in grand finals at there too. So it's not really a surprise that they would think I would be in the same position as last time.
Well, seasoned veteran, obviously moving on further in the tournament. So I'm gonna let you go prepare, maybe eat, order some DoorDash, whatever you need to do. And we are gonna head to a break. We'll be back soon with more Almost Pro. Matches going on here on stage and elsewhere as well. So I'm here to bring you almost the top 8. In our winner's side of the bracket, it is DeBuzz, Nido Sharp, Cosmos, and Jackal. Obviously, we saw some of those matches up here, and we're going to see more from those players. Then on the loser side of the bracket, Ling and Pelka have made it into the top 8. And then for our other games, they're still going on. So it's going to be the winner of Blitz Luigi versus Unleashed, and then Archangel versus Nuggets. So that's what we have for you guys now. We're going to get another match going here shortly. Commentators, I'm going to let you take it away.
Thank you so much, Renessa, for introducing everybody. And also, us, welcome back, everybody, to the PAX East Arena here in 2023. It is Almost Pro 10K edition, and some people have already started to make some of that money. That name was listed off, and it's a roulette of great people, including who I'm now joined by now. Come on, how you doing?
I'm doing really well. It's Saturday at PAX, which means it is absolutely bustling here in the venue. not just all around the convention center, but particularly here at PAX Arena. We're getting into top 8. Can I get some noise from the crowd? Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. That one was louder than before. You like to see it. It's been livening up as the day has been going on. Everybody's been filling the seats, and it's a lot of the people also making sure to get the last-minute pins while we're rotating between as well. There's still a couple days still to go. And shout-outs to some brand representation. So the crowd cam from DoorDash, of course, letting everybody see everyone in the building. And we also get to talk about some of the people, by the way, from this tournament who are walking away with a little bit of money. Everyone in 9th place. So Kiwi, Troya, and then those other two are still being determined. We'll get $350, but it continues to rise as each individual round goes. Ling and Pelka, two of the strongest players we have from this region. This is a very common matchup we will see in the first half of the loser side. Bring back Ash. Bring back Ash. That's all I have to say. Now, I'm actually looking forward to Horizons too.
He's right there. What are you talking about? Ash is literally sitting right there.
Yeah, no, we got to bring him back. I don't. Once Ash is gone, I have to accept that I'm old, and I don't want to do that. But we also saw a lot of other great cosplays actually throughout the weekend as well. Shout out to everybody in the crowd who was cosplaying like we just saw a second ago. I see a Mets fan who is suffering with us. When we see you,
Mets.
Let's go Mets.
My boys.
Yeah, home run, let's go.
That's a nice jacket too. I'm not
actually
gonna
is
lie.
a nice jacket.
That is a very nice jacket.
I'm going to need to talk to you after to find out where you got that.
Find me after this. Now, honestly, coming to PAX, I just get inspired. Like, I walk around the venue and I go, man, I really want to cosplay now. Like, it's the #1 thing that I get when I go to PAX is I'm like, why haven't I been doing this with all my time? Because some of these people are just so incredibly talented. You're going to get to see some of them.
Yes, anytime I see somebody show up in one of those like giant mech suits.
Oh my God.
You are awesome, okay? And the fact that most of those are also made at home is incredible. But speaking of people who are awesome, we have the beginning of top 8. We're in the loser side of it, so every match from this point forward, if you lose the set, you are out. Pelka said something yesterday leading up to today. He feels like he didn't play defensive enough. He's going to be camping everyone. That is not something that's the easiest thing to do against Ling because Ling is also really good at playing on defense. But this is going to be Peach versus Snake. Usually Peach can go ahead and just float around everywhere, get a lot of damage on. You already know how that's going to work. But you have a lot of experience in seeing this matchup as well. From a different perspective, I see these two all the time. How do you think it's going to go down with Pelka trying to stop Ling from being able to set up that float game and get those big combos?
It's honestly going to be a lot of fun to watch because of what you were talking about, that Pelka said, oh, I'm not playing defensive enough, and then going up against somebody like Ling where you kind of have to be at least a little bit proactive as Snake in this matchup. You really have to be... What's up, AJ?
Come on, I want that Umbreon hat.
That is a really nice hat.
Pelka, I'm talking to you later. I want that hat.
I got money in my wallet.
I want it now. Also, I just realized why the MBG banner was up before. The sponsor for Pelka. So it's not. I love to see it, to be honest, because from my region, getting to see all these players start to get their opportunities to go out there and compete. But now defending their home turf here, Pelka right here from Massachusetts. So this is technically a home defense for him. Ling, right from the state of Connecticut, just outside that neighboring state. But going back to what you're saying before, we talked a little about the Peach approach. What does Snake do to deal?
Yeah, for Snake, you have to be at least a little bit proactive. I mean, you need to have your projectiles basically up at all times on stage, whether that's pulling grenades, whether that's tossing up an Akita to fall from the ceiling, or an up smash, a mortar to come down and help you out. You got to be moving just like this man right there. You got to be moving like him head.
Quite literally moving in and out, left and right. That's gonna see. We're gonna see a lot of that from Ling, especially on ledge. And from looks of things, we're locked in. We are now beginning the top 8 portion, elimination side of the bracket, and everybody's favorite home, PS2, is going to be the beginning stage.
Yeah. So here we go. Top 8 kicking off right now. These two players are up and rolling. Ling with that Peach, Pelka with that Snake. We're going to have to see if he can actually use some of the aggression that can be a little bit difficult for Snake to use. Because like you mentioned, Ling just so clean as a player. Peach is a character that beyond anything else rewards you for building up your fundamentals, right? She's got crazy good combos and all of that, but by far the best thing about her compared to any other character in this game is her ability to do what we call micro-spacing, right? Where you just take the tiniest bits of stage and make them your own so that you can maneuver around, for example, hails of projectiles that Snake is throwing at you. Ling doing a really good job of that right now.
Yeah, and these two have a lot of history with each other, so we're going to see what I like to refer to as roommate reads. They have been playing against each other for like 15 years at least. between Brawl up to this point. Different characters along the way, play style stay the same though. Something you're also going to see Pelka do at least once. He's going to make an attempt to do a forward air on an air dodge read against Ling. It happens every single time they play, and it almost always ends up leading to Pelka taking a game away while he's behind.
You know, we've seen some great comeback factor from him before in this tournament. Earlier, we saw him playing against Kiwi yesterday and had a great set where one of those games did end in a great comeback for him. But now we're seeing some great defensive play from him here, using these platforms really, really well to stay out of Ling's immediate burst range.
Yeah.
Because Peach, she's really good at spacing in small increments, but she's not really good at using huge burst range to just suddenly get right up in your face and deal damage.
Yeah, normally her scramble option is that frame 2 jab. It's the way to kind of move people out, except you're looking at a frame 1 grenade. So that kind of gets checked. But we're going to finally see Ling close out one stock at the ledge. Do not be near turn up in hand, because that's one of the best ways for Peach to try and get those extended combos because of that frame 1 grenade.
Yeah, well, and Turnip is one of her only ways to really fight at a mid-range, right? Because she's such a brawler character, and hey, Snake is really good at brawling too. If you play Metal Gear Solid, you know about the CQC. That up tilt is about as strong as CQC goes. There's one of those forward airs you were talking about, leading to 54% real quick.
Yeah, right into that down air again. Also, I have questions. That down air being frame 3 out of shield on a jump is so strong. It's a great way to also stop Peach from doing the same thing. Peach normally could just down air your shield, pressure you, fall down with an air, move away, jab, you got nothing. Except Snake doesn't let that happen. And we're seeing a lot of that Kimono as this match is incredibly even. And as I say that, gonna get caught by the C4. I think that was 83% before the hit.
Yeah, Peach is not a particularly light character. She's not particularly heavy either. She's a midweight, but she is very floaty, and that means that if she's up in the air, you have the ability to contest her. And again, look at Pelka just consistently racking on 50-60% at the start of each one of these stocks. Puts Peach immediately in the danger zone.
He's gonna keep going for it. It's a great option because Peach's air dodge is not really good. It actually lingers for a long period of time, but one thing that Ling is going to try to do is go down there and catch that Cypher. So now 92%. That's not a huge lead in the face of Peach, but you're also now you are at that up tilt percentage.
I love that you were talking about the roommate reads and everything, right? Because normally we think about this matchup being a little bit slower, right? We see slow, very methodical neutral. That game did not end slow at all. Pelka with that dash attack, catching Ling, trying to use some of that small bit of spacing to back up near the edge of the stage, but got caught holding left, bat the eye directly towards the blast zone, and it's Pelka taking game 1.
Yeah, he tried to jump away from the ledge, float back, maybe land with an aggressive option to trip up Pelka because Pelka had the ledge trap there, instead got caught. And even if he didn't get KO'd in that position, you saw Pelka reposition, toss the grenade up, had Nikita ready to go. You already got smacked away, so now you have to navigate around all of that. Most likely you're going to have to air dodge, and because of that, you already got hit out of float. You're most likely going to get knocked out anyways.
It is such a battle for Peach to get, you know, any kind of semblance of her own game going. You really have to be able to get in and hit Snake first, but it's going to be a grind to get there. Game 2 is going to Town and City, so we do still see a pretty wide stage overall, but fewer platforms for Pelka to take control of, closer side blast zones, a very key part, really high top blast zones where you see Snake get a lot of those KOs, but it's really going to be those platform positions that are going to be huge for Ling as he battles out of that corner.
I got so scared because if that second neutral air connected, he could have dropped off and forward aired right there if he felt like it. Or we could have went for an air dodge read. It could have been that moment. But instead, Ling puts him deep in the skies. He's at 107. Snake is heavy, so it takes a little bit to take out. However, he just got hit, so he's going to have to force to go low. And the Cypher is what saves him momentarily. Come on.
Saving himself too by Z catching that dot eyes turn up, and then with the tech as well, able to make it back. Snake with an extra projectile in his hand. And watch out for that C4 too, because that timer is ticking down. After about, I think, 30 seconds, it will explode on its own. So Pelka, he will go ahead and detonate that. Even though Ling wasn't anywhere near it, he just wants to refresh that timer.
Yes, and also, now that we see that stock go away, just so everybody knows ahead of time, I give a natural RNG buff to special turners being pulled, especially when Ling or Nuggets are on screen. So keep an eye out for Mr. Saturn, Stitch Facers, or something to show up potentially throughout the match.
Well, and in a matchup like this too, you can, in theory, actually kind of buff that RNG because Pelka can play slow, he can play at a distance, toss these grenades and explosives, but that's going to give Peach a lot of time to back up and farm for really good turnips.
Yep.
Pun not intended, but you really can find the tools that can change the game in an instant.
I mean, it's actually working exactly how you just broke it down as well. Ling is on 95% on his first stock, refusing to go anywhere near because why? Why should I go box with you right now? I'm up a stock. I'm going to control center. That's why we see the C4 in center now, and that's going going to be a closeout off that up air to get this even. Only 24% on the board.
That is such a unique part of playing against Snake that no matter how long you do it, you never really get over it. That the game kind of flips on its head the moment that he has a grenade in his hand, because it can still detonate even when Snake is shielding, because if you collide with that grenade hitbox, it will explode if you shield poke that grenade or whatnot. And that means you get put into hit stun while the Snake is basically at 0 risk. He's just holding his shield, and that's how Pelka comboed into that stock. And now it's even.
Yeah, it's an incredibly close game right now. Only 25% difference doesn't mean much, as we see right there. It only takes 2 hits to get back into the game. They're being very careful about how they go in because everything is such an easy combo break option for Snake. And for Peach, you have to find that big opener, but Pelka making sure that doesn't happen with these down airs and these grenades.
Well, and it was almost a big back air too to take that stock, but great DI from Ling saved him. But again, a little bit too aggressive on Pelka's shield. We were talking about how he said he wanted to revamp that defensive play. Great reaction to that forward air right there as well. He noticed exactly what Ling was going for with all that invincibility, saving his skin, and now he can hold on to this stock for a long time.
And I think that was from Pelka just remembering the previous interactions. He threw turnip up the previous times to get an air dodge forced early. He couldn't close it out on that air dodge last time, so Ling looking for a jump read to think he might be scared of that. Pelka said, no, I see through that all day, gets back down, and he's continuing to build up this lead that he refuses to give up on the second stock.
Playing good defense as Snake is the most paramount part of his gameplay, particularly if you're able to hold on to those stocks forever. If you watch the best Snake in the world, Apollo Kage, he is constantly living to just insane percents, and that's what Pelka's doing right now, 169, and he is still holding on. Gonna have to air dodge to the ledge. Ling missing that edge guard opportunity, but Pelka missing a B reverse grenade, somehow still holding on, but Ling says, nah, here's a neutral air, that's untechable, we're going to last stop.
We were getting real close to El Tec de Jesus, but that did not end up happening. You end up with that untechable situation with that red blast zone spike, as people could see on the screen, and now 94%. One combo can usually get things started, but you see that grenade constantly falling. It breaks up that big combo starter that Peach normally could just get there.
Ooh, Nikita, the longer that move stays out, the more damage it does. Ling able to live because of those tall town and city blast zones. Nearly got carted off the stage by that platform. And at 149, we're reaching percents where Pelka can basically just walk up, grab, and end it.
It goes for a DI mix-up and tries to catch him with the forward throw. Won't be enough yet, especially on this blast zone, but Ling has to basically play perfect. You have to find one early edge guard play. What is that in his hand? Is that number one? Oh, it's a Stitch face.
It's a Stitch.
RNG, maybe? No, he throws it away. It's not going to end up working out, but Ling still holding on to this last stock.
Well, and not for long, though, because if he gets grabbed once, it's over. Snake has a guaranteed confirm out of the down throw into the up tilt that will end the stock for certain. Ling barely hanging on at 194. He has got to get a big combo to bring this one back, and Pelka playing grounded because he knows he just needs that grab grenade. Not going to do it off the top yet. 205 for Ling.
Like you said, because of that, it becomes a mini game of will I get hit or not, but every single time this dash attack is not the hitbox he needs, and Ling might eventually just get knocked out by one of these grenades by itself, but the dash attack finally finding the hit that he needed for that. Pelka's going to move up 2-0 in the set.
2-0 is such a big lead, too, because especially when you're playing the character that is frustrating the opponent, right? Ling is the one that has to make the action happen. He's the one that needs to expend his brain power to get the win, right? Whereas Pelka, not saying that Snake is brainless, but you do have your own flowchart that the Peach is going to have to fight through first before things are on even ground. Being up 2-0 is such a massive advantage in that standpoint.
Exactly. Can you navigate the mini game that I have created for you to get to me? It's actually incredibly difficult to do as a character who primarily operates in the air. And no, you can't air dodge or take a defensive option out of float. Once you do that, you're committed and you're dropping. So you have to be very careful about how you open up. That's why we see a lot of turnip pulls from Ling. But as the game progresses towards the end, it hasn't been enough to finish the job. Once Snake is in that last spot, you see Ling, also showing off the sponsor as well. It's I believe Lavender Esports. So Ling taking a sip of water, trying to relax, trying to stay calm, and see if he can get the job done here.
Well, he's going to have to make it happen in reverse 3-0 fashion, but you can't be thinking about that at the start of game 3. You just have to take things one game at a time. You have to focus on precisely what's ahead of you. You can't even focus on taking game 1. You just have to focus on what the Snake is doing and how to deconstruct that. And we know that Ling is capable of it, but again, this is a big deficit to be fighting back from.
Yes, this is the worst position you want to be in a match. However, this is where champions are also made, Kimono. Once you have that start of the reverse 3-0, the panic starts to settle in. Can it happen? Can it be Ling to bring it back? Currently, though, Pelka has been able to be much more calm and close it out on those last stocks.
Well, mental game is going to be really important here. As game 1, we saw it it was really kind of an even way for each of these two to play, but I particularly want to point to game one because we were on Pokemon Stadium 2, kind of a bigger version of Small Battlefield of what you're seeing right here. But Pelka really made his money on being great at being hard to catch on those platforms and having great control of them, and Ling couldn't get anything big started up there. I'm wondering if that's going to be the same case here in game 3.
Yeah, we'll see if it plays out. Again, like you said with that PS2 comparison, this one's slightly smaller, so it's going to be a little bit easier to close the gaps and also force ledge traps, which I think is the win condition fighting up against Snake. You need to keep Pelka on ledge as often as you can. If you can pressure him on platforms, that's only going to come from Pelka getting afraid, because if he sees platform pressures coming, Grenade's going to come out.
Well, there's that down air out of shield too again that you talked about, right? It's frame 6, which is a 1/10 of a second, right? It comes out so quickly. It's one of the fastest moves you can get in that aspect, and Pelka making great use of it with Ling. You know, having a couple of unsafe approaches on shield, because again, you got to take risks as Peach in this matchup.
Yeah, you have to, and that's also to scare the Peach player from being able to just kind of pressure you for free, and Pelka's showing he has no fear on that. We're approaching that window where the down throw could be to a read. Good DI up to the top, reading that he went to the right-hand side. Pelka's going to live a little longer. he was hiding behind the name
behind the layout, yeah. That's one of the things that Snakes love to do too, is they go so high. As Pelka gets saved by his grenade, the knockback from that back air from Peach would have been enough. The grenade actually saved Pelka because it had less, redirected him, but another up air from Ling, making really good use of that. And one of the things that he actually hasn't been able to do very well in this set at all, Pelka actually took advantage of Town and City in this, that Snake is usually really easy to juggle. That's one of the places where you can really take advantage of, you know, the poorer aspects of the character, as Pelka does even this back up 2 stocks apiece, but Ling finally putting on some aggression. That's why he's playing with that lead.
Yeah, bad disadvantage in heavy quotations. Depending on if they're really good at wave bouncing around with the grenades or using Nikita in the air to mix up their landing, but once you see they committed to Cypher, you just need to read where they go, and that, like you said, that's normally why where you find a lot of KOs against Snake. But that high blast on before was helping. This time, not as much. And Ling playing around, he's actually keeping Pelka stuck on those platforms, getting a lot of straight damage because of it.
And that's such a great reversal, right? Because we were talking about in that game 1 how Pelka was sticking to those platforms, and it was making it really hard for Ling to do anything to him. But now Ling is finding ways to punish Pelka, and it's particularly for that movement between those platforms, knowing where he's going to end up. And again, I mean, he was really right on the movement there, but Pelka really smartly burning that air dodge quickly to get back down to the ground.
Yeah, sometimes you can get that frame trap if you fall down with them in that spot, but that did not happen. Now, this is a great time to usually try and pressure. Turn up in hand is actually not a great item toss for Pelka if he's on a platform. He's on the ground, you get dash attack. But Ling, keeping it going, gets the soft hit of that back air. Not going to be enough yet. Kimono going to drop underneath, forces the air dodge. He actually saved him. I am a liar. That's a true combo at that spot. And he ends up taking out the second stock.
That was not on purpose by Ling. That was not all a master plan to get that up B into back air. But kudos to him for reacting to that, seeing that up B hit, and then knowing I can get this back there for free afterwards.
You better react to those positions. Knowing that that's the follow-up after is very key, but the fact that that's not what he planned for in the first place to try to get that stage spike, we take those every day of the week, but this is now an up tilt window for any, pretty much any position. And jamming him to keep him in the mortar, that was actually really good to guarantee he would get hit by that up smash.
He stunned him there. Ling was standing in the corner and just got hit in the face. What? And looks up, and then he just a Wile E. Coyote.
I say, look, the jabs are all about just kind of getting you thrown off, and then the haymaker is what comes in, and that's pretty much what the up smash was in that position. Now, damage is going to be very fearful. Remember what we said earlier. Pelka will hunt for that forward air, and it might happen here in this match.
That would be a huge way to make the comeback and, you know, seal out a 3-0 over Ling, who is definitely one of the favorites to make it super deep in the tournament. Air dodge there, going to bring him back. Cypher really dangerous in that position because Ling can get a big setup, but Pelka got him up to 74%. You got to start looking up for C4 being a way to end this game for Pelka, and that's why you see Ling just going to the opposite side of the stage immediately.
Yeah, Ling trying to force this to a game number 4, going to turn up toss up to see if he can get him to press a button. He put out the grenades to make sure that if he attempted it up air, he would be safe. Winky face with a slightly increased knockback, going to drop all the way underneath. Does he get the neutral air? That won't be enough as we see Ling force it to a game number 4.
And Pelka, again, just in that disadvantage, that was the place where he got eaten alive in that game 3, and Ling was on top of that. I mean, the punish game was crazy, both on the parts that he set up and on what Pelka was giving him. And there were a lot of those situations where I think Pelka just kind of burned more resources than he realized he had, and then was left with that slow up B. You need to have a double jump and then Cypher immediately during that upwards momentum to just shoot yourself up for a great recovery with Snake, because if you don't have your double jump, you're going to go up really slow, and that neutral air that you saw off from Ling is free.
Exactly. The Giga Brain activity needs to be activated when you're playing in against these two characters. And it's not even just that Snake can struggle to land, Peach can too, but that game was so much better for Ling in that aspect. He was up there, he challenged him every time, he made him feel uncomfortable, which you need. Now, because of that, I get the feeling we're not going to see much of Small Battlefield. That gave him a much better closed gap to force him to have to fight. We're going to see what that turns out to be. I missed the stage pick. We're going to find out right now. We're going to get back to PS2.
Yeah, Pokemon Stadium 2, where, I mean, we saw Pelka was really, really comfortable in that game 1. And on Town and City as well, right, being a wide stage. It's definitely what Pelka wants, and I think it is particularly for that disadvantage, because on both of these stages, you have more options for places to drift, you have more distance that you can make to get away from the Peach, but I think that the really, really important part is that on a place like Small Battlefield, Ling nearly gets that stock.
Yeah,
you know,
Ling is making him press buttons exactly where he wants him every single time, dropping all the way underneath and gets the tech underneath the stage, so he gets to live for a little bit longer, but Ling got 142 essentially just off of trade scenarios that he won every time.
He just racks it on so quickly, and normally you don't want to trade with Snake, but Ling has been doing such a good job of not hitting those grenades and even waiting for them to detonate, right? Knowing, okay, now is my time to get in, and it's kind of like you were saying, this has been both for the neutral game and in the disadvantage. Man, Ling has been doing such a good job of forcing Pelka to burn resources that he needs to be able to have the malleable game plan that makes Snake so strong.
That was so smart by Ling, too, to just sneak in that little bit of the hit the umbrella. It doesn't matter much, as long as it pushes him away. But Pelka hasn't been knocked out yet. Every attempt from Ling off stage, that stack will finally do it. But he got 84% out of that beforehand because he was taking a lot of damage and Ling was not getting checked for it.
I like that down air on shield, too. Again, Peach has that ability to just be really ambiguous as to where she's going to be and put herself exactly where she wants to be. And that downer put her outside of that grenade range. Didn't have to risk crossing up Pelka either and catching a back air to the face. So again, you know, really, really intelligent play, understanding the matchup really well, and Pelka's kind of struggling to get anything going here.
We'll see if he can get that right now. All you need is that one up tilt. He's actually not just minimized the damage, he's taking no damage. He's refused to get caught on the second stock. A lot of that, to be honest, came from the fact that he just kept swinging at a disadvantage in that last stock. Now he's just playing the ground game Komodo, which is very smart. He's not letting Ling try and win out in the air. He realized where things were going wrong.
Yeah, no, that is exactly where Ling was taking advantage in that game 3, and at the start of this one, where Pelka was kind of married to that idea of, okay, get platform control, how does Ling get anything started? But then he realized, okay, I'm burning all my resources, I could be in trouble, and nearly was there off stage again, but Ling wasn't able to close it out, so Pelka still has a chance to fight it out on this second stock. And again, if he can stick to the ground, he might be able to open up something big.
Yeah, and you see Ling keeps making that attempt at that umbrella backer off the stage, because that is a true combo as long as you connect it. It's a very active move, but Pelka's air dodge has been on point. He's going to get back down here for stage control, though. Ling probably going to turn up toss high to get him to air dodge early. No! Instead, he baits him out, tries to go for a back air, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, the trades, again, I mean, Peach is so good in those trade scenarios, and normally she doesn't get to against Snake because he's a heavy character. Snake will be able to live longer than you if you trade every single stock, but when you're ahead, you can just throw out those hitboxes because there's not a whole lot that Snake can do if he is still fighting from a deficit. Pelka will get that stock with the up tilt, but he is a full one behind.
Yes, this is exactly how their sets go pretty much every single time. It always goes down to the wire. Pelka could make an attempt at a really big play pretty soon, but Ling smartly saying, look, I'd rather take the hit on stage than you make an attempt at a read. So he just jumps past that, gets on, gets his grab Komodo, and that was good. He just waited it out, covers, and that's great option coverage because for your shield, nothing bad happens. You spot dodge, you get a combo.
I mean, lots of Peach players right there would just toss out that back there and just cash in for the guaranteed damage, but Ling waited to see if Pelka would choose a defensive option so that he could set up for something juicy like that down air to get more damage afterwards. Really, really smart play, and a very confident play too, especially when if you lose this game, you're out.
Yes, this is elimination. It is best of 5, and Ling has only one potential loss left in him. Pelka currently behind a stock. He's trying to make this happen, but Snake is incredibly strong on last stock scenarios, so the last thing you want is to get to that point. Ling might be able to close it out here. That's a nair. Does he chase him out there? He can't afford to do so, and now he gets back on stage.
That was a good early air dodge by Pelka because most people would expect the Snake to go to the ledge. That's exactly what Ling was looking for. He saw that nair get tossed out there, so he wasn't able to catch Pelka going high. It's basically a 50-50. The Pelka won out on that. That's why he's still in this one. And like you said, Ajax, he is such a good last stock character.
It is not a comfortable time being in his position because even looking at that 0 to 99, one good neutral air, one good combo from Snake, and all of a sudden you're at KO percentages, but Ling getting a big anti-air up smash won't be enough. Does he get this up air in the skies? No, smart on Pelka to drift to the right and get away from that.
This is why that big stage and having grenades to pull are really important, because that allows you to use a B reverse to change your momentum, go to the other side, and not get caught out by the Peach, but you're gonna get caught out by that forward air, smacked him right in the back of the head and sent him into game 5.
This is exactly how you want to see the top 8 contenders battle it out. These two have so much history against each other. It has been, like I said, like 15, 16 years these two have been battling it out among Smash titles. And here on the biggest stage, up at PAX East, fighting it out to try and get a greater prize pool. You could not have asked for better as we move into game number 5.
It's high stakes, right? And it doesn't get higher stakes than game 5 within the top 8. And, you know, honestly, it would be telling if it didn't go to game 5 between these two, because like you said, they have so much history. You know, they're pretty close in terms of skill level. When we go to game 5, it tells us that they're both playing at their best, because if it didn't go that way, then we might be kind of asking ourselves, okay, well, what if? What if somebody was kind of playing a little bit better or a little bit worse today? But no, these two are giving it all they've got. And that's why we're here.
Yes, I mean, even if you look at the incredibly chaotic event that was Collision just recently, with everybody who fell, with Leo, Light, and company going down at 9th. You know who was at 13th amongst that company, right, only losing to Shiny Mark? Ling. Ling was right up there. He's in all of last season. He was right there in that category of just outside of top 8. Here he is in that top 8, fighting to keep that bracket run alive. Pelka, though, on game 5, make those adaptations to keep himself in the set.
And he has chosen to go back to small battlefield, which is the place where Ling's momentum really started. But I think with the way that their play styles have changed over the course of this set, maybe he's thinking that, okay, now I want to change it up to be a little bit more aggressive or something like that. See Ling just floating right
jukes,
on
bro.
down.
Okay.
Yeah, jukes for real.
I think you're very right on that, too, because before, Ling couldn't open up Pelka on PS2. Then after here, he got really aggressive, and I think Pelka didn't like how defensive Ling was on the last game. He couldn't catch him. Like, he just couldn't catch him at all because there's too much room to work with. So now, cut the gap down. C4 is going to be more viable, and it's going to be a lot easier to line up Ling making a mistake.
And getting the lead is going to be so important, because then when you play with the lead, to what you were saying, you can wait for your opponent to make a mistake rather than having to try to run up and take risks to force them out of your opponent. But it's going to be a big question as to who gets that lead right now, because Snake may be at the much higher percent, but he is also a much heavier character, so these percents might as well be even.
100%, and this is an all-star matchup we're seeing right now. Both of them being very careful about going for that first stock opening as we pass that 6-minute mark. Ling smartly, too, waiting for the preemptive option after, because he didn't have a guaranteed back air there. He knew he might get aggressive. He's going to get the tech, though. He's going to turn the toss over. No, he's got to hide underneath. He's got to go for a C4 jump, and the C4 is a little bit too much. That's going to lead to the first stock.
That was just great coverage there by Ling, because he knew that Pelka was at a high enough percent that if he had to go for that C4 recovery, which, you know, effectively gives Snake an infinite recovery, but once he gets to a high enough percent, he will just blast zone himself with it. So Ling realized, okay, as long as he can't make it to the ledge with up B and air dodge, I've got this stock. And now he's playing with a pretty big lead.
Yeah, 71% and almost, and now is gonna lap him momentarily. There it is. Tries to go for a jump read, drops underneath, goes for that nair. Once again, Kimono, if he reads the air dodge, and he's gonna read it this time on that high recovery.
Because the last time, yeah, Pelka did that exact same high air dodge instead of going to the ledge, and Ling said, you're not gonna fool me twice, you're not gonna fool me thrice either. This is a quick game here in this game 5 with Ling getting a 3-stock to 1 lead.
The reverse 3-0 is on the table. It's looking like it might happen, but Pelka not gonna get the stock right there either. Remember, Snake, very good in these late hit situations, can apply a lot of stress and also has some really early KO options himself if Ling overextends.
You talk about stress, though. I mean, it looks like Pelka is the one under stress, whereas Ling has just been playing this game 5, basically virtually perfectly. In these last 3 games, just hasn't made that many big mistakes, and he's been getting big follow-ups, too. And Pelka really just struggling to bite into this first stock. Forward throw is not going to be enough to do it, but you do get a setup for a Nikita. But Peach has so many maneuvering tools that she can just get back.
One of the few characters that could basically look at that and kind of drift around, minimizing the damage on the last stock, but still took 45. Ling was very evasive on the entire ledge trap. That's not good. You need that ledge trap to work for Snake against Peach, because you need her to not feel comfortable getting off a ledge. That's where a lot of that straight hit damage, and of course, finding that float to get an early KO.
No, wait
oh, there it is.
You told us he would go for it.
It was going to happen. No matter what, it was going to happen at some point, but because of that history, Ling smartly going high that time.
And that would have been the game changer, too. The moment that Ling got back thrown, he knew Pelka's going to go for a forward air, because that is the only way back into this game. He needs a big stock like that, and if this gets down to 1 stock apiece, Pelka Pelka's going to go for it again.
100%. You have to play to your win condition, and the win condition right now is to get a spike onto Peach soon. Or now we're working our way towards that up tilt, and he's looking for it right now. Ling has to be very careful while he lands. The C4 is right there.
I like the aggressive landing from Ling, though, because he knows that Pelka is going to wait for him to choose something that will open up that up tilt, because just like that, it can leave Snake in so much end lag, and Peach can really follow up on that, and Pelka's sitting at 102% on his last stock. These are the percents where Ling can start getting his follow-ups.
That up tilt might actually lean heavy. Oh, we did get one. 121 got chin checked. Now, last stock scenario.
Game 5.
Game 5. This is still very much doable for Pelka, so Ling has to be very careful about not getting sent off stage early. This is a big opportunity for him to try and close it out now.
He's always going to toss up that turn-up to try to catch the landing. Pelka back on stage, down tilt, didn't open up anything big. Ling going to wait for that grenade to detonate, does put on quite a bit of damage to Pelka, who's now in danger of dying to a couple of throws as well. He's trying to hang out under that platform, but back air from Ling, going to take it. Caught the movement to center. A little mini pop-off there from Ling as well, pulling off a reverse 3-0 to stay alive in the bracket.
That is 100% pop-off worthy, and I cannot tell you enough. There's a reason why I mentioned that forward air before. There are so many matches in the history of the New England region where Ling was up in the set and Pelka snatched it away with that forward air setup. Ling smartly remembering that. You said it. That would have changed the entire focus of the game. You get hit at that point, even if you have the lead, you're not playing afraid. But Ling's well worth pop-off as he continues this run in PAX Arena.
We can check out some of the DoorDash replays to see the evolution of this set, because again, when two players who know each other so well play a best-of-5 set, you're going to see evolution between them. You're going to see the gameplay change. You're going to see them adapt. And, you know, at the start, Pelka was just so strong. It was so hard for Ling to get anything started, but slowly he found ways to play with the lead, really batten down the hatches on his patience, and was able to close out some really important stocks.
And this is just so important to have. Like, you go out of this W here, the people you are waiting for on the other side of the winners semis bracket are all of some of the best you've ever seen. It's the Buzz, Sharp, Cosmos, and Jackal. Like, how are you going to get around that when you have to play against them in the losers quarters? We'll find out after, but we did get a determination on who is the other match in losers top 8.
I'm excited to see that. It's going to be Unleashed and Nuggets, so we're going to get some more Peach action. That's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Oh, sorry, Daisy.
Yeah, common Daisy and Joyer. We got to make sure we specify that.
In case you all at home don't know, Peach and Daisy play the exact same in this game, so
yes,
it's just an aesthetic
but
difference.
if you say the wrong main, you will hear about it later, so we should make sure we get out of it now.
I'll plug my ears. I don't care. They're the same, Peach and Daisy, but at least it is nice that, you know, between Ling and Nuggets, they do play either side of the same coin, because Ling's always rocking that blue Peach, and Nuggets, I mean, you know, Daisy's got so many good costumes, I can't pick one.
Yeah, and honestly, it's going to be fun watching the differences. Both of them are from this region. You see Ling coming up here from Connecticut, but Nuggets right here from Massachusetts. One of the strongest players that Massachusetts has available to them, going up against somebody he has a lot of history against too, Unleashed. Something we've been realizing of late though, Sora actually does very well against both Peach and Daisy. The float game gets shut down by that neutral air, and so many of the combos Peach would like to go for, very hard to challenge. Something we did learn recently though, Sonic Blade has to go sideways first every time. They did not realize that. That's going to line up better punishes and ledge traps with turnip tosses to try and get Sora, because it's really hard to hit Sora ever when they're recovering.
Recovery mix-ups are going to be important, and I'm very excited once that match gets started, but we are also here at a whole PAX event. We are here at PAX East in the PAX Arena in the midst of the Almost Pro 10K Open. It's wonderful to be here. It's wonderful to see all of you
the entire Mushroom
in the
Kingdom
venue
right in front of us.
Yeah, it is packed here, and man, I mean, just so many different ways to enjoy the event, man.
Yeah, honestly, this is just a celebration of gaming. That's really the best way to put it. Everything you want to find. There's so many booths. There's so many great events that you could check out throughout the day. Tomorrow, we're going to be having the Mario Kart Deluxe Championships, which does include DLC Pass 2. I was asking Bear, who will be on commentary for that. I did not realize that was actually going to be available tomorrow, so I'm super excited to watch that. And then, of course, the ever intense Splatoon 3 championships also play out tomorrow.
Yeah, that's going to be a really fun thing to watch. I mean, you're kind of getting the whole grand tour of, you know, the competitive Nintendo games. That you got Smash today, you got MK and Splatoon tomorrow, and you know that there are tons of people around the world that are just so good at these games, and you don't really get the chance to experience just how good those players are until you watch them in action. And we're getting to see all of these players in action at PAX Arena, presented by DoorDash. As we take a look at the bracket, this is your top 8. We just saw Ling and Pelka play an incredible Game 5 set. I thought that said Ted, it says TBD, and I was about to be like, dang, who's Ted? But that is waiting on, I believe, the conclusion of the Cosmos and Jackal set in Winterside, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, yes. That they will have to play against the loser of that, which is not going to be a fun time at all. But we were alluding into a little while ago, Unleashed and Nuggets will also have to go up against each other. That's going to be Sora and Daisy, and the loser of that will have to go against another familiar face, potentially, with Sharp or DeBuzz. Sharp actually being one of the few people who has a character spread that can kind of challenge DeBuzz's character spread. Not very often do you see that.
Yeah, no, DeBuzz is known for being one of the very few top-level competitors that can play 3 or more characters at the top. Who's missing out there? I don't know who that is. I have not seen them.
I'm afraid not.
I'm sorry to tell you, I have not seen them.
I cannot help.
My bad. My bad, but I have seen some great gameplay today. And, you know, like I was talking about, right, and you were saying it, DeBuzz versus Sharp is going to be a lot of fun to watch because that could just be a counterpick war. Back and forth, right? Sharp plays at least 6 or 7 characters. I know DeBuzz has at least 3 that are tournament ready, possibly
I just saw Snorlax.
Shout out Snorlax.
Where did Snorlax go? Snorlax, get in the camera. I saw you over there. Where did you go?
I'm going to pretend that's a Kamala, which is basically just like small Snorlax.
You know, actually, yeah, this will be the trade-off we get. But still,
they're
incredible.
both sleepy boys.
This is very true. It's very true. Oh, hey, there you go. You recognize that camera. What's going on, everybody?
Yeah.
Again, this is an incredible top 8 day. And now
get out of the way.
This is a true star of the show right there.
This is the one we got to see. Yes, sir.
Oh, the Kirby. Oh, we've met it up with the Kirby.
Screen time, Kirby. You had your screen time on Thursday.
But still, it's an incredible time here at the PAX Arena as we're going to get ready for that other side of this top 8. Kimono, I mean, this is my first time actually being able to experience PAX. I always had to work. It was always just driving me crazy having to watch from home. So being able to be here, call the action, but also get to experience all of the event, it's second to none. Please, at any point in time, if you can, go to PAX West, go to PAX East. You're going to become addicted to coming out to the conventions. It is just a phenomenal time.
Yeah, you're always going to find something new when you go to the conventions. Like the first time you go, you're going to be like, wow, there's so many like games on display. So many publishers here showing off like, you know, the new games or even some of the old ones, giving you the chance to play them. And then the next time you go, man, there's so many cosplays. You get so inspired. And then the third time you come, like, well, they got a whole board game section where you can just go rent out board games, sit down with your friends and try out some new stuff. Like PAX is just the biggest celebration of gaming that you can go to, and it really doesn't matter who you are. You know, they pride themselves on being a very inclusive event. You're going to find a place here where you're going to fit in and you're going to have fun.
100%, and don't let the hat fool you. You may say Sonic Universe, but it is the Sora Universe indeed. There's Nuggets right there getting ready to play with the Daisy here in top 8. There is Unleashed, and we have our other half of Losers Top 8 starting now, Daisy versus Sora.
Yeah, but first of all, I still need to talk about how crazy it is that Sora's in this game.
That is still wild.
We've been asking for Banjo forever. We've been asking for Sora forever. They're both here. How can that happen?
Thank you, Sakurai. Also, everybody in the crowd, this is a tradition at this point. If I don't hear it, I'm gonna be upset. Every single spell must be yelled by Sora. I want to hear fire, freeze, and thunder anytime it goes off.
Fire,
already messing up.
I can't believe you've done this to us.
I put him on the spot. They weren't ready
for the whole event. But yeah, no, keep it going out there in the crowd. Get hyped for it because that is what you're going to see a lot of in this matchup too. You're going to see a ton of these spells in these different situations. The Thunder is amazing for these edge guards. The Blizzard is so good for just kind of keeping you out, and also in those ledge trap scenarios, Thunder, you're going to be able to see it stop you from just picking any old option off the ledge. And the Fire is a really good combo tool.
Exactly. And again, anything that's anti-float is going to work and going to get a little bit away from that Nair into the up smash. That's normally a pretty easy combo to land. You also have down tilt up smash a certain percentage too, which you might still have, but tries to go for the punish off shield, not going to land.
Nugget said, hey, I'm a sword character too. Catch this golf club. I promise. Thunder!
Freeze is incoming. Freeze, actually decided not to do it. So one of the best options at ledge, funny enough, is to do that jump, wave bounce, freeze, to then combo off of it as they jump from ledge. It covers multiple options well, and it covers neutral get up because it's very active.
And you got to remember, I mean, you get hit by just a little particle of that spell, and you will be frozen, and that's going to give Sora a chance to really set up his stage controller, potentially even a combo if you bust out of it. But hey, we're a minute and a half into this first game. First stock yet to be taken. Great catch right there with that Nair, and the Thunder going to help Unleash get back to the ledge, but Nuggets still hunting for this setup. Turn up going to set up for a tech chase, and great follow-up right there with the dash attack read seeing that roll out.
And the dash attack answer right back as well, coming in from Unleashed. One of the things that Nuggets is so strong at is that his patience is very good. He does not really just kind of jump at any opportunity. He will always wait for the opportunity and see if you panic first to react to it after. But you mentioned before, any single one of those particles catching you is going to lead to a freeze and a free ledge trap.
I mean, the neutral game from Nuggets is just so impeccable, but you're going into a matchup where the hardest part about it is winning the neutral game, and it's going to be interesting to see how Nuggets tries to circumvent that, right? Whether that's going to either neutralize what Sora can do, or Sora's just going to neutralize what Nuggets can do.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, like, every single time as that operator closes it out, most of that damage came from Sora getting off a ledge. Sonic Blade on the third hit can cross back up, forced you back off stage. So you had stage control that disappeared, and that happened like 3 times that Nuggets was not able to answer.
We'll try to answer back right here with that turn up into the grab, trying to read the roll on the platform, and pretty much did have it, but that last tipper hitbox of it is so precise that you have to be literally right under your opponent. Some would argue that he actually was, but not close enough to get that hit. So we are still sitting on 2 stocks for Unleashed, who is just sticking to that Pokeball, getting stage control and forcing Nuggets to come to him.
Unleashed definitely falls under the radar for a lot of people throughout this game on where is the Sora representation. It's right here. This is one of the best at it, but forward throw is going to be the play. You don't want to stale back throw right now because you want to be able to potentially get it right here, but smartly knowing, just whiffed it, not going to make a second attempt at it because that would have been a free punish with that down smash. Yeah,
the down smash is just virtually unpunishable if it hits your shield. You have to be such a particular kind of character to be able to punish that, and you know, Daisy's just not one of them. We're going to see no throw right here. Too many pummels, maybe looking for a back throw to be able to KO, but from center stage on PS2, which is so big, not going to be able to find it. And here we go, Nuggets again trying to bust past that platform and find some way to open up Unleashed here. Dash attack, not going to be enough without any rage.
Wow, yeah, even with all of that, yeah, don't get anywhere near that either. That counter on the reflect is incredibly powerful. The backer will finally do it. This is one Daisy combo away from an even game.
We got to see if Nuggets has those, though, and particularly on a floaty character, it's going to be tough. Does get 31 right here, a couple of backers for his time, and has the Sora in the corner with a turn-up in hand. You can see how much pressure that puts on. Nuggets just sticking to Unleashed like glue right now, knocked away by the Sonic Blade, but this game is much closer than it was earlier.
Yeah, speaking of that pressure, deciding to double up on the downer on shield like you were just talking about instead of going for just one. However, the Thunder's going to have to force Nuggets away. The F tilt could lead to an early KO, and trying to line up a grab kimono doesn't get it, but you can see Unleashed playing very well in this last stock. Not really fearful of that disadvantage.
The dragon hit from the up smash traded with that aerial from Unleashed, which really bailed out Unleashed because that definitely would have been the end of the stock. And now trying to pressure Unleashed shield with both of these players sitting at their KO percents, but down tilt leading into the up air just at the very tip of it. Unleashed able to find his follow-up and take that game 1.
That combo option is always available. If you get the miss tech on a platform, you can get an up smash. If you get certain percentages on people, you can get up smash as well. But on characters that especially float easy, like Daisy, it's going to be way more consistent to find that down tilt into the up air, and that's exactly how he's able to finish it up.
Can I point out, by the way, you said that the hat on Unleashed says Sonic Unleashed. It does not say anything about his character, but I do have to say, one of the most underrated Sonic games in the entire franchise. If you haven't played Sonic Unleashed, you got to give that thing a try because it's a really good game.
Honestly, it's actually pretty fun.
It is good. The day levels especially. Some of the best designed Sonic levels in the entire franchise.
Yes, also Sonic Adventure 2 Battle King.
Okay, well,
yeah, Buzz Lightyear meme. Buzz Lightyear meme.
Pizza? That's what you just did right there.
I still had to say, look, where is the Chow Garden mobile game? Okay, that's all I need to know. All right, we got game.
Free money. Come on.
Hey, I will. You have my wallet. Okay, but game number 2 here. We're switching over to Small Battlefield. What's your opinion on Nuggets deciding to go here away from that PS2 pick?
I think honestly, this is definitely the right choice because unless you have a turnip in hand, you can't play at a longer range the way that Sora can, and particularly Sora's got burst movement, and like you've mentioned before, he's able to actually shut down float, which is one of the most important part of Daisy's game plan, right? But here in Small Battlefield, it's going to be less about utilizing that float. I mean, you're going to see it, but you don't have to float at that mid-platform height as much to try to get stage control. Now you can actually play a little bit grounded and try to catch the Sora trying to start up his setups on the smaller stage.
Yeah, and this is that happy middle ground of not wanting to fight Sora on Smashville. It's not a great idea. Sora has a lot of really easy combo resets there, but you do get a smaller gap, so you can find those ledge traps a little easier. Ooh. That's if you can get away from the Thunder in the first place, and Unleashed once again striking first.
I mean, look, I'm from Texas, and that looked a little bit all too familiar to me. The Supercell rolls in, and then you're gone. Power outage.
Oh, no. That tornado is, I mean, Unleashed does feel like one at some point. Just blows right through. He's very difficult to shut down as well. And he's always played a pretty interesting spread of characters. Prior to this was playing Banjo, and was one of the few people that I saw that actually made me think the character worked. But Nuggets has been playing Daisy and Peach for a very long time. It is not something you can sleep on. We just saw our verse 3-0 a little while ago from one on that stage.
I like challenging that Sonic Blade right there, the side B from Unleashed, because we've noticed that pretty much every time Unleashed has actually gone for sort of the full side B. And right there, Nuggets doing a really good job now of spacing outside of where those hitboxes end and actually being able to hit back, because they're big hitboxes, but he is now positioning really well around it.
Yeah, I mean, how many times did he get hit by Sonic Blade in that last game? And that pretty much gave away his ledge traps over and over. It seems like Nuggets is starting to get some answers. This is the first time in a little while we've seen him hold a % lead. That forward smash has something to say about that, though.
And that was Unleashed looking for a hit confirm out of the neutral air into that forward smash. Nuggets shielded that forward air, but then dropped the shield as the forward smash came in. So you have to be really respectful of, again, the fact that Unleashed is going to keep going for those. There again, those spacing outside of the Sonic Blade. It's not becoming a very easy tool for Unleashed to use. And you see now mixing his way up off that ledge, not using the Sonic Blade as much, instead going for the spells.
Yeah, smart about that too. Oh, he's going to fall out of the last hit of Thunder. He's still going to get caught by Sonic Blade, so that's going to keep him from getting punished as he lands from that up B. But a good out-of-shield option from Nuggets, might be able to take it, but back throw won't be enough yet for the Sora.
I thought it might be enough. It's a strong move. There's that down air, and Unleashed will force an untechable situation. Nuggets just not reacting to that burst movement in time. I love the use of the counter right there to neutralize the turnips, because otherwise that'll happen. What a snipe. Nuggets is all over these Sonic Blades.
As soon as he saw the jumps were gone, it doesn't matter if you got Sonic Bladed up B. As long as I catch at least one of those Sonic Blades, that's going to be it. And
you were talking about that at the start of the match too, that we've just kind of recently realized, hey, you can only go to the side first. Obviously all the Sora players knew that, but for the rest of us, you know, who don't play the character as much, only now learning that, Nuggets is like, well, cool, I just need to put a turnip here, you can't make it back.
Exactly. You do not have to worry about a cross-up of positioning, but that one does once again do it. Now you're stuck at ledge. Now you're viable for a counter KO as well if he ever feels like it. He just did downer to you, so you might be scared of it. Makes up your timing to recover early, and then he drops off. Woo! There is the attempt right there. He just made the attempt. Luckily for Nuggets, he was able to get around it.
And he's just eating these side Bs alive. I mean, we haven't seen Unleashed get away with one outside of where he's already hit Nuggets and has him in disadvantage in a very, very long time. And again, you see him going for those mix-ups to the ledge, because this is the only ways that he's been able to stay safe for now. Nuggets smashing out of that ice. This is a last stock game.
Yeah, once again, I mean, this is pretty much how they're all going to go. That forward air is going to be enough. Yes, it is. That's going to put Nuggets on the board, one apiece. We talked a little while ago about how the history of Ling and Pelka has been for like 15 some odd years. It may not be as long between these two, but this is one of the, anytime you look at a weekly in the state of Massachusetts, when you're looking at the top two, you're pretty much seeing these names there.
Yeah, Unleashed and Nuggets are grinders, to say the least, right? They will go out to pretty much every tournament they have an opportunity to, and look, I mean, when they see a $10,000 prize pool, they're going to be there too for sure, but they're also there when there isn't a big prize pool, and that's why they're building up that consistency to be able to make it this far in the first place.
Exactly. You have to actually go. You have to practice to get good. That's crazy. Like a weird concept that some people don't understand, and you need to get out there. So for one, support your locals. Two, actually go and get good practice partners like this, because you're seeing these two are pushing each other to the maximum. There is, again, that roommate read play, if you will, because there's so much history. And now Nuggets adjusting heavily that game too. Even though it was kind of a struggle to deal with them at ledge game one, it was not even close to the same thing as we followed up with that.
And it was just a matter of kind of adapting to what Unleashed was doing. I mean, yeah, we saw the stage counter pick. I don't even think that that was as much of a big deal. Clearly, Unleashed doesn't think so either as we go back to small battlefield for game 3. And I think it really was off the back of Nuggets really making some great adaptations to what Unleashed was doing to try to base his game plan around. And now Unleashed is going to have to try to adapt and mix all of that up as we get into the rubber game of this set.
100%, yeah. That's how the best players are built, making that adaptation. Now, from what we're seeing, Unleashed has decided to go a lot more aggressive. He's not playing around shield range. He's playing right in jump range. Said, please press a button. Try to do something. I'm going to overwhelm you. It worked for a little bit, but now the trades are starting to work in favor of the other party.
it's just so interesting to see this matchup where you assume that Sora is going to have all the control and what we saw in game 1, but Nuggets has just been so patient. We talked about how good his neutral game is, and it looks like it's being such a boon that he's going, okay, well, I might be losing out in the character matchup, but if I can be patient enough, eventually Unleashed will erroneously come into my range that I control, and I can hit him back for it, just like we see right there.
Exactly, that's sweet spot range, the happy zone of down tilt and nair, which is pretty much what he's at right now. If he gets a down tilt, probably leads to up air. The nairs, he's going to be looking for the nairs into the up air or up smash, but he did not get the second hit.
I like the use of the nair to kind of take away that turn up there on the ledge. Might see it again, this time catching it, and Unleashed can definitely make something happen off of that turn up. You know, it's such a great combo tool for Peach. Certainly it could be for Sora as well. Once again, a punish on the Sonic Blade. Nuggets missing that tech chase, but does pick it right back up at the grab, looking for the big finisher, but can't. Unleashed back in the game.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to see if Unleashed would go for a panic option, and like we said before, you saw the look on his face. We all felt it too. That down smash jumping right over that punish. Somehow Daisy's down smash not hitting him either.
That's one of those moments where you just, it's such a big opportunity. You get the what we call analysis paralysis, right? You just figure, okay, I've definitely got this. I can hit him with anything. And then you choose wrong, and then you try to fumble and pick it back up afterwards, and then before you know it, you're in the blast zone. And just off of that one play, Unleashed gets to play with the lead, and that is a huge game changer.
Hey, you have to be good in the scramble in this game. That is just such an important thing. Whether you want to say, oh, they press button good, well, you got to be able to deal with that. And right now, the combo game is starting to line up for Unleashed.
This is going to be a forward throw. It's not going to be the stock despite Sora's very lightweight, but yeah, Unleashed is playing with a big lead right now. Like you said, that's huge. And Nuggets misspacing that nair, and he's going to pay for it dearly with Unleashed, scooping him up with another down tilt into up air. Now playing with what is a 2-stock to 1 lead after Nuggets can finally clean it up at a high percent.
If Nuggets is able to get a turn up toss backwards and get a combo started, you can get him to KO percentages very quickly, but Unleashed is playing so well. He's right in his face. He's not letting him get things started. Every time he tries to jump, there we go again. The forward air, the neutral B, anything to keep you grounded, and you won't let him get anything started.
And it's just tough for Nuggets to get things started. He's just not playing quite as clean as we saw earlier, right? Didn't even get the punish on that Sonic Blade there, which is something that he just did not let Unleashed get away with in that game too. But the game has changed. It's definitely the Sora in control. Nice chase right there on that roll, though. I'm loving the patience from Nuggets, who, again, that is the one reason why he has been in such good control in those moments where he's winning.
Yeah, it's starting to climb right now. One of the things that gets very scary about fighting against Nuggets is when he keeps it his turn. He plays a one-player game sometimes, and it's very difficult to stop that. And it's kind of continued up until this point. The jabs away are just a nice little anti-air tool that'll drag you back down to the ground and stop that turn. And there's the Mr. Saturn, so now all of a sudden you cannot shield.
He's going to drop that right there on the floor, and yeah, I like that from Unleashed too, right? Just get that out of the game. You don't want Nuggets to have a potential game changer for a comeback off of a shield break. And honestly, for Nuggets, I don't want that to be a factor in the game either, because he's not going to get any big follow-ups in the game off of a Saturn right now.
Exactly. He's got way too much rage. It's going to be a little bit too high on the damage as well to true combo into anything outside of dash attack. So Unleashed just missing the F tilt back throw will finally get him that second stock.
Well, we go to last stock once again. I mean, most of these games have gone there, not getting the right option on the tech chase there, Unleashed. So Nuggets does get to hang on to get things started.
That was interesting on Unleashed too, as that up air closes out game number 3. He decided to Sonic Blade directly at Nuggets in center, because what's the bad thing that happens there? You're at 0%. Yeah, it's a worthwhile trade. A very hidden factor that a lot of people don't take into account when they're playing this game is you have to know where it's okay to take damage. If that trade stops you from getting anti-aired and taking a big combo, that is a worthwhile interaction every single time.
Even against a Peach with a crazy combo game, that is a worthwhile trade to take. But especially in that situation, Unleashed, I think we're noticing as this set goes on, he's more and more comfortable challenging Nuggets and going, the combo game just isn't there from him today. So I'm going to get a little bit more aggressive. I'm going to take some more risks, and that's why he got out to such a big lead in that game. Also why things got evened up, because Nuggets really started to clean it up towards the end of that game 3. But here in game 4, as we go back to small battlefield, we're starting with a clean slate. Anything is possible.
Again, like you said, if there's a game to be played, it is not over yet. We just saw a little while ago, we saw it with the Pac-Man championships all the way through. There is always an opportunity to make a comeback. And right now, Nuggets still has 2 games to be played, but this is, in fact, the last potential loss he could take here in this tournament.
Yeah, you're down 2-1. You got to stay in this top 8 if you want to keep your tournament run alive. And obviously, things don't get any easier as you get deeper in the bracket, but right now you got to buckle down and focus on what's in front of you. That's what Nuggets has been able to do in this game. Great challenge again right there from Unleashed, using a lot of these Sonic Blades and saying, hey, show me what you showed me in game 2. If you're able to punish these Sonic Blades consistently, then maybe I'll stop doing them. But until then, I'm going to keep throwing out the options that aren't getting punished.
Exactly. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's a very important thing to deal with in any fighting game at all. If they're not respecting it, keep doing it until they have earned the respect to stop doing it. And so far, that has been the case. That's going to be a dot eye zone. That's going to help some increased knockback. He re-grabs it. So now he's got to play that mini game again. Instead of air dodging, deciding to go with the Thunder to push him away.
Yeah, the dot eyes trying to put a lot of pressure on Unleashed right there, right? It does extra damage, could have blast zoned him. That's why we saw him kind of pick that panic up B off the ledge, and Nuggets just got an easy follow-up afterwards. So now, playing with that one stock lead, 125, it can be a big confirm, and Unleashed catching that air dodge back to the platform, evening this game back up, and that is a huge boost to the mental.
Smart mix-up as well, because he's constantly gone for jump read, up airs, or just gone for the up air, so he figured he would be able to air dodge down past that, but not that time. You got to hold on to those options to the end. We are now in what could be elimination game again for Nuggets, but Unleashed is taking a lot of damage.
I mean, it's 73 and 86 now even. Again, we talk about it, right? Peach is just such a confirm heavy character. She needs to set up a smaller hit to lead into those bigger hits or just hunt you down making a big mistake. Nearly made a huge one right there because that Thunder has a lot of knockback if you get hit by all those hits. And at 101%, might be Unleashed who's in trouble.
A good weight. Oh, but they mashing that air dodge down to get away from that, somehow not getting hit in the midst of that freeze. So Nuggets gets to hold on to this a little bit longer. The game has gotten a lot closer all of a sudden.
I'm loving the patience right here from both players, right? Nuggets knows, okay, that back air took out just about half my shield, so I got to stay back. And, you know, on the other side, Unleashed is like, well, I can't just go after Nuggets because Peach can control that small range so effectively.
Exactly, and now one thing that Unleashed is also doing very well is avoiding any of the spells and the counters. And that the fourth throw, even though it hurts as much as it does getting slapped, you do not get KO'd just yet. Utilizing that once again, but actually didn't get hit fully, so it still kept that ledge trap momentarily until that Sonic Blade.
And there's that Sonic Blade again that Nuggets has not been able to punish these last couple of games. Unleashed taking advantage of that and now being able to take a lead on it. And again, you wonder, where did the clean punishes go from Nuggets? He does get that dash attack. He does even it up to one stock apiece. But like you said earlier, AJ, he can't lose this stock or else he's out of the tournament.
Like we said, if you're looking for strong Sora gameplay, pay close attention to what Unleashed has been doing. He's been maximizing a lot with this character, and a lot of the times he has really good mix-ups to what he does to catch those landings. And I think that's a part of also why he's not getting caught by Nuggets as much. He has a lot of history with these two, and he is now adapting to all of those aerial punishes. And you know, that's some home.
Gentlemen,
see, that is homie stuff right there. These two play each other all the time with the taunt out. That's what we like to see. We don't like to see it close out like that.
That is a gentleman move by Unleashed because he knows that if the game ended like that, he wouldn't be satisfied. He doesn't want to leave anything on the table. So Nuggets is going to have one more chance to fight this one back, but he is still at a deficit.
Just so y'all know, if this ends, when they go to dinner later, it's like, hey, you remember that time I saved you? Yeah, you don't need that steak, right? Like, you can go ahead and pass it on over this way.
You know what? I might have made more money than you in the tournament, but you're still paying. Like,
oh, you love to see it. We're not going to see it close out. We're actually see it game 5, and Unleashed wasn't even upset about it. It's like, you know what? Not at all good, because like you said, you don't want to see it close out like that. You want to see it actually finish with a good game. And normally in competition, the statement, we take those, does come up, and you're going to let them fall. You get that W, but these two homies through and through, you see them kind of nodding it off, a little fist bump that went out before. Love to see it, and also, biasly, we get another game.
Sometimes it's bigger than the competition itself. It depends on who the player is, because most people are going to say, look at this prize pool. If I get to move on deeper, I'm going to take that. But like you said, knowing the history between those two, that is a, I don't want it to end like that. I want us both to be satisfied. That is just gentlemanly sportsmanship that is not, there's no peer pressure to do that. In fact, if anything, there's peer pressure to not do that. But Unleashed, again, just a gentleman through and through. We're going to game 5 because of that.
Oh, it's amazing time right now, PAX Arena, and right now that's an early stock loss.
Do you regret your decision? Do you regret your decision, Unleashed? Because Nuggets is taking that and running with it.
Like I said, thank you very much for that. Now we're going to go ahead and run through the rest of this. Unleashed hasn't been able to stop any of this damage as it continued. He does have a ledge trap here, though. Big opportunity to get a big combo. Misses out on that grab.
And there we see Unleashed just going to have to do a lot to fight his way back. And honestly, when you do something like that, I mean, that can do so much damage to your mental too, right? We're going to have to see him battle this back here. These juggles can be huge, but not getting aggressive as Nuggets drifts back to the ledge. So no huge damage from Unleashed, who again is going to have to fish for some big confirms to bring this one back.
He tries to get that drag down confirm right there with the falling forward air and get a panic option out of Nuggets so he could get a longer combo, but it didn't happen because that platform was in the way. And now it's been very difficult, Komodo, for him to actually find any combo starters, let alone anything on landing too, because Nuggets keeps catching this landing. That forward air was just so close to getting another stock.
And honestly, it's close to a stock for either of these two, because at these percentages, a forward air from Daisy, that'll definitely send the Sora close to that blast zone. But there's that confirm he was looking for. Sub 100% before that up smash hit. So that is huge for Unleashed. You can't usually get those KOs so early, but finally playing around these platforms, getting the confirms he needs.
Yeah, Daisy might not be the heaviest, but also Sora has some great KO power. You never want to sleep on that. We talked about it before. That turn up can lead to a dash attack combo, could also lead to an aerial based combo. Can't find it, but the big thing right now is just minimizing the damage. You're behind 149. We talked about that side B before. Tries to get him to go low. Does he get the read as he comes off the ledge? He's going to back off.
Nice right there, just covering at that roll distance. Nuggets knows that if he covered any closer to the ledge, Unleashed would be able to turn things around and start up a ledge trap himself. So if you just cover with that roll distance, even if Unleashed doesn't roll right into it, it's perfectly safe. You don't get punished for it. But because he rolled right into that back here, it's an easy stock for Nuggets, and he has Unleashed on tournament point.
Let's see if he can close it out. Remember, the last stock, the last game is always the most stressful. Even if you have a lead, it's not the most comfortable spot to try and close it out because you don't want to overextend and make mistakes. That's 88%. Tries to go for the downer finally. It's been a while since he's actually done that, and that tripped him up.
And that, you know what? Honestly, you don't usually use it. It's very punishable, but that was a great mix-up on the landing timing.
Oh my
but Nuggets says, do not try to cross me up one more time. Big combo from him to move on in the bracket. He got saved in game 4, and then he took advantage of it to the very bitter end.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Also, Nuggets going over like, hey, thanks for that, but why'd you do that, bro?
That was unwise.
I appreciate that. I love you, but why'd you do that? Honestly, though, you love to see it. We love to see more games because of it. As the set progressed, we talk about how great Sora is at dealing with this character because Sora is really good at beating float, challenging Daisy in positions where normally they're super strong. Most of that coming from the Sonic Blade in these edge guards. However, as the match progressed on, Nuggets started to find the opportunities to actually get gap closers and was always looking for the combo starters. Wasn't respecting down tilt early or the nairs early. This time was more patient, was able to come out on top.
And you just see, I mean, again, the adaptation over the course of a set, figuring out how each other's characters play. And I think that, again, Sora came out like, what, about a year ago? But a lot of people are still trying to figure out how to play against him. Even when these two play against each other all the time, every set is something new with a character that's come out that recently. And over that course of the set, you see the new things that are being thrown into the game plan, right? The wrenches that are being thrown at you. Nuggets just did such a good job of adapting to it.
Absolutely. Thank you once again to the DoorDash replay since we see that replay right now. This was the opportunity. This was the game.
You don't have to do that.
That was the game. It was over.
You never have to do that.
He decided to go for it, and you never had to. But like you said, they're homies, they're friends, and they did not want it to go down that way. Nuggets was able to come on the top because of it, but Unleashed a competitor. Yeah, there it is right there. Tail. Thank you, man. Thank you. And that's yeah, hard tell for sure.
That's love.
That's some homie stuff right there. I love to see it. Of course, it did not end in a way that worked out. Like, hey, I saved you that once. Let me go ahead again. Like, no.
there are no more questions for Unleashed because what happened if I didn't save him well? I won, obviously. And then if I did save him well, I guess I lost because Nuggets turned things around, played a really good set. But at the end of the day, when you come to a community like this where it's so tight-knit, where you know everybody, come to a tournament like this and you're going to see something like that with the homies. And then we're going to hear, I'm supposing, a little bit about that. So we're going to toss it to Raynessa at the stage to hear a little bit from our competitors.
Thanks, Ajax and Kimona. I'm here with Nuggets, and hey, you won this time.
Yeah, I actually earned it, except for that, the fourth game. But all that aside, I kind of earned it this time, a little bit.
I'm gonna say this is not Blitz Luigi. This is Nuggets, the winner of our match this time around. So appreciate you, round 2 interview up here with us, letting the crowd get to know you a little bit more. That was a tense, full 5-game battle. You pulled it out. You kind of, turned things around from the start. What was the mental game happening for you?
Well, so after that fourth game where he graciously saved me, I was like, that's my GOAT, because we play all the time, and it's always game 5. It's always super sweaty. I always love playing him. He's a great dude. And so after he saved me, I was like, he wants me to win now. Like, he wouldn't save me unless he wanted me to give it my all. So going into game 5, I was like, I need to play like my life's on the line. And I mashed my little heart out.
Yeah, you got given a gift. You know, it's rude. It's rude to, you know, not accept it. And so you're moving on, all right? So you know what the rest of the bracket is. What's the energy temperature check right now for going further in the bracket?
Honestly, I'm drained. I'm stressed out. I'm drained. I'm dehydrated. I'm a little hungry. And my leg's a little sore. So, you know, I'm going to go in there and I'm just going to try my best and have a great time.
Stressed out, drained, but you know, I heard hungry and thirsty, so DoorDash, if we could get on that, make sure Nuggets is, you know, like fully fueled up. We're gonna take a quick break and, take care of you, and then we'll be into more games soon after the break. Thanks, don't go anywhere.
That was rough. Why don't you just take the night off?
Your game's looking weak. You could use a little help leveling up.
Go again. Whew, your game stinks. You're gonna need these.
Stay in your game with DoorDash.
We're here at the Omen by HP booth once again with Keenan to talk about all the cool things Omen is doing here. You've seen their monitors up on stage. You've seen our almost pro players going at it. That last game, full 5 series. Keenan, I know you play, so as a Fox main, just tell us a little about that daisy crushing we just saw.
Yeah, that was incredible. We were sitting here watching it go 5 games, the crowd cheering it. It was really awesome to see it. It's great to see Smash up there, Smash at a convention again. It's just really exciting, yeah.
Yeah, it's been really fun. Now, right now, I'm looking at a line wrapped all the way around your booth. What are all these people waiting for?
Yeah, so we're really excited to unveil and launch our brand new portfolio of Omen gaming monitors, Omen by HP gaming monitors. And everyone in line here is to compete in our racing sim competition. If you get fastest lap of the day, you win a free Omen monitor. But plus, if you're just in the booth participating in any of our activities, checking out any of our brand new monitors, you have a chance to win a monitor of your choice and some really awesome HyperX peripherals. So yeah, you can come check out all the new HyperX peripherals, the brand new Omen gaming monitors, and our whole ecosystem setups over here. And plus, if you stop by the booth, you get a free Omen hat. They seem to be quite popular around here, so come grab one. I like them, but I may be biased, but come by, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of peripherals, there's also this really cute little duck. I love the duck. I love the duck. It's got a little keyboard and a little headset, and the duck has been traveling around with me since you gave it to me yesterday. Yes. So big fan of the duck. So if you want to check out the booth, Omen by HP, racing setup, cool new monitors, right by the stage. Plenty of time to do that. And for now, we're gonna head over to the casters for more Smash action.
Thank you, Rainessa, and welcome back to the PAX Arena here at PAX East. I'm Lyric, joined by a hometown native here, Winters, here on the desk. Winters, I mean, this is your hometown region. We're seeing a lot of great New England players coming out to play at this point. How are you feeling knowing that those are your friends up there?
It's so cool. You know, every Thursday night, we see Nuggets and Unleashed play 15 games at our local tournament. This happens so much. I'm often commentating it till after midnight. It's so cool to see them up on the big stage here, and also to see them play this incredibly talented field from other regions as well. We have a lot of players from the tri-state area up here, a couple of whom we're about to see as well. And it's really cool to see these regions kind of mix like this at this kind of event.
Absolutely. Once again, we are here almost at the end already of the Almost Pro 10K Open. Honestly, time has flown by while we're having so much fun. Crowd, how we doing? Are you guys having fun too? Let's see it. There we go. Love to see it, of course. And thank you guys so much for hanging out with us as well. We are about to head into winners semis of the bracket as well. Honestly, Winters, with all 4 players that we're about to see up here, it's so hard to tell who's going to be even in winners finals here. I mean, we have some very good household names, not only just from Tri-State, like we said, but also a representative from New England.
Yeah, so Sharp, one of our best players in this region. Sharp going to be taking on Dabuz, of course, who's definitely the top seed overall in this tournament. But those two should have a really interesting set. Dabuz has definitely had the edge when they've played before, but it's always been very tight.
Yeah.
So definitely could be an interesting set there. And also Cosmos and Jackal, another great set between 2 very evenly matched top-level players.
Absolutely. I think a lot of the times when we look at history when it comes to these matches, it's kind of very interesting to see when the last time both of these players have played on both sides. We'll jump into a little bit more of the logistics when we see it. I believe we're going to be starting with Cosmos Jackal. A lot of these players, when you expect them to be like these professional Smash players, you expect them to play a lot. Both of these players offline have only played just a couple of times, but the thing is, the Smash community is so large. There's tons of players going on from everywhere. I believe we are going to be seeing that is going to be Cosmos going up against Jackal first. Now, we were talking about this backstage, but to let our audience know, it's kind of crazy when you think about how active both of these players have been across their entire Smash career, that in Ultimate, they've only ever played twice. The game has been out for 5 years. The last time they actually played was Let's Make Moves in Miami, and it was a Game 5 set. And honestly, if that goes to show how close our Game 5 sets have been all day today, this one is going to be better.
Yeah, this one's going to be super exciting. We expect to see this be Wolf against Aegis. Definitely some pocket characters you could potentially see from Cosmos, but almost certainly going to be Wolf against Aegis throughout here. Cosmos has been rocking that Pyramithra ever since those characters came out. And of course, Jackal's been a Wolf player throughout the entirety of this game.
Absolutely. I don't think I've really ever seen Jackal even mess around with other characters too.
Nope.
I think when you think of blueprints of characters, you are going to be thinking Jackal for Wolf every single time. I mean, dare I say, I've casted a lot of Jackal in my day. Shout outs to the crowd too, always getting a little bit hype as we're going out for some giveaways. We were talking about those hats. I got one too, I was wearing it yesterday. Jackal though, once again, the blueprint for Wolf, always catching on to your habits right when you need him to alleviate the pressure. Wolf, I believe Winters, is one of those day 1 characters of Ultimate that have always just been super solid.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting when you see somebody like Jackal, because Wolf is that kind of character that's sort of the default pick for a lot of people. Wolf are very common secondary. A lot of people like to have a Wolf as an extra character they can play, in a bad matchup, because Wolf is very stable. He's very consistent. But when you do have someone like Jackal who really specializes in this character, it's really impressive how much this character actually can do. Far more than just the basic game plan that we see from some people.
I love the way that we're probably going to be seeing both players really run at each other. There's 89 characters in the game total. There's a ton of different play styles, but I have to admit, when I see just players running at each other and duking it out, that's the best type. Once again, you were right, Winters. We are going to be seeing Cosmos on the Aegis here, as Jackal going to be on Wolf. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if we do see a Corrin if things get tough. But once again, Aegis is regarded as one of the best characters in the game for a reason.
Absolutely, and we're going to start off here in Winners Semifinals. Pokemon Stadium 2, the most common starter stage in this game. And yeah, so both these two also coming off some interesting matchups in the previous round, both winning 3-1. Cosmos over Archangel the Pichu, and Jackal over Blitz Luigi the Mega Man. So for both of them, definitely a big shift here. Playing a very different matchup, with both of them playing some very awkward characters before and now playing much more conventional style in Wolf against Aegis.
I'm loving the way that they're both spacing around each other right now. Honestly, we're seeing a couple of mistechs from Jackal already, but it's not going to be too detrimental early in the game here. Cosmos, though, 70% already, still going to stick it on Mythra here. We really only want to switch to Pyra for these KOs, but Mythra does such a good job because she's so nimble and quick. She's able to stack on a ton of damage very quickly. Jackal, though, the savant of Wolf Flash, I've seen Jackal hit everybody with that.
Absolutely. I have a friend who describes Wolf Flash as ranged chic up smash. And Jackal definitely uses it in that way sometimes. We see a great edge guard with the neutral air. Can he get one more? That might do it, and that will be the first stock. So Aegis as a character, both Mythra and Pyra, very, very strong on stage. Mythra even more so with the speed, but Pyra with those big hitboxes also a force to contend with on stage. Both of them can really struggle, though, when they get put off stage far away. The recoveries don't go very far. They don't have too many mix-ups either. And it'll be important if Jackal can keep those edge guards going.
I love the apparent footstool coming out from Jackal as well. Just shows the confidence going into this set, too. One of the things you highlighted, Winters, was just the ability for the Aegis to be off stage. Unfortunately, though, Jackal reeling back in the chair. That's what we like to call in the community getting pineappled just a little bit.
Yep, gets caught on the bottom of the stage there. Unfortunate situation. Does still have a slight percent lead, but with the combo game of these two characters, the small percent leads don't really mean a whole lot in this game.
Yeah, still, once again, we're seeing neutral from both characters, both players here. Loving the way that Cosmos is always freestyling a lot of these Aegis aerials. Back air and down air in particular are two very interesting moves. We're going to switch to Pyra to try and get the air dodge in read, but unfortunately it's not going to lead into anything. Jackal just what I like to call boarding the platform, so just taking a nice little route around.
And I like seeing that from Cosmos, though, being willing to switch for that one big read, and it's pretty risk-free, honestly. Like, he just switched right back after. There was no real risk taken. There was no way Jackal could get over and punish him for that. And then he switched right back to Mythra to keep playing neutral. And now he's got this huge percent lead. He's got the Pyra out here to try to get the stock off.
Yeah, still, once again, I think Cosmos is playing so masterfully. Jackal, though, going to be able to find two forward airs. It's not going to be enough for a KO, but we'll be able to find Cosmos off stage here. Both of them, though, they know each other's characters so well. The falling up air is going to be able to beat out the forward smash here. As now Jackal kind of stuck in the corner here, going to be able to roll in. I mean, Cosmos not committing to anything crazy, but the up tilt and the up smash just clanking there. And still, this second stock is not coming off too easy, Winters.
And I really like the way Jackal is using lasers, especially as we've gotten to higher percents. He knows that he needs every bit of percent he can to make sure an up smash or something will kill. And while Jackal does eventually lose that second stock first, he does have a significant amount of damage, in large part due to those lasers, and now should be able to get the stock off with one more big hit.
I don't know, though. I mean, Cosmos playing a little bit more defensive than we're used to. The Wolf dash attack will send Cosmos off, switching back and forth. Good tech by Cosmos, but it's not going to be enough. That is going to be Cosmos losing their second stock here. And once again, we're going kind of toe for stocks here, but Mythra always going to be able to stack up damage very, very quickly.
Absolutely. All of her aerials basically combo into all of the other aerials at low percent. So
very true.
Can very much freestyle go. And one thing Cosmos likes to do, especially even more than other Mythras, is end the combos with up B, which doesn't leave you in as good of an advantage position all the time, but it does get you a lot of extra damage at the end of your combo. And we're seeing now that this game pretty much even. These two have been so back and forth. Lots of small combos. Mythra's hard to combo because of foresight. And of course, Wolf, relatively easy to combo, but Mythra's attacks don't do that much damage, so the damage is staying pretty even throughout here.
Okay, Jackal going to go for the back throw here, just trying to get a read on Cosmos' movement here. Cosmos has to stay in shield, eating a back air to the face, maybe closer to the ledge would be it for game one here. Cosmos going to use the prominence revolt, but instead the side special going to allow for safety back onto the stage. Wolf neutral aerial, though, going to send Cosmos off again. My goodness, I mean, Jackal's playing with fire, quite literally.
Yeah, Jackal has absolutely no fear, staring Pyra right in the face, knowing that almost any Pyra move can lead to a kill at this percent with this much rage. But Jackal is just not afraid of him. Still going in, still trying to find that one big hit. An up smash will kill at this point, a back air will kill. And a neutral air off the ledge might kill as well. There it is, and that will do it for game 1.
That's actually one of the first times that I've really seen Jackal apparently just wait and then go down there. A lot of the times you're expecting a Wolf player to really just kind of wait for you to jump off the ledge with that back air. Wolf's back air just one of the tried and true like checkmates for you. But honestly, Wolf neutral air also one of the best tools in Wolf's arsenal to use. Honestly, I don't even think Wolf has a bad aerial when you really think about it. Down air can also combo at times on stage.
I don't think Wolf has a bad move.
That's very true.
And we see right there that neutral air. That neutral air is such a strong edge guarding tool. You know, the back air is the flashier one. You get the high recoveries. You get the early kills around 60%. But realistically, in a lot of matchups with characters that don't have as strong recoveries, that neutral air is the checkmate situation. A lot of short-range tether recoveries, a lot of short-range sword recoveries. Even if you can trade with them, as long as you don't die to their up B, Wolf is the one winning that situation.
Sticking it out on the Aegis. Once again, everybody, we are in best of 5 territory, so it only just makes sense. I always like to say, if you're going to try a secondary, try it game 2. You never know. But once again, this is one of the best characters in the game. Cosmos, though, going to come out of the gate swinging so far with these light aerials here, sending Jackal off stage already here. But once again, Mithra Nair as well is also really good. It actually kind of makes a big circle around here, but Pyra is out right now, has to fight her way out of the corner, but still, Winters, it's getting a little bit rough here for Jackal as he's unable to get some damage on the board.
Yeah, this has been a really strong start from Cosmos. His movement really good this game. Jackal finally getting one good hit in, getting quite a bit of damage off it. And this is what Jackal is so good at. His combo game, Wolf's combo game as far as guaranteed combos is good, but nothing that special. However, Wolf's follow-up game, his tech chasing, his ability to just cover multiple options and tack on extra damage, that's where Wolf really shines. That's what Jackal's so good at. And after that really rough start, we're dead even.
I think Cosmos is doing a really good job of, once they're getting hit, just trying to maneuver around here. Cosmos, though, on the Pyro, looking to get this first stock off about a minute in, but instead Jackal will get the down throw, shooting out the laser, recognizing that the Flame Noma coming back on stage, really hard to beat. Falling up air once will send him up, and then up air twice will get that first stock for Cosmos.
And that Pyro up air is so hard to avoid. Even if you manage to go through it, the neutral air will also kill you at that range, so really not a good option there. Jackal just having to hope he can drift around it, and no chance to get down there. Cosmos takes the stock lead here in game 2.
Yeah, things are looking really good for Cosmos right now, but once again, like we've been seeing this entire time, Winters, it's back-to-back stock to stock, and just sending off the neutral air to make sure there's a cherry on top of that stock.
That neutral air just so potent in this matchup. Both of these characters struggle with the exact same kind of situations off stage. Mithra does have that option of the side B to get back to ledge high, but that is also super easy to hit from above with something like a Wolf downer. And the low recovery for both of them loses to the neutral air in the same spot. So while you can switch between the two characters to mix up some other characters, some other opponents, doesn't really make a difference against Wolf, and Jackal's exploiting that expertly so far. And now taking a big lead on this next stock as well, but always hard to keep leads in this game.
Absolutely. I love the way that Jackal's going left and right on the stage, trying to get Cosmos to be the one who approaches first. But still, both of them just trying to find a way in. Jackal doing a really good job shielding this time. Cosmos going to be able to find double nair. Good parry, but unfortunately chooses wrong. Now we're going to see a little bit of a scramble on the top platform. Both of them recognizing that that could go horribly wrong for either of them. So we're just going to go back to down to stage.
Yeah, absolutely could have been a stock taken by at least one player there. Wolf up smash at this percent might kill on the top platform. And you never know with Pyra at the top platform either. Even at 52%, I think Pyra has plenty of kill options, but gets caught holding in, and the Wolf forward air will actually kill off the top there. You do not see that on a regular basis.
No,
and now for the first time, we have a significant lead for one of the characters.
Nah, you cannot say that you've ever really seen that before. Jackal, though, going to get hit by a couple of back airs here. Cosmos throwing out the F smash just a little bit early. Jackal, if he's able to stabilize, he can use this rage really well. Mithra, though, rolling behind, so now still Jackal in advantage right now. I love how Jackal's just short hopping in the center of the stage, saying, you know what, you come to me, I know exactly what you're planning here, but here comes Cosmos, trying to get the read on Jackal, air dodging back down to platform, but still nothing going to be it. There's that landing nair once again. It's not going to be leading into anything else. There's the dash attack, Winters. And we'll be able to find the down air on the Photon Edge. That's Jackal going up 2-0.
And that's exactly what I meant with the Mithra side B. It is a useful mix-up option sometimes against characters that don't have such a strong spike option, but Jackal is so good with the Wolf, and Wolf downer is so strong. There's no way that you're going to be able to avoid that, and it's just on the execution of the other player at that point to stop you from being able to use that recovery option.
Going to Battlefield again. I like to say that players really love coming to Battlefield because it gives you that option to utilize the top platform, but I just think when you're not using the top platform as much, there are better stages to go to. Regardless, though, we will not be seeing the Corrin. We will be seeing the Aegis all the way through, which can't say is a bad idea here. Once again, Got 2-0 on the side of Jackal right now, looking to punch his way into winners finals to get a little bit more of that 10K prize pool, Winters.
And now we go into game 3. The Battlefield pick is interesting. I feel like this stage, compared to the other legal stages, is stronger for whoever has stage control. It's really important to not be the one stuck on platforms, not be the one stuck in the corner, because it's very hard to approach someone on this stage and get around all the platforms, get down from the platforms, etc. So whenever you win neutral, even just one time, you can take significant advantage of it. And right here, we see Jackal getting 82% off really just 2 or 3 interactions.
I have to say, I have to give Cosmos a lot of credit as well. We're focusing a lot on Jackal's play, but Cosmos has not jumped from ledge once, recognizing that that is Wolf's win condition at times. Going to Mithra, she is rather light, no tech, but unfortunately, Jackal not ready for it. Not going to be able to find the down smash there. There's the forward throw. Try and mix up the DI just a little bit, but then we're going to be able to find the dash attack to get first stock.
And that's a huge play from Jackal. That was a rough situation to go for anything else there. You know, the back air wouldn't have come out in time. He wouldn't be able to turn around in time. But Jackal just sees Cosmos doing the drop-down jump aerial from ledge. And Mithra's aerials are so safe if you let her land with them. Jackal to being the proactive option, going out and hitting her before she can land.
Oh my god, Wolf Laser does so much also to the mental really at times. There's the up throw by Jackal into the forward air, as now Cosmos getting juggled around just a little bit. Going to be able to use the platforms of Battlefield to just escape here, but Cosmos needs to start turning up. Maybe the up throw into the Nair will lead into something, but I think at this point, maybe you need to start hitting harder with Pyra just a little bit. The up air with Mithra's there, but no follow-up from Pyra. Jackal just going to take the neutral reset.
And that was so close to being a stock for Cosmos. Absolutely, a Pyra aerial, any direction of Pyra aerial might have killed all the way up there. So I like the idea to go for the big play, especially with this far down. Really has to make something happen. Almost gets spiked by the Wolf Flash. Lucky to get hit by the tower spot there. But yeah, really on Cosmos to make the big play at this point. And this is where Jackal is so comfortable. Will get caught by that up tilt and lose the stock, but has over 100% lead just from playing so patiently and consistently once he had that lead established.
Once again, Pyra really just kind of hits like a truck firing at you with tilts and smash attacks both alike here. Jackal trying to read where Cosmos is going to land. I have to say, I think that's the one thing that I think Cosmos has over Jackal. He's being very elusive and evasive on where he comes back onto stage here. Cosmos, the 119, a smash attack could do it right at the ledge after Jackal accumulating a little bit of rage as well. Could definitely send him off too, but Cosmos now has to find a way to fight back into this. There's the dash attack to send off stage, and now going a little bit high, unfortunately for Jackal, has not been able to land any of those F-tilts so far.
And what a great recovery option for Cosmos. We talked about how we saw the side B get spiked. We've seen the low recovery get hit by the neutral air. And Cosmos doing a great job going for that in-between recovery, up being just past the ledge, avoiding Wolf F-tilt, going around the potential Wolf neutral air. And now he's keeping the stock alive, and if he can even just get some more damage, even if he does lose the stock first, he's in a much better spot after a really difficult start to this game.
Blazing End is going to connect, but it doesn't matter. Cosmos, unfortunately, missing the tech and will eat the F-tilt for it. Finally, Jackal going to be able to find it. Now look at the advantage that Jackal has, recognizing, you know what, I don't need to go in. And Cosmos now sticking on the Pyra needs to get a lot of this consistent damage. The forward throw is going to be the start of it. Now Jackal stuck on the ledge. Here we go, Cosmos trying to chase around the stage, but Winters, it's looking like Jackal's going to be able to turn this around just a little bit in neutral, only for a moment though.
Yo, and Cosmos really going for all these big plays. If he does hit even one of them, the game is dead even. But it's really a rough situation to be playing Pyra in this matchup over Mithra in neutral, because you don't have that speed, and while you do have the range, Wolf is so evasive and is so perfectly willing to camp with the laser as well as go in with these faster moves that playing Pyra in neutral is so much riskier. Yeah. And now we see Cosmos go back. He really ideally needs to win neutral with the Mithra and then maybe get an early kill with the Pyra.
Ooh, okay. Gets the launch up with the Lightning Buster as well, as now Cosmos trying to shark where Jackal's landing to potentially get a Pyra up air. But the F-tilt is going to launch Cosmos off stage. Cosmos, one more chance here. Has to win this game to stay alive in winners. Jackal just backing up, shooting the gun, just waiting and ready to go. The Blazing End on stage will ensure safety, but Winters probably only for a moment though. Both of them are just trying to evade each other so well. Jackal looking for the dash attack as Cosmos just constantly going to try and reset here. Gets the forward throw though. It could go either way.
And he does have Jackal at ledge, but he has not been able to get these ledge traps. Usually both Cosmos as a player and Aegis as a character is so strong with their opponent on the ledge. but we're just not seeing much of that. Jackal's been so evasive, and it's incredible DI to live that as well. The survivability has been so good from both as finally Cosmos takes that stock, but Jackal, 1 or 2 hits away from taking this set.
Oh my goodness, 122 on Cosmos here on the Mithra. Things are going to get just a little bit more intense. Look at Cosmos not ready to commit to come back into the center here, as now Jackal just so predominantly waiting for Cosmos to approach to try and get a back throw here. But still, we're seeing such a patient game between both players. Going to get the mix up on the DI here, but still, once again, no punish on the landing, on no tech here. Cosmos switching to Pyra, trying to get the durability out. There is the dash attack though, and we'll be able to find the Nair. That's going to be Jackal 3-0ing Cosmos and going into winners finals here at Almost Pro.
And that was such a strong final play as well. We saw that dash attack come out earlier on the other side of the stage. Jackal doing it again. It's so hard to punish Blazing End or the Rising Aerials from the ledge reactively. Jackal being proactive, going out there, making things happen. And he used that dash attack so well the entire set, taking so many stocks with it, and also just opening up in neutral with it consistently throughout the set.
I have to say, both of these players going game 5 the last time that they played last year, and Jackal showing such a dominance in this one match that we had here at PAX Arena here at PAX East. I mean, Cosmos played very, very well. I just feel like Jackal really took the tempo, put it in his corner, and said, you know what? I'll wait for you to come to me.
Absolutely. We saw that last game go down under 2 minutes remaining on the clock. We saw the second game go to about, or the first game rather, go to about 2.5 minutes left. And that's not really what you'd expect. We were talking earlier on about, before this set, about how this is a matchup where you expect the characters to be interacting a bit more. But Jackal's patience was really good there. And he wasn't just camping or just playing defensive. He was just picking his spots so well to go in at the right moment, get those big advantages, and then sit back and wait for another opportunity to come to him.
Absolutely. Really good stuff, of course. What's up, crowd? You guys like that last one? Let's hear it. Hey, there we go. Love to hear a crowd on a good, Saturday morning? We still got more PAX after this day, too. There's tons of things going on in the PAX Arena. We got another great one coming up next as well, Winters. I mean,
this is going to be fun.
Technically, my home versus yours, right? Tri-State versus New England here. We got DeBuzz, sponsored by Team Liquid, going up against Naito Sharp. People may know DeBuzz just a little bit more. Why don't you give us the rundown on who Sharp is?
Absolutely. So Sharp's been one of New England's best players ever since Smash 4. Played Diddy and Sheik very well in that game. Has gone through an insane amount of characters in this game. I think Sharp has probably won sets with 30 or 40 different characters within our region. That's not an exaggeration. Really plays about half the cast of this game. Largely focuses on sword characters and Zero Suit Samus.
Yeah.
I would expect to see ZSS for the most part right now, but has a very strong Sephiroth, very strong Joker, and plenty of other characters that are not coming to my mind right away, but would not surprise me if he picks them either.
We saw both of these players play this morning, right? I had the pleasure of seeing Sharp absolutely go crazy backstage with Sephiroth. Sephiroth, my favorite DLC character, added into Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. We also have DeBuzz, though. I mean, we're talking about somebody who plays 100 characters, right? We're talking about DeBuzz now, who plays a kind of a combination of some odd characters, right? A lot of popular characters in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate are definitely in DeBuzz's arsenal, but he's actually really much more known for the Rosalina here, but it is going to be Sharp picking out the most popular character right now, and that's going to be Steve here.
So this is not what I would have expected. This is certainly not what we commonly see from Sharp. I don't know if we're into the set yet.
Yeah, it's probably the hand warmer. It's okay.
But this is, if this is really the matchup, that is going to be crazy. The Rosa is certainly what we'd expect. DeBuzz's character arsenal, Rosa, Min Min, Olimar, maybe Pit. That's what you're going to see from him.
I love, so you guys can't see it right now, but Sharp throwing on some really fun things about Steve. Steve is one of those engineer characters, quite literally builds stuff, but the way that you're able to kind of push minecart around in between blocks, the way that you're able to set up blocks for spikes, makes Steve really, really fun to watch here. But of course, you have DeBuzz on the Rosalina as well. Rosalina, what you like to call the kind of the puppeteer, right? Literally controlling the Luma. It leads into some really fun combos that you can actually do too, where you hit Rosa into Luma and then Luma gets the smash, or vice versa. Both of these characters have some really fun combos to them, so I can't wait to see what two really good players of both characters have to show for us today.
For sure. I think the first question is this the real matchup that we're going to see? Or is Sharp just playing with us?
No, I think...
I fully expect the Rosa from DeBuzz. Puppet characters are so fascinating across all fighting games to me. I think a lot of them are very interesting characters. But Rosa, really this game's premier puppet character. And DeBuzz has been playing her since Smash 4 released, basically. I mean, this has been his character ever since then. So absolutely someone we expect to know this character very well. A very difficult character in this game. Rosalina, a lot of very complex tech, a lot going on. But it is actually, we are actually going to get the mix up here. Neither of those characters. It's going to be Alpha against Zero Suit Samus.
I love when players do this to us, right? We were talking about this yesterday, how like Sonic Main 445 probably plays like Duck Hunt Dog or something.
Exactly.
So now we're getting tripped up. Once again, this is another great character in DeBuzz's arsenal here. It's all about the Pikmin lineup, Winters, as we're going to be looking for those 2 purples and the white. That's the big win condition here. But if it's one thing that Sharp is known for, like you said, is that Zero Suit Samus. We talked about nimble and quick like Mithra last time. I mean, Zero Suit Samus is just as quick.
Absolutely. This is also a very interesting matchup. This is a matchup where Zero Suit notoriously can struggle to a degree, but also on the Olimar side, it's incredibly precise for him as well. Olimar has to be very careful in neutral. Zero Suit certainly has stronger kill power and the ability to kill very early if you give her the chance to. So on Olimar's side, you really have to control the neutral throughout the entire game. And even though it's much easier for Olimar to get hits, it's harder to make them count. And that's where we really see the difference in this matchup.
The jump height on Zero Suit Samus is definitely going to be tripping up DeBuzz here. So far, though, going to be the one that stacks on the most amount of damage. The Pikmin do different percent. The Pikmin are very, very useful in their own different special ways, but you always got to be watching out for that purple one. The purple one does a lot of damage here. Also got to look out for blue, too. I think a lot of people sleep on the blue. The blue Pikmin actually makes your throw stronger as well. So now DeBuzz here trying to line up for a back air on the punch on the flip kick. Zero Suit, once again, nimble and quick. She can get herself out of a lot of sticky situations with a lot of this down special that we see.
We've also seen both of these characters get changed quite a bit over the course of Ultimate. Obviously, Olimar, a top-tier threat at the beginning, got nerfed very hard early on in the game. Zero Suit also had some nerfs that were relevant, the up B being a little bit slower now. I think one of the biggest things, though, Olimar is actually much larger than he used to be. The hurt box is much bigger than it was on release. And that actually makes things a lot easier for Zero Suit, who really struggles with getting low profiled on a lot of her attacks. She's got a lot of very precise, very specific hitboxes. And Olimar not being quite as short anymore definitely makes this matchup a lot more doable for her. But we do finally see that first stock get taken as the rising back air from DeBuzz will take stock number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. That purple Pikmin being flowered as well, just coming all the way to fruition. You know DeBuzz wants to keep that purple, so we'll just throw it back onto stage and look at that. Look at all that damage already. Sharp, though, trying to find a way out of here, but DeBuzz chasing him down with so much pressure right now. Finds the Zare into the kick as well, so we're potentially lining up for a stock. Honestly, a back air right from Zero Suit would do it, or the phaser whip with the side special. That's going to be Sharp coming back into this, but you've already taken so much damage, Winters.
Absolutely, and he's also got a white and a purple on deck here as well. The white Pikmin does the most damage latched on. The purple has the strongest attacks with both aerials and the smash attacks. Back air almost taking it, but now also has the blue for the kill throw. Blue up throw will kill very soon. Zero Suit, a very light character. That is Olimar's strongest option, kill option on a consistent basis outside of smash attacks, the blue up throw.
Though once again.
And a great whistle. That whistle has super armor on frames 2 through 7. Very fast option, but also very precise to get through things. But if you're able to whistle out of a multi-hit like that, you whistle the first hit, they're still stuck doing the second hit. DeBuzz uses that so well to get through and get that kill. And this is when you see someone who's discomfortable with this character. DeBuzz has played Olimar since Brawl, known as one of the best Olimars in the world back then. And played him throughout Smash 4 as a secondary, and then throughout Ultimate as a main or secondary. So comfortable with all the little quirks of this character and using them to perfection right now.
Oh, Sharp going for the boost kick all the way up. It's just not going to be enough here. Sharp now taking a ton of damage here. Will be able to find the reversal on the back air, trying to line up again, but still DeBuzz throwing every Pikmin possible when needed. There's the up smash. It's not going to be enough as Sharp chasing DeBuzz down right now. There's DeBuzz, though, once again finding the smash. And now still, like you talked about, Winters, we're almost in danger percent for Sharp, but it doesn't matter, going all the way out there for the side special.
And that Zero Suit side B is really the biggest threat to Olimar in this matchup. On stage, off stage, at the ledge, that's the big kill option that Zero Suit's looking for. And definitely it can be very difficult for Olimar to contest that, because he just doesn't have the range to compete with that, nor the quick mobility to burst himself around it. But it's working out for DeBuzz right now. That purple back air will almost kill. A blue up throw will kill at this percent. The purple aerials will start to kill very soon. And Sharp having trouble getting these Pikmin off as well.
Yeah, notice how DeBuzz just throwing out the yellow there, wants to conserve the blue and the purple for obvious reasons, though, but you attack right on the shield, and that is going to be the grab that sends Sharp into the blast zone for game 1. I feel like it's very much known, like, Smash level 2 when you're playing this game. Don't attack people's shields. It's so hard to get that poke out, and good players like DeBuzz are going to punish it every single time. And once again, you got the blue and the purple Pikmin. I mean, not exactly the lineup you want to be attacking a shield on.
Yeah, I'm guessing at that point, you're probably looking to pressure from the air. You know, Zero Suit's aerials are completely safe on Olimar's shield, but the grounded buttons, not so much. Those are almost all going to get shield grabbed. So definitely, as Zero Suit, you want to be maneuvering around in the air a little bit more often in that matchup, which we saw Sharp do very well for a lot of that set. Just one mistake at the end cost him that last stock. But with how explosive this matchup can be, that was not as lopsided as it may have looked. Absolutely, Zero Suit can kill you off 1 or 2 hits from that situation still. And he's going to run it right back. Same character, same stage, and we'll see if Sharp has any adjustments.
Honestly, from knowing and seeing what Sharp has played today, I'm very surprised that we're not seeing at least a character swap in the game 2, but already DeBuzz stacking on so much damage here, as now Sharp finally going to get a couple of hits in, trying to just keep going, but here comes DeBuzz, has 2 Pikmin latched on right now, as Sharp almost at 100%, about 30 seconds in, Winters. It's not looking good for Sharp right now. You're taking too much damage.
And that was so well played from DeBuzz. I love especially off that initial lineup, if you can get the yellow and one of the others stuck on your opponent, you're doing tick damage over time, and if your opponent goes ahead and kills those Pikmin, you just get to pull a white and a purple, and then you're in an even better situation. So it's always really good if you can hit those early snipes, get a better lineup, and get that tick damage going. DeBuzz doing that expertly. He's got a huge lead now, and a purple Pikmin that'll kill with many of the moves at this point.
Absolutely. Sharp 123 looking to try and find a nair into a boost kick, but it does not matter. Will be DeBuzz landing on the platform with the aerial. That does take Sharp's first stock here. Look at Sharp, though. I have to commend them for always just still attempting to go out there. Zero Suit is one of those characters where you can really just fly off the ledge at any time and be able to find a stock.
Great opportunity
just
there.
So beautiful by Sharp. Right back into this.
Yeah, so that's a huge play from Sharp, and that is really the explosive play you need as Zero Suit in this matchup. It is absolutely in Olimar's favor when there's just nothing of note going on in this matchup, but Zero Suit is the one with that more explosive potential. The early kills with the back air, the side B, the down B off stage. And now we have a very even game. Sharp doing much better than in game 1.
Yeah, for sure. But now still DeBuzz recognizing that starting to pull away with the lead just a little bit. What better place than to go into the corner? But Zero Suit and Sharp are very, very quick. Trying to get the prop up with the down tilt. It's not going to be enough. Still, the movement between both players has been really good so far. Sharp going to be able to find a falling up air. But you were talking about this last game, Winters. That whistle is such a good tool to get out of any tricky situation.
Absolutely. Whistle, when it was introduced in Brawl, Whistle actually only had 4 frames of end lag. It had 15 frames of armor. This game, nowhere near that strong, but it does still come out frame 2. So if you're precise enough with it, you can get out of almost anything that's not a guaranteed combo with that whistle. You just have to be very precise about knowing exactly when your opponent will attack you. And that's something DeBuzz has gotten so good at over the years using this character.
Once again, that blue and the purple lineup with the white as well, but you know what? Just taking the down air and taking the stock. I really like that coming out from Sharp. That definitely throws somebody off their momentum too. And for DeBuzz, while yes, the momentum may be shaken for only a couple seconds, I mean, that's a good way to kind of remind your opponent you're still in this.
Yeah, not certainly. There's a chance he was looking to.
Oh!
I'm sure I was saying something, but I don't think it matters anymore.
My goodness. And that's, you know, we were talking about this, right? Like 2 hits on a Zero Suit can be stock, and especially on a character like Olimar, all Sharp had to do was find the momentum, find the point. Crowd, you like that one? That was cool, right? Yeah, that was cool. Sharp's cool.
And those are the big plays that you need to see from Zero Suit. It's the big plays Sharp is obviously very good at. He's got so many different characters to do that with, but I think that's why he's really been sticking to the Zero Suit of late, is that this is such an explosive character. This is a character with those incredibly early kill options. I mean, DeBuzz was at 47 after the hit. He was in the 30s before the hit there. Right. Died cleanly off the bottom with such a light character. And now we go into game 3. DeBuzz had so much control those first 2 games, but we're all tied up. It's 1-1.
I have to call out that Sharp taking a very deep breath in. When you're fighting DeBuzz, somebody who is seasoned like that, you cannot lose your temper at all. Sharp recognizing that they're very much still in this, but my goodness, what a way to come back out if you are Dabuz right now. 65% of damage, 15 seconds in. That's already going to stack to almost 100 here as now Dabuz just trying to pull more Pikmin, double red, but now, my goodness, Winters, this is a really big lead already in terms of damage for Dabuz.
Yeah, this is a huge start, and I love that opening sequence with all the neutral airs. Olimar has very few moves without Pikmin, but that neutral air is really strong as a landing option. You can also combo into it, rising. And he did a great job using what is a very lesser used tool in Olimar's toolkit there, and got a ton of damage off the setups with that. With a lot of things that honestly look more like Brawl Olimar setups. And now he's already got the entire first stock off, and a huge lead here in game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Dabuz only now at 58. Sharp trying to line up for another aerial here. I think Dabuz did not expect to get hit by the stun. It's not going to be enough. One purple Pikmin is all that he needs to come out of the corner here. But still, just waiting for the time here. Whistle once again going to block the aerial. Dabuz so smart at the win condition here, Winters. But now Sharp still trying to make an opening for himself.
And I love the way Dabuz is using some of these moves. He's down tilted a few times this game. They've all hit consistently. All our down tilt, a very useful but very situational move. And Dabuz is just such a master of this character, able to put those moves in perfect places, get himself out of bad spots on defense, and turn it into an immediate offensive scenario. And that up smash out of shield will take the second stock as well. Dabuz up 3 stocks to 1.
Yeah, that one's got to hurt if you're Sharp too. You recognize that the lead is starting to fall away. Dabuz hasn't even pierced 100% in terms of damage just yet. And now you have 2 purples and the white online here, but it does not matter. Sharp finally going to be able to line up for the aerial.
And that's a big back air there. That's a really important stock. Because now, a 1-stock game, this is still doable. We saw him take that super early stock, around 30% to end game 2. It's totally still doable, even if he is still pretty far behind. We also saw a good adjustment with that up smash. The whistle will not get you out of up smash. So many multi-hits, the armor does not last long enough. So another great adjustment there by Sharp to get some extra damage.
Yeah, Sharp also now explicitly going for the grabs. The boost kick, though, will be punished. It may have been a misinput, but still now Sharp going to eat some of the damage from the yellow. And now here comes Dabuz, recognizing stuck in shield, so we can get something started. The down tilt into the up air is not going to be enough, but look how much damage Sharp has taken at this point. Has the purple ready to go, but no more blue. Double purple too, Winters. Things are kind of slipping away from Sharp, and you need to maintain right away.
And double purple and red, such a powerful lineup. Red Pikmin are actually as strong in terms of the multiplier as purple Pikmin were in Smash 4, and purple Pikmin are even stronger. So those can absolutely hit very hard. The yellow is also useful for the bigger hitboxes as well as the added hit stun. But if you can get rid of this yellow, then he's in the true kill mode. The blue Pikmin for the throw and the 2 purples for everything else.
So close to Sharp at 133. You can only imagine that a blue Pikmin is almost out in terms of order here. Has double purple ready to go. Dabuz just going to wait his turn to come out of the corner. There's the up air, though. That's going to be Dabuz going up 2-1 here. Sharp needs an answer. And do you think the answer comes in the form of character swap?
I think there's a very good chance of that. I think there's definitely quite a few characters that Sharp plays that do very well against Olimar, certainly at least better than Zero Suit. But I know that Sharp has been very confident in the Zero Suit recently, and after a really rough start, he did bring that game back much closer at the end. I think Dabuz just really stepped it up at that game. And Sharp's going to need to make some adjustments regardless of character to try to avoid the tick damage and the incredible offensive firepower that Dabuz is able to produce on a moment's notice.
I feel like every top player has this like passive trait where they drop one game and then they're like, wait, hold on, I'm really good. And I feel like that's kind of just what we saw from Dabuz here. Dabuz just going to stick it on the Alf. Sharp hovering over the Meat Gunner. I highly doubt that was going to happen. But thinking about the character swap, right? Has a ton of characters to go to. We saw Sharp warm up on the Steve. We know that there's a plethora of characters otherwise. May try the Sephiroth here.
I like this pick a lot more from Sharp.
I love this pick. I love this pick too. I mean, for personal reasons, right? Final Fantasy VII is just one of the best games of all time for me. But it is going to be the Sephiroth. Let's see what we're going to be able to do. The down special Scintilla, it does also act as a reflect, so maybe we could see a little bit more of that onto the Pikmin. But here we go, Sharp putting all of his faith into Sephiroth.
Now, this is a character Sharp plays quite a bit. Sharp is very strong in this character. Neutral air, very good at killing Pikmin very quickly and safely. Definitely a harder matchup for Olimar than the Zero Suit is. The range is a lot to deal with. The neutral air killing Pikmin definitely leaves Olimar's camping game a little bit weakened. And of course, the wing, as soon as you get to 80%, which happens very fast against all of Olimar's tick damage, means that you can have a triple jump and kill Olimar very early with your smash attacks.
The Masamune as a sword, while yes, is very skinny, it actually does extend so far out, though. Dabuz finally finding an open in, but here is the comeback factor, the one wing to do it all here. Here comes Dabuz, though, going to get the back throw at this point, as now Sharp just trying to find a way to use that wing. We get a little bit more power on our attacks, but unfortunately you're short hopping right above Dabuz. That up smash going to take first stock.
And that mix-up was so good from Dabuz. He's able to go up there, throw one of the Pikmin away so that he only has the purple in his inventory, back air the shield, which is safe with the purple back air because the purple is stronger, immediately turn around and up smash to punish a jump, and all of it was still purple because he had thrown the second Pikmin away. So the Pikmin management from Dabuz just so strong there, able to take that first stock, and with Sephiroth being so light, even as good as Sephiroth is in a lot of this matchup, he can still die to up smash very, very early.
Finds the falling forward air off of the platform here, as now Dabuz kind of stuck in a rough situation. The down smash not going to be enough. The watch your toes just a little bit here. But here comes Sharp still once again with a wing. But Dabuz playing so evasive here, trying to find another down smash is just not going to be enough. Sharp finally going to be able to get the back throw, looking for the forward air, but Dabuz going to evade so well. Gets the tech on the platform, or on the ledge though, excuse me, not going to be enough, but still Winter Sharp just needs to find this first stock.
And Dabuz doing such a good job taking advantage of Sephiroth's relatively weak out of shield options. That's one of the main areas this character struggles, really strong across the board in a lot of other situations. But Sephiroth's fastest out of shield option is that neutral air. It does not punish a lot of Olimar's aerials, including even the landing neutral air is completely safe. So we saw Dabuz go for that quite a few times. It can set up into a down smash on hit, and it's completely safe on block as well. So Dabuz really pressuring Sharp in a matchup where we'd expect him to camp the whole time. He's going in and out of camping and pressuring and doing it seamlessly. And even though Sharp takes that stock there, with a purple and a blue on deck, Dabuz absolutely one hit from taking this stock again.
Absolutely, and now Dabuz just trying to find a way in. The blue is offline, so maybe it's a little bit safer to try and go in and start getting hits here. Dabuz doing a lot of chip damage onto the shield of Sharp right now, but there's the up throw, gets the nair, but once again, the whistles have been fantastically placed by Dabuz the entire time now. Sharp, 126, hits the up smash, will be able to get rid of two of the Pikmin, still has the yellow to work with though. Dabuz needs to find a way to get this first stock. The back air not going to be enough, but look, going to throw the white away, but purple is online. Winters, and now Sharp needs to make it back to stage 156.
And yeah, Sharp does look like he's in a bad spot there, but there's really nothing Olimar can do to edgeguard Sephiroth. Doesn't have any hitboxes to contest that up B. So he is very safe to come back to the ledge, but at 156, any purple aerial will take it, but he throws the purple off stage as well. Looking for something with that yellow. The outed range is important, but Sharp's down smash almost taking the stock, and he's made a huge comeback here.
I'm so surprised with Wing that wasn't going to be enough, but both of them getting the jump, and then Dabuz finding the up air. They're so smart here. Sharp on his last stock in winners, as Dabuz still living two stocks, 126 now. You know Sharp needs to get this stock right here, right now. The Wing going into last stock would be great here, but already you're starting to take a lot more damage, Winters. Things are not looking too good.
Yeah, this is definitely looking difficult for Sharp, but we saw that incredible second stock that he played to bring back what was a huge deficit and make it a very tight game. So absolutely still in this game, as the Giga Flare does not quite work out. Olimar's recovery not the best in terms of has no hitbox above it, but he can stall out there for quite a while. So definitely not too hard for Olimar to avoid, but good to make him do something there. But reads the neutral get up, the purple forward smash with maximum rage. Dabuz will take this at 3-1.
And looking good from Dabuz. Of course, shoutouts to Sharp as well. Such a strong player. But once again, we talked about how Dabuz plays a lot of characters, but the ones that you wouldn't expect. Not a lot of the meta picks, as we like to talk about a lot. Look at I like the hat that Dabuz is wearing. A little flower on it, just like the Pikmin. As we check out the DoorDash replays from this winter semis here, it was such a close set. I love how we got to see this Sharp Zero suit. I think the Zero suit is definitely one of his best characters, but once again, I mean, we know that attacking somebody's shield with the Pikmin is just, the blue, it's just a perfect recipe for disaster.
Yeah, those blue Pikmin, the strongest for grabs. That down air off stage absolutely sent a message there.
Yeah.
Makes a big statement and then goes for that. That was 27% before the hit when he took that last stock. Taking advantage of that bigger hurt box of Olimar, as well as the no hitbox on the recovery. It's risk-free to go for that. He got a game out of it, but then we saw Dabuz really step up game 3. And even though Sharp played pretty well in game 4, Dabuz looked so confident that whole time, even in what was a relatively harder matchup than he'd been playing the rest of the set.
Absolutely. And that will be Jackal and Dabuz in winners finals here at PAX Arena, the Almost Pro 10K Open. As somebody who hails from Tri-State, let me just say how happy I am that we came to New England and we're in the top 3 already. And I cannot wait to see more, as we see more of the crowd here in the DoorDash crowd cam. How we doing, guys? I want to hear you. There we go. Love our crowd. I love all the beautiful faces in our crowd. We see so many good cosplays too. Like, we're in such a prime part of the PAX Arena Expo Hall too. So wave high. Somebody do a dab. Do it. Nice. Regardless though, once again, I think this might be it for us.
I think we're doing one more set here. We've got Cosmos back on stage. We've got Cosmos coming up against one of the New England Peach players. We'll see if it's Ling or Nuggets. I believe it is Ling. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup. We've got Cosmos on the Aegis, Ling on the Peach. This matchup can be pretty difficult for Peach sometimes, but also Peach very good at taking advantage of this character off stage.
Absolutely. I think if you didn't know Ling before today, just know, I feel like New England is home to so many amazing players that have been playing for so long. Ling, too, a veteran of this game. Played around with Ness a couple years ago, but now pretty much still on this Peach. I have to say, though, Winters, and I know you also play Peach, I think it's fair to say that Peach has struggled throughout the year versus sword characters, and now you got a pretty big sword to deal with.
Yeah, in fact, you have 2 different ones to deal with. This matchup, definitely, it can be very rough for Peach on the surface of it. But I think as you improve on the Peach side, it is very easy to take stocks very quickly if you do manage to get that hit in. The recovery, very weak on this character, as we talked about before. And of course, turnips are such a strong edge guarding option, as well as Peach being able to float out there herself. So it's definitely going to be up to Cosmo's ability to keep Ling from getting those scenarios in the first place, because there's not a lot of counterplay for Aegis once they're already off stage.
I feel like we have yet to see kind of Peach played at the full form in the hands of Ling. Ling, one of the savants of this character for a reason. It's so scary when Ling is able to kind of combo you across the stage. It looks just almost like AI automated at this point. Finds the down air, Cosmos air dodge, but unfortunately Ling not in position to get a back air to send Cosmos off. Good pivot grab though by Cosmos, will be able to find the up air, and Peach is very light, and that's going to be first stock.
Very light and very floaty, meaning she dies even earlier off the top than she would otherwise. And that the float that Peach has is very strong as a defensive option, but Pyra's sword is so big, it's so hard to use that double jump float as a landing option against someone like Pyra, something like Pyra up air, something like that. Cosmo's able to take that first stock, and has done a great job keeping Ling out in neutral and keeping her from getting such big damage. We've seen how good Ling is with his combo game and how much damage Peach can do when you let her as well.
Cosmos now trying to put more pressure on Ling on the stage here. There's the dash attack to send Cosmos off as Ling just chasing Mithra around. Once again, we've only seen really, really quick characters so far in these past 3 matches, and Mithra, once again, one of the fastest of them all here. Cosmos, though, looking to get a nice cheeky KO early here, but instead Ling will just kind of bat out here. Finds the kind of short hop turnaround back air. Yeah, so Ling is just a crowd favorite for how quickly he moves, and that's going to be first stock going on over to Ling.
And Ling, evening out the stock count, his movement's so precise. I love that little short hop float over the Mithra down tilt, set up that kill situation. And now, when you're at 8% against most characters, you assume you're safe. But if Ling gets a turnip in his hand, he might have some combos that'll actually take your whole stock. And we're seeing, even without that, some great tech chases and all that to bring this game back to a pretty even state.
Here we go, though. Once again, Cosmos stuck in the corner only for a brief moment. I'm loving how Ling is going for that instant turnaround back air, just like that instant, the way that he's able to play so quick and so nimble here. There is the back air from Cosmos, looking to try and find a down air, but still Ling going to be able to get something started with the turnips. Look out for those turnips, especially on this player.
Absolutely. Turnips are such a strong item, one of the better items in this game. I mean, not quite on the level of Gyro or Metal Blade, but certainly right up there with the best of the items in this game. And Ling is the master of them. He's got so many incredible setups. Quick 2 or 3 hit combos at high percents to take stocks, and long grounded combos at low percents to do upwards of 80 or 90 damage.
Ling has to be so careful getting out of this corner because Pyra reaches so far above her head too. There's the up throw, but Ling gonna be able to evade, but only for a moment. It's kind of like a little bit of deceptive there. Pyra F tilts so far out.
It's so big, and Peach, for as much as Peach can move in different ways, she does not actually move fast. very slow ground speed, very slow air speed side to side as well. So Peach kind of gives the illusion of being a fast character because she has so many movement options, but doesn't actually move with a ton of speed in side-to-side directions. And that can be difficult against Pyra, who the only thing you can really take advantage of against her, other than the recovery, is her speed. And Peach just not fast enough to really make the most of that.
Prominence Revolt is also going to hit, but Cosmos also going to get hit by the back air at this point. Lining up, great tech though, great air dodge out by Ling, recognizing, you know what, I don't got it. Instead, we'll just punish the ending frames onto Prominence Revolt, getting the forward air here, as now Ling 67%, and you're going up against Mythra. Great side special to get back on stage.
Ling loves that side B. He's also really good at getting the exact height where it'll auto-cancel if it whiffs, so he'll land with no lag if the move does whiff. So definitely something to look out for there. But Ling really loves that move. He likes using it out of the corner as a mix-up option as well, because it is pretty good on shield as well since you bounce away. So can be difficult if you're not ready to deal with it.
Cosmos trying to line up for a down air or a back air, but instead we'll just go right back to Mythra here. Ling still stuck in the corner, has done a really good job of getting out of a lot of tricky situations. It just feels like Cosmos is always 2 steps ahead, just a little bit. There's the dash attack, switching on over to Pyra, looking to try and find a loose aerial. There's the falling up air one, trying to find another one, but Ling couldn't have an opportunity to make it back down. Peach does have a couple seconds in the air to just float away.
And this is a rough situation for Ling. 144% in the air, gets above the Flame Nova, able to get back to the ground, and now so many moves will get the kill. That back air will be just enough. And Cosmos does take game 1.
Yeah, I think Cosmos is doing such a good job of switching between both Pyra and Mythra, recognizing when it's go time to potentially kind of fish out a KO a little bit earlier, right? We see a lot of the times we're launching up with Mythra with an up tilt or an up smash, and then jump to the platform, instant switch to Pyra, and try and finish it off with Pyra's up air, which does extend out a little bit more. It also does a little bit more damage. I guarantee you we're going to see the same matchup of characters the entire time, Winters.
I would be surprised if we get the switch. Ling does have a very good King Dedede, but I do not think that is the pick here.
I don't think that's the right answer.
I don't think that's the answer for this one. And Corrin does pretty well against Peach, but I don't think it's worth switching off the Aegis either. So I assume we'll see this the whole way through. Counterpick is Town and City. Now, Ling likes the stage a lot. I see him counterpick a lot of matchups here. This also gives him a lot of space to work with horizontally. He's able to play more defensively with turnips. And if you let Ling pull turnips, he does have those huge combos online as a big threat as well.
This is true. Town and City does also kind of transform here. We get the platforms out at certain points, and that's kind of go time for Peach to start doing her little fun with the turnips here. Already, though, comboing the back air into the dash attack. I love the way that Cosmos is so confident, saying, you know what, yeah, I could just go to this platform while it's out. I have no fear of just going into that blast zone, but my goodness, once again, chasing all the way with Pyra, but great tech into the stage, does not matter. So close to getting that first stock, and once again, Pyra coming in always for the finisher.
And Cosmos doing such a good job using both of the characters so well here. And also really showing off what makes this matchup so difficult for Peach. One of the places she's usually very safe is with her recovery. That Parasol very hard to challenge for most of the cast. But Pyra downer is so massive that even though that downer didn't actually spike, it was able to stage spike and he was able to punish the tech. That even though Ling was ready for it, ready for that tech, Cosmos is still able to get that stock and now taking a big lead with some percent on the second stock as well.
I think Cosmos definitely knows who he's fighting against. I feel like a lot of the times we're not letting Ling not only pull a turnip, but denying Ling the opportunity to get these large combos. Throws the turnip with the instant switch and able to get the reversal right now. Ling off stage as Cosmos kind of pressuring here. There's the Prominence Revolt to take it off the side.
And that was expertly done by Cosmos. Just the slightest bit of a misplay from Ling. And that's what you really see at this top level. That was not a huge mistake. He just barely missed the edge guard. And while a normal player may have just recovered around him and taken the stage back, Cosmos was able to get an entire stock off of that with Peach starting in the low 50s for percent. And now finally loses his first stock, but Cosmos dominating this game too, looking to go up 2-0.
Ouch, coming down from the Angel platform and instantly eating a forward smash there. Not exactly what you want to see if you're Ling. Gets the down throw into the back air. It's not going to be enough here. Finds a falling back air though. Mythra off stage, but I think Cosmos is doing such a good job of getting the B reverse on the up B every single time. Winters, honestly, Ling is looking to be in trouble, but potentially get the edge guard right now, but still, Cosmos' placements on every special has been fantastic today.
It's been really good, and Ling he has gotten quite a few of these precise combos on this stock, bringing the percent back. But he does still need to get the second stock off the board, and then maybe get a full, zero to death combo with a turnip, or he has to play neutral perfectly for about a minute and a half. So
Cosmos,
both of those sound pretty difficult.
Cosmos switching to Pyra, looking to get the neutral B, but instead will be able to find the back air. Cosmos going 2 3-0 up in the set so far. We have one more potential game to play. If you're Ling, what do you do? Where do you go? Do you go back to Town and City? Do you figure out something else? Do you try and get the switch up with maybe something like Kalos? Kalos is legal here.
Yeah, Kalos I think is a really good stage for Peach especially, and there's a good chance it might be banned, honestly.
True.
But I think that we might see the run back right back here. That was really a situation where there was one unfortunate edge guard dropped, and that really cost Ling that entire game. We are going to see the counter pick over to FD, it looks like. So Final Destination, this is a very good Peach stage. It's a very good Peach stage in every game, honestly.
True.
And I think we are going to see the same matchup run back again. This time, no platforms whatsoever. And I think Aegis uses the platforms so much better than Peach does.
Yep.
And Ling also a particularly good player with the flat stage here. I think this is a good counter pick, and we'll see how it works out.
Honestly, we talked about this a little bit earlier with Town and City, with how the platforms kind of disappear and giving Peach this open stage to get her combos. And already out of the gate with no platforms, Ling going to be able to find at least 65% here. Stuck off stage though, Cosmos now very confidently chasing Ling around everywhere. That move right there is called Foresight, everybody. It allows for Mythra to get out of a lot of sticky situations. Pyra does not have it though, so it's kind of a Mythra special.
Yeah, for those of you who missed Bats Within, we have it again. Even better than this game's Bats Within. Maybe not as good as Smash 4, but it's certainly up there. Actually, it's definitely better against projectiles. And we see that in this matchup. You can get out of some of Peach's very precise combos sometimes, and definitely also get a punish whenever you do. So that is definitely hard for Peach to deal with. Ling is playing this much better, though. Can he get this edge guard, though? He's been missing these edge guards in important scenarios.
I think the stage also allows for Ling to get into position a little bit quicker too. A lot of the times you want to get set up, maybe pull a turnip, have everything ready to go. The Blazing End though is going to allow for Cosmos to get back on stage. Fishing for another aerial with Pyra, will be able to find it straight to Mythra though, and will eat the back air for it. We're going stock to stock now. Ling can definitely make the reverse 3-0, but this one's going to be a little bit difficult.
This one's going to be really tough. It's a tough matchup. It's a good player who clearly knows the matchup very well. And I do think Ling is playing it better this game 3, and the FD pick is working. But keep in mind, even if he does win this, he'll have to win 2 more games on Cosmos' counter pick, so he'll not have another game on FD.
No tech, and Ling chasing Cosmos around the stage right now. There's the falling Nair as here comes Cosmos again, getting tons of damage with Mythra here. It's basically even. Ling once again has been amazing at finding all of these falling back airs, but recognizing the position Ling is in, didn't want to overcommit here. Trying to get Cosmos off the ledge, going for the forward smash is not going to be enough. Winters, we are back in neutral.
We are, and we're actually in a really rough spot for Ling out of nowhere. He had that edge guard, he had the turnip in a perfect spot, could have comboed it into a forward air, could have comboed it into a neutral air. It looked like he just wasn't super confident in it. Allows Cosmos back on the stage, and now we have a dead even game. Ling does not have the stock lead that he could have had there.
Absolutely, shielding the Prominence Revolt as well. Now Cosmos being very careful out of the corner. Eats a little bit of the hit of the up air, eats the Nair as well. There's the dash attack, it's not going to be enough, not all hits. But look at Ling, trying to chase with the up air. We'll find another dash attack. We're sending Cosmos coast to coast here, everybody. The Prominence Revolt not going to be enough here. Going for it again, recognizing that it's not there. Ling just so desperately trying to find this stock, but Pyra has so many tools to ensure her safety back up to ledge, and oh my goodness, the Nair gonna get that stock.
And it just at a certain point you cross a threshold where almost every single Pyra move will kill. Jab, all 5 aerials, 2 of the tilts, and the 3rd one can set up for a kill. Just there's nowhere on screen where you're safe. And we saw at that point Max Rage, super high % on Peach, very little that she could get hit by and not die. So at this point, Ling really needs to get the stock off. 155, a lot of things will kill, but Peach does not have a kill throw other than a back throw very late on. So really gonna need to find something here to make this happen. Maybe an edge guard, maybe a stray forward air or a neutral air. Or an SD, that works as well.
No, you hate to see that from Cosmos, right? Had the right idea, trying to get the air dodge up to grab the ledge, but instead it's not going to be enough. Ling, though, with the dot eyes, it's a very, very good turnip. It does a little bit more damage than some of the other ones. But you're obviously always looking for a Stitch Face or maybe even a bomb to send Cosmos off to. There's Ling, finds the forward air. But once again, Cosmos being so evasive with this Mythra, not letting any of these combos happen here. There's the down air, but still Winters. Ling is really trying to fight his way back into this.
Yeah, this has been rough. Hasn't been able to get those big combos that we usually see from him, and really hasn't been able to pull turnips at all. You know, you mentioned the dot eyes. That was the first unusual turnip we've seen. Everything's been either normal or winky face the whole time. And, you know, as much as that is random, obviously, you can just get very lucky. you're always going to get more good pulls if you have time to pull more turnips. And Cosmo's not allowing him to pull enough turnips, not allowing him to get the chance at those random pulls. And now we're in a last hit situation against Pyra, one of the scariest characters to fight in the last hit spot.
I am loving the way that Cosmos is just threatening the Pyra at this point. Up tilt not going to be enough here, but will be enough very soon. Ling being evasive with the way he's floating back onto stage, and now you're kind of stuck at the right corner here. Oh no, hits are going to trade, not in Ling's favor here. Ling, though, going to be able to grab ledge, but Cosmos so scary here. Just going to take the forward throw and go for the read on the edge guard once again. Here we go, though. Ling has to be so careful, but if you hang out on the ledge a little bit too long, you lose your invincibility frames. That's going to be Cosmos going up into loser semis, I believe, and we have yet to determine his opponent.
Yeah, it's a big win for Cosmos. Well played there. Ling certainly put up a fight, went on a great run today, getting 5th place here at PAX Arena. But Cosmos will move on. He'll play the winner of the next set that'll be on stream in a couple minutes, which will be, of course, another New England Peach in Nuggets against Sharp. A matchup we see quite a bit in this region. But that was expertly played by Cosmos. He'll be into top 4 with the Aegis. And we will have, we've got Dabuz and Jackal in winner side of top 4. Loser side will be Cosmos against the winner of the next set.
Absolutely. It has been such a pleasure so far, Winters. Honestly, the crowd is coming to life as well as we're getting right into now the top 4. We're going to see who's going to be meeting Cosmos there. But dare I say, this has been a very exciting last day of the Almost Pro 10K Open presented by DoorDash as well. It's been so fun. I do believe that's it for us, though.
It certainly will be. Thank you so much for everyone for tuning in this weekend. I'm Winters. This is Lyric.
Hi.
Thanks for hanging out with us. We are going to hang out with you for just a moment before we get our next casters up here. But definitely some interesting matchups. You know, we've seen a lot of unusual characters today. But of course, in the end, it's going to be a lot of the characters you expect to see, along with, of course, Dabuz and his pool of misfits in Winners Finals.
I think misfits is a very good word for it. I do want to see in the next set, when we see Sharp, maybe have that Steve come out. We have not really seen a lot of Steve. And honestly, Sharp being as good of a player as he is, I think that Steve would actually do some damage here. It's also really good to see Sharp come offline and still have that dominance as well. Definitely one of the strongest players on Wi-Fi, going up against Nuggets as well. I have to say, this region has so many peaches.
It really does. You know, we only have 2 who are consistently at like a really high level like that most of the time. But we've also had multiple others step up over the course of time. We've had as many as 4 Peaches who can like top 8 locals in a very difficult region. So it is pretty crazy the amount we see this character. Certainly a very strong character, not as strong as she was early on in Ultimate, especially with all the new DLC characters giving her a lot of trouble, like we just saw. But definitely still a very strong character, and we do really like her in this region. We see quite a bit of her around.
And speaking of regions, of course, I always just want to give a shout out to all the locals that the Smash community has. I mean, I think in New England alone, you have a local every single day of the week. I know in Tri-State we have it too. So if you've ever wanted to get involved with your local Smash community, there are tons of resources. Everyone's really, really friendly. But we are going to be actually throwing it over to our newly added analyst. That's actually going to be our friend Ajax over there. Ajax, what do you got for us?
Oh, what a fantastic run Ling had leading up to this point, but that's going to be the end of his run today. As we were just talking about, we have a lot of Peach players in the area, but one of them does fall, and for good reasons. I was taking a look at the DoorDash replays. Cosmos is one of the best in the business at adapting, and we're going to take a look why. So, the first game, this entire coverage you're at the ledge. Every time you're dealing with Cosmos, anything with Pyra or Mithra, it's very easy to catch them as they recover. So we're gonna go ahead and play, see how this plays out. He gets aggressive, that's your jump burn. So Ling goes off stage. Now he techs here. Ling is now down here. It's on him to either air dodge here. He could decide to get aggressive and swinging again, but he's already burned a jump. He did just tech though, so he has another chance. But instead, as we continue, he's going to recover high, and he's going to go with the Prominence Revolt. So, as we play, we're going to go ahead and show off the up B. Now, he air dodges his back. The reason why is just before he had the same play. He hit Ling for it, but Ling smartly air dodged over here, which this is a massive hitbox. And once you get caught by that, Cosmos gets back to center, he's safe. Instead, Ling sees through it, gets the punish, knocks him out on the side as we play it through. This is a free punish almost every time. Now, that doesn't happen twice. as we go into game number 2. Very similar situation. Ling rolls on. This time, he goes aggressive. So we're going to pause right over here. As you can see, I'm going to switch positions. This covers the high recovery. Once that's gone, you have to go low, which guarantees Mithras going down here. That means you have to switch or air dodge. And if you air dodge, you're probably not making it back. So what do we see out of Cosmos instead? He switches. That guarantees he has a new route, but right here, he reverses it. And now Ling just got hit out of float, so he has to go down here or recover high and be very risky. And because of the fact that he goes high, we're gonna continue to play. Cosmos sees through it, goes out there, forces him to fade back. You have to go down here now, which guarantees this Prominence Revolt will hit, and that's gonna get the stock. That's pretty much how it went past that point. He never let Ling adapt again, and that's why Cosmos is now gonna take that trip to the winners finals, and also a little bit closer to that money. We're gonna throw it back to the desk. Thank you once again, DoorDash, for those replays.
So much, Ajax, for that rundown. Love to see us moving into an analyst segment as well. I know a lot of people, they truly love like analytical Smash commentary, but once again, I'm Lyric, joined by Winters here, and now we are going to be moving into an interview on stage. What's up, Raynessa? Tell me what you got.
Hey, that was a really cool breakdown there from Ajax. So commentators, analysts, I think on fire, but also on fire. I'm talking to you again today, Cosmos. What's the energy level like?
I'm just trying to stay composed to make this run back to grand finals.
Do you feel like Ajax just gave away all your secrets there with that breakdown?
No, because honestly, it doesn't really matter because I play a character that's so good that even if you know what she's doing, as long as I do it well, you still can't really do anything.
Oh, okay, so the character's so good, man. Thank you, the crowd is on your side. The absolute confidence there. So, you have more matches to play. You're feeling confident. You're feeling like the character's enough, right? Or you're enough.
I feel like I'm enough. I feel like I wasn't playing that well in winner's bracket, so I feel like I had to lose that set in order to get back on my toes, and now I'm more motivated to want to win this tournament because I know I have a long path and a hard path, so I'm very excited to play the rest of the tournament.
Plus, if you get to have the exact same matchup again, which I believe is still possible, right? Now it's a beef. You got something to prove, and you're coming in with the momentum. You've got that, right?
Yep, that is the goal, and especially because he beat me the last 2 times I played him, even at a different tournament from this, I definitely want to win the next 2 sets against him so that I can have the head-to-head against him.
Okay, well, so we know now what Cosmos wants for our results moving forward. We're going to take a quick break, let you compose, get some new competitors out here for you, and I hope I get to interview you again. All right, we're headed to break. We'll see you soon, PAX Arena.
Maybe this will help with the sting.
Your game's looking a bit sloppy. Here, let me help you clean that up.
Stay in your game with DoorDash.
Welcome back to the Almost Pro tournament here in the PAX Arena, but we've changed perspectives a little bit. We're down over at the really cool DoorDash booth. I haven't really said this yet, but I feel like I need props. I have ordered DoorDash every night here because I don't want to walk anywhere for dinner, and it's been phenomenal. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. I take full responsibility and credit for that.
Yes, it was all Will. Will did everything. All right, Will, why don't you break down some of the cool things that DoorDash and gaming and everything that you're doing here?
Yeah, absolutely. This is our first year at PAX East. So we brought this really cool booth, and we've got so much merch that we're giving away, t-shirts, bags, bucket hats, most importantly. And of course, we've got a Discord that we're launching where there's all sorts of giveaways happening for different merch, including our bucket hats. That's discord.gg/DoorDash Gaming.
Amazing, amazing. Didn't get tongue twisted at all. Bucket hats there. And that's not just PAX attendees, right? We have people watching at home.
That's right. If you're at home, definitely get into that Discord. There's chances to win merch in there. And we're also doing some secret meetup in Discord. So join in there. We're giving away some merch here at PAX later on tonight.
Wow, secret meetup. Well, okay, secret spilled, but that's okay because everyone was going to join the Discord anyway, so it didn't need to be a secret. Okay, so now you get to play our game. So, Magic Beach Ball, which has, rewards on it that totally 100% are happening. Definitely, not just for the sake of the game. All right, you're gonna catch it? Okay, what is your pinky finger on?
Is on 2 a.m. ice cream button.
All right, so you have a button that at 2 a.m., if you want ice cream, you hit it, and DoorDash just shows up and brings you ice cream. But in order to get that, all right, what's on the ring finger this time?
Always upside down camera.
So your camera in every call, in every FaceTime, everything is always upside down. Do you take it for a 2 a.m. ice cream button?
I take it for the ice cream button every time.
All right, he's taking it for the ice cream button. Casters, you're gonna have to give us your take on this. We're gonna head over to you from the DoorDash booth. Thank you.
He's gonna take a picture of us. Hello everybody and welcome to the Almost Pro 10K Smash Open here at PAX East. I'm Vicky Kitty and I'm joined with one of my amazing friends, Koopa. And we're gonna be continuing you guys by taking you through the rest of the losers quarterfinals. I'm super excited, Koopa, especially after seeing all the other sets that we've seen so far. There's a lot on the line here. This is a 10K Open.
It's been a long weekend, Vicky, full of some great Super Smash Bros. Action. And I am so happy to be able to sit down and, share a cup of coffee with you for these next couple of matches. It's going to be a real slugfest to get to the end here. And we are going to be in for a treat here. We're going to have some local legends stepping up to the plate here. It's going to be Nuggets going up against Naito Sharp.
Now, what's crazy about Naito, I was talking about him in the back. Nuggets, I know, has been a familiar face within the region. When I take a look at Naito, though, I see him a lot at different events, and I feel like this guy could literally play the random button. He plays so many different characters. It's very impressive. But giving a little bit of a highlight, looking at the history between these two players out here, Naito has been able to come out on top in the majority of the sets that they've been able to play. I believe it's like the difference is 20-5 or something like that. But it has been an era where it's actually 21-9. There you go. So I mean, still pretty significant.
Yeah.
But the last time that these two played was at Mash Harder 5 during top 12, I believe. So a lot of the local heroes that these two have been able to experience between each other.
Yeah, Sharp definitely made a name for themselves during the the online era of the game, placing very well in a lot of these online tournaments and qualifiers for the bigger events. The Swiss Army knife of Smash. He plays so many characters, can play a number of characters at a high level. And Nuggets, on the other hand, probably one of the best kept secrets in New England. Such a good player. Peach mains are just oozing with You know, they're oozing with fundamentals, oozing with just real solid play, and I'm really, really excited to see who comes out on top here.
Listen, Koopa, what do you mean? Peach players? You mean Daisy players out here? Okay, okay.
You're gonna hand me out to my bad, y'all.
Nuggets says put some respect out here, okay? He's been able to make it this far with the Daisy, but we highlighted Naito and his intense pool of heroes that he's been able to also play. Sheik being one of them, of course. We've seen the Cloud, we've seen the ZSS, the Joker, and he's already trying to schmoof out here, trying to take Nuggets all the way to the other side.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be quite the matchup here. Obviously, Sheik known for a high, input per. She's able. Her moves come out real quick. They're not going to do a whole lot of damage. And the thing about Daisy is that it feels like Daisy just lives forever. You know, she's not necessarily known for her durability, but it feels like she's a very tense character with how long she's able to survive some of these stocks.
At least with the approach that we see from both Daisy and Peach, that down air trying to get on top of your shield, something that you have to worry about when you are jumping on top of Naito's face, especially while being on the Sheik, is a drag down up air that you could confirm into your forward tilts and then into a nice string combo when you talk about the damage input that Sheik does try to put on with those high level combos. But it's about the damage output and the knockback that she lacks, which is the downside depending on the fact that Daisy/Peach also doesn't really have that issue when it comes to solidifying those stocks of the fair.
Yeah, you'll see, those, piece stocks that start at 0%, and it takes you all the way to the blast zone. And right now, Nuggets doing the right thing, just kind of keeping it close. There we go. This is exactly the scenario we're talking about here. Nuggets going to be able to set up on the ledge here, but Sharp able to survive and almost getting the 50-50 on that platform.
Yeah, but that tech roll into the platform, going to send Nuggets over on the right side, avoid that up smash. Something scary to look out on Battlefield specifically is that up smash that kind of sneaks its way right through the top of the platform.
There we go, trying to go for the bouncing fish there. Now having stage positioning is Nuggets dancing around the shield. Ooh.
Yeah, you may be floating around there. I was expecting maybe a float cancel into just going in for a dash grab, perhaps trying to get a back throw, but a little bit more safe than I was expecting originally. But this is what you have whenever it comes to these high percent situations, especially when you still have all your stocks to work with. Oh, the drag down into the up smash. We're talking a little bit about that when you linger on top of Naito, especially with the drag down up air. You have to worry about that into the up smash on top of these platforms.
Yeah, excellent stuff right there from Sharp. The back air, though, won't connect. Good stuff there from Nuggets, not letting the lead snowball in front of them, able to equalize it in terms of stocks here. And now at 0%, it's anybody's game.
Keep the patience here. It's the forward tilt. Dancing around the platforms, I like the utilization from the platform, specifically from Nuggets. Does get that dash attack, but doesn't go for the cross-up. Nice space, though, so that way he doesn't get punished. The down tilt into the up air, gets the back air, chases him up in the air with a full hop back air right there, too. And I like that drift back with the down air on shield because of the things that we were talking about before. You want to be able to space it out, not linger too far on top of Naito for too long with the down air.
Yep, there you go. The down air from Daisy, though, going to come out and once again buy some stage position here for Nuggets. Gets the down tilt to get into the forward air. That forward air, such an important tool in Daisy's kit. Vicky, there we go. Nice little exchange right there.
Little bait and grab, too. You have to think about the fear that Naito's feeling at this percent. You want to hold shield against the ledge. You want to avoid getting fared. So that was a nice cancel from the float, kind of putting in that pressure, forcing him to hold shield by the ledge, and then getting that grab instead. Does get that back air. 150. Naito still living the nice little ledge trap into the back air to solidify that stock.
Excellent stuff right there from Nuggets. And now Daisy kind of in that awkward percent where, she's definitely going to be able to get some longevity here. Curious what Sharp's approach is going to be here. But there we go, gets the F-tilt into the forward air and still continuing to have control of the stage here.
The timing right there onto the parasol to get right back to the ledge. Gets scooped up into the down tilt, the drag down into the down smash, actually. Really interesting. I mean, he doesn't really have rage to work with. You talk about Sheik's kill power in general, and unfortunately, it's lackluster. Don't have the rage here, but you are at 140 if you're looking at Nuggets. Looking for an opportunity, but nice parry into the forward smash. It's all that extra damage that Nuggets is cashing in on.
That 9-iron, Vicky, it really hurts. So.
Trying to go for a whole one maybe over here too. I mean, the damage racking up is definitely looking like he successfully has been able to do that, especially when it comes to maintaining stage presence here.
Yeah, and it's just so scary whenever Daisy engages you on your shield. You don't quite know what's going to happen to you. You know, you see Nuggets able to break out these long strings of damage. Sharp fighting their way out of the corner. Almost gets the drag down. Ooh, but gets it and still not able to get the follow-up, though.
I do like how, oh, nice. Follows up with another back air. I mean, he had all the time in the world to react to that. Just block off that entire side of trying to get to the left side of the ledge. But something that Naito's doing a lot more, trying to chase down Nuggets, who has consistently rolled into the platform, whether it be to the right on the left platform or to the right on the right platform. So Naito has kept that in mind after the first tech chase.
Ooh, but the forward air will connect. It is not going to be enough. The lightning will lie to all of you. But, oh, there we go. Going to get the little fair string across the stage. Mixing it back the other way now.
Oh, he's like a shark in the water. He gets the needles. Oh, I was almost expecting bouncing fish here. He still tries to extend the pressure by the ledge.
Wild stuff from Naito Sharp. There we go. We all know what Peach is looking for, or excuse me, what Daisy's looking for here. Could be a fair, could be a back air.
So scary. The way that Naito is literally just trying to shark underneath the Nuggets. He gets the drag down, tries to go for a second rising down air, or rather up air right there. Oh, the nair into the chase down in the up smash. That was beautifully timed right there and executed by Naito.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from Sharp. Again, that could have gone, whoa.
Whoa.
Sorry,
Hey.
There's an upside down camera we were talking about earlier. Again, excellent stuff right there from Sharp. Again, you could just see with every exchange in neutral just how this matchup can just tilt on its head. You know, both these characters are able to output damage at such a high octane that whoever's able to get that last confirm in usually is the one that ends up winning. So, you know, we'll see if the triplats are any kinder here to Nuggets. But again, right off to a solid start here. Again, we've seen it time and time again. Those low percent Daisy combos, the Princess combos, Vicky, are so intense.
Yeah, my eyes still water watching it, but it is that back and forth that you highlighted. It's just because you see the Princesses, they just do so much damage out the gate, especially between the nairs, the down tilt startups into the nairs. But then this is the scary part. Being on top of Daisy, you have to worry about the up air. Where do you land? Yeah, you got the triplats to reset, but we know that Sheik, with Rage, at least in a situation like this, if you manage to keep Nuggets by the ledge, you could go for a little cheeky bouncing fish. But the dot eyes are on board, the back air did connect, and now Naito's trying to get his way back.
Yeah, real dangerous straights there for Naito Sharp, but again, just trying to get back in the percent game here. There he goes, let us combo to start's way to be able to do so. Good F tilt right there. Ooh, and the air dodge from Nuggets, giving up a little bit more defensive positioning.
Oh, trying to go for a back air, but Nuggets said, no, I'm going to be able to use my back air first to perfectly time that. 72%, 136, but the Rage is stacked up. The drag down, that would have been crazy. Amazing air dodge, but it doesn't even matter. Taking you like he's Mr. Worldwide on the other side of the battlefield. He manages to still get that second up smash.
We are not in the 305, however, still, like we say, able to get around the world here. Excellent stuff there from Naito Sharp. Now having a lead here, that's so crucial here. Let's see what Nuggets is going to do to respond.
I do really like the spacing. I don't like that bouncing fish, though. I was about to highlight the spacing of the back airs, just drifting back with the float, but the overzealous side B did come out, taking a little bit of extra pressure. This is where Sheik can shine, though. You're at 150. You want to work into your Rage. You have the lead. The scary part about Sheik is solidifying that KO. Gets the fair into the back air. He's been mixing it up a lot like that, but a nice recovery coming in from Nuggets, still surviving, not getting jacked on that second stock.
Yeah, no, but there we go. That forward air will come through. 71% on the docket right now for Nuggets. Something that can't easily be made up with by Daisy, but let's see if Naito Sharp's going to give up the big combo.
Little soft air of that nair into the back air. Try to go for a cheeky needle ledge guard. Again, it's the spacing with the back airs that we've been seeing from Nuggets, but it's like he can't maintain the stage presence with Naito out here with these forward tilts and these rising nairs.
There we go, gonna get the trade right there, and trading spaces as well. Good use of the vanish right there.
Very big fan of the high recovery too. Look at all this pressure, yeah, from the back airs coming in from Naito.
I was gonna say, as the game has progressed, you're seeing that Naito Sharp really confident in exerting this offstage presence with Sheik.
Nice turn up toss into the dash attack. I want to see more turn up toss out here. It's about the opportunity to even get the chance to pull out the turnip, but Nuggets has been doing a really good job at mixing things up, utilizing the platforms to his own way of just trying to maneuver his way around Naito. Gets caught and snuffed out by that up air. Manages to reset. He's got the winky face ready. Another high recovery that he was ready for after Naito had already done it previously.
There we go. With the bouncing fish coming through. That is going to break the stock tie right here. Let's see if Nuggets can answer. Again, both. Ooh, and there we go. As commentator giveth, commentator taketh away. So
we have the power to hold all the stocks out here. And so does Nuggets with the amount of percentage that he's been able to tax on the left side of the stage here. Gets the downer. The scoop up sends. Naito on the other left side here. The extra pressure coming in between these up airs and these back airs, though. Catches the turn up. No follow-up forward.
There we go. Both players looking for that big hit. It is now Nuggets that has the percentage lead here, but we've seen that Naito Sharp has been able to finish the plate just a little bit easier so far. So
ooh, scary, avoiding that fair. Gets a double back air, almost going for the triple.
Ooh.
Trying to get these follows between the back air and the fair real quick. Even trying to go for the downer to maybe see if he could scoop up Nuggets, trying to play from underneath that platform.
There we go, bouncing fish high. Ooh, playing a little bit of catch with the turnip right now. And again, Sharp continuing to apply this pressure at dash attack. Not going to hit its mark.
Now, talking about the win con that's on the board currently right now, 117 and climbing for Naito. Something he has to look out for is that fair by ledge especially. You talk about Sheik, you talk about the lackluster KO options, but you have to think about how light she could lose out on that stock.
Whoa.
That side B. Lasting ages out here. The very end of it, managing to hit Naito. He's at 151. The forward throw isn't going to be enough, but look how difficult it is right now for Naito to make his way back.
Has to be very careful getting off the ledge here. Daisy is just so good being able to cover multiple options at once. The drag down up air could be the X factor here that he's looking for,
yeah.
Vicky.
Oh, the needles into the bouncing fish. That was literally what he needed by the ledge. That was beautiful. And that's the mindset that Sheik always has to play from when you are at that disadvantage. What can I do by the ledge with needles to continue on the pressure? It was the barrage of back airs, but at the very end, the confirmation into needles, into bouncing fish is what allowed Naito to take game number 2.
Yeah, Naito Sharp has bent and not broken just yet. As again, just such great discipline, knowing that in these late game scenarios, you're still going to give yourselves a fighting chance. So, if you're Nuggets, you're definitely feeling a type of way. You're definitely feeling a little tilted. You had 2 games in your hand that you definitely felt like were very winnable. Now you find yourself looking down the barrel of a 2-0 deficit.
And that is kind of the whole issue when you run into Sheik, especially Sheik, who takes advantage of that rage, plays behind. That's kind of the name of the game with a character like Sheik, especially in this matchup too, with the amount of damage that Daisy and Peach put on. Nice win con that Naito was able to take advantage of right there with the needles. But you mentioned Nuggets and the mindset that Nuggets is probably feeling. Imagine if instead of a forward throw, if he was positioned to get the back throw instead by the ledge, that could have been the W for Nuggets, at least for that game 2. But now you got a GG and go again here for game 3.
Yep, again, so far, it's looking like how these last 2 games have started in general. A pretty close affair, and it is once again Nuggets out here with the percentage lead. But again, like we mentioned, it's just been Naito Sharp that's been able to finish the plate. He's almost gotten that roll read like 3 times so far.
Oh, and he cases him down, catches the landing with the up smash. Gotta be careful with the side Bs. It did work once at the very end of that second game with a bit of a lingering hitbox, but this time around, Naito just waited patiently on the stage and actually caught the very end of it.
Everybody gets one. But
exactly.
Nonetheless, though, it is going to be Nuggets once again on the defensive here. Again, has been doing a really good job getting the damage, but has been having a little bit of trouble, maintaining any sort of lead.
Like the falling back there right here. Plucks another turn up, waits patiently, tries to catch a jump by ledge. I mean, Naito did give it to him with the rising nair, but mistimed that fair punish. 151, the drag down, all face the other direction for the forward tilt.
Yeah, that could have been a huge offensive opening there for Naito Sharp, but Nuggets still going to be able to live to see the other end of this. And again, needles are going to come through. Does not matter. The forward air will clean up that stock. And sub 70% on this on your second stock, I think you're going to count it as a tough, for the most part.
Especially since we've been able to see the play off of the rage so far here too. Gets the rising up air, gets the reset on the platform. Tried to go for a hard read on that up smash, but Naito was far off a little bit on the distance from the top of that platform. See the nair, catches the turn up with another rising nair. nicely negates that turnip with the up air themselves. Try to go for the golf club once again. No hole in one this time as Naito makes his way back.
Yeah, no, we are not, but it is Nuggets on the back 9 right now. You know, definitely going to have to play for his tournament life right now. Again, doing a good job keeping it close, but who's going to get that big hit, Vicky?
Oh, every single time I see Naito try to jump in with a rising nair, I get a little worried because you know Nuggets wants to go for that fair. A little too far for those needles into bouncing fish to connect this time. Gets away and gets the hard punish. 114 with the stock lead, not too far away for Naito to contribute.
Yeah, this is huge here for Nuggets. You know, if you can generate, you know, some extra credit here, definitely set yourself up for success trying to move it to a game 4.
Down here on Shield, is definitely going to get punished with that back air. Shield's looking like a skittle a little bit here. Tries to chase him down, tries to go for a cheeky parasol.
I would have gotten hit by that.
Trying to DI into the stage sometimes, you know, you can find yourself getting put in that situation, but Naito, no way. Needles into the bouncing fish will be the nail in the coffin for that second stock.
Alrighty, this is a make it or break it territory for both players here. Will Naito Sharp move on, or will Nuggets force it to at least a game 4?
Man, those 4 hits, 32% only. I mean, he did 2 drag down up airs into the fair, too. A little unfortunate here, but this is how you have to play at this disadvantage. You can still have that rage to work with. You've seen Naito do it again. You see him continuing on with the downer, rising nair, another one. The needles into the bouncing fish will be enough on the side blast zone at 98%. He loses his last stock, and Naito Sharp moves on through the bracket.
Yeah, as the name implies, looking awfully sharp. The Swiss Army knife. Naito Sharp is going to move on in the loser's bracket right there. The two talking it out again, and that record is going to continue to get better for Sharp, like we mentioned, Vicky. So excellent stuff as we take a look at the DoorDash replays here, and we got quite a few of them. Again, it was a real barn burner of a set here.
Yeah, it was really cool too. Seeing these replays, seeing the back and forth that we had, even at the very end, that game 1 and game 2 were some of my favorites. The up smash to catch the landing for the first game. The very second game, the needles into the bouncing fish. We saw the third game end a very similar way, but the rage is very intense in that last hit situation. The slide into the up smash that Naito had constantly, as well as getting the read a few times. We saw that Nuggets was tech rolling on the platform. We did see Battlefield, so that was something that Naito was able to keep in mind as the set went on.
Yeah, again, like you mentioned, you know, both these players, like you mentioned, that side B also not working out right there, and that was the real, you know, MVP to set. You know, things like up smash, things like bouncing fish. When you're able to convert, you know, on your big killing moves, you're gonna win the set 90% of the time. And here we go once again, the offstage presence, so crucial here. The classic, we've been seeing it for years. You know, needles into the bouncing fish. It's like, you know, chicken tenders and French fries at this point. It's just like, it's a classic stuff. And shout outs to everyone in the PAX Arena. You've been joining us all weekend. Shout outs to you guys. Can I get a round of applause for the audience, folks? Give yourselves a hand.
Hey.
Ooh.
Shout out to you guys jamming it in the audience there too. I know you guys have been enjoying yourselves here at PAX East. It's been a good time for us as well. So nice to see everybody here in the crowd. And it's only gonna get better. We're in this top 8. We just concluded our final losers quarterfinals, which means we will be moving on to the losers semifinals. And over on the winner's side, we're still gonna be waiting on to see what's going on in the winners finals. That's gonna be DeBuzz versus Jackal soon.
Oh,
that's gonna be really good.
That's gonna be so much fun to watch. Ooh, and in fact, as you mentioned, Vicky, we're actually going to get right into that. We're going to get winners finals between Jackal and DeBuzz coming up next. The King of New York versus the space pirate. Oh no, never mind. He's a space animal from New Jersey. Jackal, so.
It's the one with the eye patch, almost looking like me out here. But looking on the winner's side, this is what we're talking about, guys. DeBuzz versus Jackal will be coming up soon for winners finals. The winner of that will be moving on to sit and wait in the grand finals. On the loser side of things, Cosmos versus Naito. That is definitely one you do not want to miss. Naito's been playing very, very well so far. We talk about his character pool and how big it is. When I think about players, though, that also have that flexibility with different characters, I think about DeBuzz. I think about even Cosmos. I know we've been seeing the Aegis a lot, but Cosmos definitely having a plethora of characters like he could take out when it comes to different matchups.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And again, I'm very curious. You know, the the three-headed beast that the Buzz can bring in into any matchup with Rosalina, Olimar, and Min. Jackal, for the most part, probably just going to be sticking it out with Wolf. I would be very shocked if he did anything otherwise. And congratulations, fought 500 battles. So
hey.
Up on the screen, so. But nonetheless, though, once again, shouts to everyone watching at home. Shouts to everyone here. We're still out here at PAX East 2023 in beautiful Boston, Massachusetts. I love PAX. You having a good weekend, Vicky?
Oh, I'm having an amazing weekend. It's so nice to be back here at the PAX Arena because the last time I was here was in 2019 for Smash Ultimate. Got to cast that alongside EE and Coney. We're here this weekend, but it was such a great time that I really wanted to come back. And to be back now has been just an amazing experience. Shout out to everybody out in the crowd. You guys having a good time. I know you guys are. You guys are hyping yourself up. Let me hear you guys in the crowd. Are you having a good time? That's what I like to hear out here, Koopa. It's gonna be great. Got our top 10. We've already hyped up our competitors. We've already hyped up the sets that we've seen so far. It's been fantastic. My personal favorite so far that I've been able to see today, the last set was obviously super fun, but I really like the Ling versus Pelka set.
Oh.
That was intense. Yeah. That was very intense. For those of you guys tuning in at home, if you guys are just now watching, make sure to watch back on the VODs. We've had some amazing matches throughout this weekend, and today we get to crown a winner. Going into this next set right now, we got the winners finals. This is where all the marbles are on the table to see which of these competitors are going to be moving on to the grand finals. And you know what? I love how you described the Buzz's character pool. I see it as like the 3 horsemen of the apocalypse.
Yeah.
Because you know what? Dealing with Rosa, Ollie, and Min, I cry.
Yeah. It's not fun.
But this is the king of New York.
Yeah. Concrete jungle where dreams are made of, man. You know, the Buzz, a model of consistency, and Jackal, you know, has been on the rise, you know, ever since he really burst onto the scene here in Boston, Massachusetts, here at Shine. I believe it was 2000 and, I want to say it was 17 or 18, you know, when he beats MK Leo. This has since been on an upward, you know, rise. So definitely would not be surprised to see him take the set here, so.
So let's talking about the history of these two players, what we've seen when it comes to the set count. The Buzz does have the winning set count versus Jackal, but there have been a few moments here where Jackal has been able to break through, specifically at Apex 2022 in the top 8 losers finals. We saw that go to a game 5 where Jackal was able to take that set versus the Buzz.
Great set if you guys haven't
and that
seen
was
it.
against the Rosa, by the way. I know this is a button check so far. They're just getting set up right now on these setups. Shout out to Omen for the nice, amazing monitors out here.
Yes.
But yeah, while they're getting set up here, that is something that it's nice to talk about because with the Rosa, he did lose against Jackal's Wolf in 2022 for Apex. Now, thinking about what we have ahead of us, he's tried out the Min, which has also worked out for him. We'll be seeing the fluctuation between the Rosa and Min is my question.
Yeah, I think any of the Buzz's characters here are probably a good choice. You know, they're all able to output so much damage very quickly. Min obviously works out for the obvious reason. She's able to, you know, Wolf is really good when he's able to get in your face. He's able to get these grab confirms off you. He's able to convert fair into the, you know, or nair into the variety of moves that he has that can combo into that. And Min just kind of is like, oh, nope, you can't touch me. So I'm all the way over here. So
you start off with the Min and your win con's already in your favor. That's usually how it works out here.
Distance demon.
I can't. Sometimes it's that gap closer that is difficult. But we don't got the Min on screen out here, Koopa. We are rolling it in with the Rosa. It's worked already a few times for the Buzz despite losing out on that one set. And now he's going to be able to tear it up again with the Rosa again. Let's see how Jackal's going to be able to fare against this.
Yeah, I think one of the big aspects of this matchup that doesn't get talked about enough is obviously Luma is an X factor in any Rosalina set. But Luma also can take away the laser aspect from Jackal because not only can, you know, the Buzz absorb the laser with the down special, but also Luma's the best friend you can ever have. Luma will take all the hits that you don't want to take for you. So maybe look for that to be a factor.
Yeah,
here.
It's the get down, Mr. President, out here, okay? Luma is out here acting like that bodyguard, and that's usually how we see DeBuzz play through the Luma as well. And Pikmin, too, when we think about his Olimar in the situation. But I like how it's been paced out already at the very beginning within this first minute, scoops him up with the up air. Instead of trying to overextend, goes in for the automatic reset to maintain stage control.
Do you still have those nightmares of Rosalina's up air?
Oh, no, I do, all the time, all the time. especially with Rage. I don't even want to talk about it right now.
See ya.
or the down here sometimes when you get to contest. And actually, that's something else when you think about this matchup. Recovering, I mean, we already know Wolf's recovery is already lackluster, especially from below that ledge. But when it comes to the Luma, it's a double X factor when you think about the down air that comes into play.
Yeah, it's a completely different, resource you have to account for. But now Luma out of the picture for at least the next, 10 to 12 seconds. And there we go. The dash attack is a loose change in the pocket. That will get the job done as Jackal strikes first blood here.
A little twinkle toes action out here. And now Jackal doesn't have to commit. You talk about how DeBuzz could gravity pull in the blasters. He jumps right on top of him. I was gonna wonder here, he doesn't need to commit, he could play patiently, but he jumped in, which is what DeBuzz wants, because then he could just get the follow-up with the up smash out of shield if necessary.
Yeah, it's been one of Rosalina's best punish options for a long time, so let us see what the response will be here. For Jackal, dash attack will cross up, but it's not gonna be enough to get rid of Luma. Ooh, but there we go. We see exactly why this character is so pesky to fight against. The back hit of Luma there, comboing Jackal back into the buzz.
Ooh, the patience, the nair, the falling nair, and then the rising nair into the up air. All the extra damage. I like the dash back to pace himself, so that way he can put himself in the position to get the follow-up. See you later, Luma. That's going to be out for the green Luma. And now you're going to see the Buzz play the wait game here too. Just going to be able to dash back, wait for the Luma to respawn here too, play a lot more passively, avoid that back air. Luma back on board, tries to get the follow-up with the down air.
All right, Luma not going to get separated. This time, Jackal going to lift the grab. That's going to set up another ledge trap here for the Buzz. Again, it's so scary when you're between like this, between Luma
look at
and
that
a hard
damage.
place.
Look at that damage.
So much, bro.
Oh, no. Oh, that would have been so cheeky if he got that follow-up, too, with the side B. 163 for Jackal, especially with that rage. Everybody gets blown up here. The Buzz says, see you later. He gets that stock at 102, still holding on to the second stock, but he did lose out on the Luma. This is a good opportunity for Jackal to overextend.
Yep, let's see what the response will be here. Goes for the up smash on regular getup, just going to come up short. Now the Buzz going to be in a favorable ledge position. Now gets Luma back. And this is where things can get really, really scary for Jackal.
Especially when you get a little greedy trying to get the follow from the normal getup by the ledge right there. The timing was that allowed Luma to get back in, but gets the forward tilt going in, and then the Buzz is going to be able to lose that second stock.
Yeah, perfect spacing on that getup attack from Jackal. Allows him to bring things back to an even game here. But again, these being able to separate Rosalina and Luma is just such an integral part of the matchup. And Jackal's been doing an okay job of it so far, but whenever the Buzz is able to get his hands on him, he just does so much damage.
You just don't want to be the meat in the sandwich like we saw already before. I mean, when it comes to the Luma and the Rosa, the amount of damage that comes in from the rapid jab is too intense. Now getting rid of the Luma, though, is definitely the play out here. Look at the way that Jackal's been playing. A little bit more patient when it comes to dancing around the Buzz's shield.
That's a rough sandwich.
Over toasted, burnt sandwich. Don't want to deal with that one.
There we go, Neutral coming through there, but the Buzz, once again, keeping it simple with the rapid jab. Now has the Buzz in the corner here. Good job deploying Luma there to cover the platform for him.
He wanted to duff Luma right there on the landing when Luma took its time to be able to get back in with that forward smash. Like the attempt. 131, he's got the rage ready, but about making it back to the ledge right here when the Luma's the one edge guarding you. See you later, DeBuzz takes game number 1.
Yeah, excellent stuff right there from DeBuzz. A hard-fought set on both sides. And you see why Luma is just such the X factor in any matchup revolving Rosalina. Being able to keep yourself at a safe distance from any of your opponents' offensive options from the ledge and being able to KO them, without having to exert much effort for it. Great stuff.
Talking about the journey to even get here to winners finals. It was a nice set that we got to watch earlier between Jackal and Cosmos. We saw earlier too Naito versus DeBuzz, who actually ended up going the Olimar at that time. It's about these matchups that we see DeBuzz opt to go for between the Rosa and the Ollie. Min Min earlier on today too in the early part of top 8. Now already getting the reset, already keeping Jackal by the ledge. He forces his way back in with the fair, gets rid of the Luma immediately. Nice answer back from Jackal.
All right, there we go. Again, you can definitely tell that the tone of the set's already a little bit different. Jackal immediately dispelling Luma from the picture, but it doesn't make much of a difference there as he wasn't able to get too much offensive ground for it. And here we go, the double nair combo, and the Buzz once again setting up shop at the ledge.
Man, trying to chase down Rose out here by these platforms on PS2 too. See Jackal going for the reset in the middle part of the stage. Tries to get the back air to see if he can not only scoop up Luma, but scoop up Rosa in the process.
There you go, good neutral air right there. And that's going to be get rid of Luma the other way by taking away all of its HP.
Oh, love the patience. Jackal's going to note that he's going to try to jump off the ledge like that, but the platform was right there to go for the quick reset and catches the landing with the up smash.
So smooth with it is the Buzz. Does not even need the Luma for the up smash to KO, so excellent stuff right there. Getting on the board first here, but there we go. Jackal able to get in between Rosa and Luma, set himself up at the ledge himself now.
And that's the issue too. You try to get the dash attack, you get Luma, but then you don't get to reach Rosa. Oh, okay. Was wondering maybe he thought he had a jump right there too. He did delay the recovery from underneath the stage, but unfortunately gets pineappled right underneath PS2.
Yeah, definitely a rough draw there if you're the Buzz, but if you're Jackal, you're taking that all the way to the bank. So.
We absolutely take those.
See ya.
48% onto Jackal's second stock here. He's fairing the Luma. Nice parry, but doesn't get much off of it after trying to go in for the rising Nair. Again, it's the resets from DeBuzz, the amount of damage output into just waiting patiently to see where Jackal wants to go. He uses his jump, doesn't get caught off by the down smash, is ending up just trying to rotate around over to the left side, jumping through these platforms.
All right, there you go. You see, once again, Jackal going to have to resort to the laser game, but, you know, DeBuzz not really too worried about that like we saw it. Going to get the grab here, setting up once again at the ledge. Jackal immediately up being back to the ledge. And back air actually from Rosalina is something we haven't seen a lot of in the set so far, so keep that in the back of your mind.
That's a good point, too. That in the gravitational pull too much for the blasters, but it's not like Jackal has been able to really have the opportunity because right there at that instant, he tried once when he tried to reset mid-stage, and then DeBuzz was able to jump over that and then just get the grab instead. Situation like this at 144, you want to try to avoid that. Here, he has a chance right now, keeping DeBuzz by the ledge, but gets scooped up by the Luma.
There you go, good Nair right there. And once again, you saw how Luma hard bodies the laser, not going to let it phase Rosalina, and that dash attack is going to get punished accordingly.
Claus managed to take care of Luma, send DeBuzz by the ledge. Almost gets the timing right there. I like the little slight delay from DeBuzz to recover to get the ledge invincibility, not getting too framed.
Yeah, that's definitely the aspect of Rosalina's recovery that Jackal hasn't been able to capitalize on yet, is that there's no hitbox on it. It's incredibly linear back to the stage. So another thing to pay attention to as we get later, deeper into this game.
Oh, she says, see you later. That Luma is not seeing another day right now. Double dash attack takes him out, but in all of this, he gave up stage control, and he isn't going to be able to make his way back. With 2 stocks available, DeBuzz takes game number 2.
It's such like an awkward back and forth where like, how much time do you dedicate to trying to, deal with Luma? How often do you go back and, try to go back to your offensive game, taking care of Rosalina? It's just one of those things where unfortunately Jackal just kind of got caught falling asleep with the wheel there, so.
It's the amount of time you dedicate to being able to get these strings onto Luma before forcing your way to reset.
Right.
See the fact that you didn't have the opportunity to get Luma out of the equation and then still maintain center stage, especially when you're on your last stock and you're at a higher percent. You have to watch out for that. We talk about the lackluster recovery that Wolf has, and that's something else you have to consider, especially if you use one of those jumps when you're on the stage to take care of Luma.
All right, folks, here we go. Game 3 coming up. Liquid DeBuzz looking at a 3-0 victory here. Jackal trying to send it to a game 4. Let's see who's going to come out on top here.
Triple toes hitting both Luma and Rosa.
Rosalina and Luma.
And Luma. Even the scoop up with the down air attempt right there. Because as it goes, it does go through the platforms. There's that pull in once. He doesn't jump over it because now you can see Jackal almost kind of like a bait. He's empty hopping, throwing out the blasters, thinking, I got the platform right here. I could also mix up the timing of when I want to jump and then also use the platform to use the blaster. But it's a matter of time before DeBuzz closing the gap and gets the grab like he has been every time Jackal's tried to use the blaster.
Yeah, no, Jackal's, DeBuzz is doing such a good job at, playing the patient game. But here we go. Ooh, gets the down smash off of the roll in. And now both players did a good job providing the pressure. Ooh.
Wait and shield right there, avoids the Luma hit. Sends out the claws as Luma gets deleted. I like the rising Nair right there too, just to be able to make their way back. The falling Nair right there instead into the up air, chases him down, doesn't let him land on that platform at 153.
The anxiety, Vicky, it's still there. All right. Here we go. What's the answer going to be here from Jackal? Getting behind Rosalina in that instance, but not able to get a back throw.
The fear right now, you can see the way that Jackal is running up, holding shield, sees the Buzz, also holding shield. He's down the stock right now at 128 and no Luma. Jackal wants to try to get in here, but the Luma comes back, the double nairs, the reset, he gets the upper. Look how far up he went at 54.
I've seen that every now and then.
Does bring in the PTSD sometimes, especially when you see that she's got the race to work with.
Make it stop.
Not again.
All right, the Buzz really, really cooking right now. Jackal trying to get the stock off. Unfortunately, you know, a Wolf does suffer from the space animal problem, or once you're out of those confirmed windows, is you really have to just go for a read and neutral. Almost gets it right there at the up tilt, but the Buzz, again, just sticking to the game plan, not giving up the defensive option.
Where do you go? You try to go for a high recovery, but you land right in front of the Buzz, who gets the punish with the down smash at 157. That was huge right here. Now on your last stock, Jackal fighting for his actual life right now to stay in this winner's finals.
All right, Luma will be out of the picture here. The Buzz goes for a really aggressive landing off the ledge right there. Not going to give it up. Here we go, the Nair coming through. Not going to be enough to KO just yet. Almost to the 2nd century mark, Vicky. My goodness.
Yeah, intense here. The rapid jab coming in as well. Tries to go in for the Nair just in case Jackal wants to jump around, but look at the way that Jackal's playing through this platform. Sends out the blasters again. Isn't going to give the opportunity for Buzz to close in the gap. I like that. Blaster, and instead of jumping back, he jumps forward to then have the opportunity where he didn't have that chance before, where Buzz closing the gap to get the grab instead.
Yeah, excellent stuff right there from Jackal. Well, but here we go in a rough position right now. Being above Rosalina is never fun for anybody, especially as a space animal.
Need to turn around with the star bits real quick. Just trying to send out the nairs into the down air. Gets another nair, keeps him up. Jackal just getting propped up. The dash attack, though, but the moment you answer, you hit Rosa, but you don't hit the Luma, so the Luma's gonna be acting like that bodyguard that you mentioned before.
Get down, Mr. President. Here we go, the neutral coming through, the down smash will connect, there we go. It is a 3-0 on the side of Liquid the Buzz. Moving on to winner side of Grand Finals. Poised to take the big hunk of cash here in Grand Finals here at the Smash Open. 10K prize pool.
You know, the Buzz is no stranger to those big prize pool tournaments. You know he's no stranger to taking first place, but now he's sitting in Grand Finals while Jackal will be moving down over to the losers final, waiting on the winner between Cosmos and Naito Sharp.
Wild stuff. There's still so many killers left in this tournament, Vicky. And we're down to our last 4 competitors.
Yeah.
We've whittled the field down to the 4 best players in the venue still. It is going to be, like we said, it's been a bloodbath up until this point. It is going to continue to be a grind.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this plays out with our last 4 competitors. We had like, what, over 250 extra entrances out here that made their way out to PAX East. It's been a nice run for the Buzz so far, trying out 3 different characters that he usually cycles through right now. And now he's currently waiting in the Grand Finals patiently for Cosmos and Naito Sharp, as well as the winner of that moving on once again to facing off against Jackal. A lot ahead of us, guys. It's going to be a good time right here. Excited to see how this is going to play out, Koopa.
Yep, and if you're Cosmos, you're definitely trying to get the run back against Jackal, who 3-0'd you in winter semifinals. So, you know, there's a lot on the line here for everybody as we're moving on here into the bracket. I believe we're going to pitch it to an... Okay, we'll be having an analyst segment with Ajax coming up in a second, but again, I want to give a shout out to everyone, you know, both in the building, watching at home. Shout out to production behind the scenes. Shout out to you, Vicky.
Well, me. Shout out to Koopa out here. Shout out to everybody here. It's been a great time, and our competitors. Yes, absolutely. It's been a great time so far, and something that I'm looking forward to, Koopa, is our analyst segment with Ajax. We're going to toss it over to him.
All right, everybody, what an insane set again. That is now going to solidify that the Buzz gets that nice, comfortable spot, the best seat in the house, win the side of Grand Finals. There's a reason why. Specifically in Game 2, there's a story to be told. When you go back, you take a look at this set, right from the very first stock, one of the things that Rosalina has that's pretty unique to her as we start this off, once you get over to the side of the stage, not many characters can take advantage of a wave land. I'm actually going to bring it back so you can take a look at it. So right here, we're gonna go back to that same spot. Wave lands down. Sorry, I'm gonna go back a few bit. I'm too far, I keep hitting the pause, ah! There we go, okay. So, we get back to this position. We can reset that stock. Once you got over there, you burn the jump,
in the same position. Once we get here, very similar position to what happened before. He's gonna push him back, and even though, actually this is not the same way. So bring me back to that first replay. So, there we go. Okay, promise I've done this before. So, once we get here, wave lands down, forces the jump, catches him right here. This is a very important position now. You can see he went from here, double jump this way because of the fact that he was too worried about the Luma that was over here. This made him go to the platform. He was already out of resources. Stock 2 now. He catches him with the forward air. And as the stock progresses, I don't even really need to pause this one. You're going to take a look. He's going to go over to the side, double jump, caught. Falls down with them, air dodge is covered. Now nothing comes out of that stock, but the last stock is where it all plays out. We go to the final stock here. This is exactly how you take care of Wolf. He's in the same spot right here. This distance is covered by run up, jump, or a forward air. There's no Luma here, so Jackal's assuming he might be fine, but instead, the Buzz didn't go off stage the entire time. He caught him 2 times right here, going upwards and towards the platform. Instead, he decides to commit off stage. As soon as he does, he catches him double jumping, forward air, pushes him away. Then he chases him. One last time, he's already burned his resources, follows him all the way off stage. That's exactly how you handle Wolf. That's how you deal with that type of recovery. That's exactly how it pretty much played out in the last game as well. And that's a big reason as to why the Buzz is so strong. You cannot get around him if your resources are low, and he's gonna capitalize on that every single time. That doesn't happen unless he conditions Jackal to be afraid in that moment, and that's exactly how he did it. And once again, that's an incredible job from the Buzz, who's now sitting in that comfortable spot. And once again, thank you to DoorDash for those replays. We're gonna go right back over to the casters. Go ahead, maybe get a little interview after that.
Alrighty, thank you very much, Ajax, with the replay. I'm still Koopa, that's still Vicky. We are still here at the analyst desk. And hello.
Yeah, it's great. I love how we have these analyst segments, by the way. I know it can be a little tricky sometimes to rewind and find these replays, but finding the little tidbits that determine the outcome of a set, especially at eye level, looking at the way that the Buzz plays through his characters, is always very enjoyable for me. We don't have that very often, so it's always so nice to be able to break down the action post-set, and we still got a lot more action ready for you guys, too. So while we take a little bit of a break, I'm going to be throwing it over to the stage to see what we got in store for us in terms of an interview.
Awesome, thank you, Vicky. Well, I am standing up here with DeBuzz in front of this incredible crowd. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yes, give yourself a hand. DeBuzz, I love the wave up here. You're headed into the grand finals. You're ready, you look like you got the energy. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, I'm playing pretty dang good today, so I'm glad to hear it, right?
So on stage earlier, you were playing Min. Obviously, we just saw Rosa and Luma. Are we gonna get, another character for the grand finals?
It depends on my opponent, right? Like, I play 3 characters, and it's like, yeah, it's whatever the best matchup is, you know?
And so this matchup, I heard our commentators saying, is this something like 500 matches between you guys? Does that sound right?
So me and Jackal actually practice a lot. Even on Thursday, we were just practicing a lot, kind of like recalibrating each other. So we're both very comfortable in the matchup, and a lot of times when we play, it comes down to who's just playing more solidly, I feel like. Because like he's beating me at Nationals, like he beat me at Apex recently, but I beat him at Local, now this. Even in our friendly, sometimes I beat him, sometimes he beats me. Yeah, so we're very comfortable with each other, and it's mostly just like a player comfort thing in that moment.
Fair enough. Okay, so this morning our commentators, they did predictions. And let me just confirm, okay? Yeah, they predicted Ajax picked Cosmos, Koopa picked Jackal. No faith. No, right, that face right there. What do you have to say to our commentators?
Hey, you know what? I don't even blame them because, listen, I've lost to Jackal before. People ahead with their boys. I have a negative record versus Cosmos. You know, I'm just trying to prove people and myself, I can do it. So if people don't think I can do it, it just means I got to prove them wrong. And if I lose, hey, they were wrong. I can learn from that. But they got hype up their boys. You know how it is.
All right, they gotta hype them up. But you know what? The crowd out here is gonna hype up DeBuzz. We will see you again in the grand finals. For now, we'll head to a break, but we'll be back soon with more Smash.
folks at home, welcome back to PAX Arena presented by DoorDash, where we are in the final stretch of the tournament. Only 4 players remain, and they are fighting for the lion's share of a $10,000 prize pool here. It is a privilege to be able to be here to cast it. Kimona, Lyric, Vicky Kitty, we are here on the desk to talk about some of the best players in the entire world.
Yeah, Dabuz currently sitting in the grand finals after that awesome set that we just saw versus him and Jackal. Jackal now waiting in the losers finals for the winner of this upcoming set in the losers semifinals. It's going to be Cosmos versus Naito Sharp.
I kind of have to call it out too. I mean, a large tournament like this being placed in New England, we saw tons of amazing New England players today, tons of New England Peach, which seems to be the flavor of the day, but all of them have fallen, and now it is up to Sharp to defend house here. But going up against these 3 players specifically, if they are able to make the run, is no easy task at all, Kimona.
That is a tall task, like you said, to be the last bastion of New England, and then to be going up against one of the best players in the Midwest, and then one of the best players in New Jersey, and then the guy who's known as the King of New York. Those are all in your path, right? And I mean, that just goes to show the talent level that's here, right? Most of these guys are top 50 players in the entire world, and I mean, it's anybody's guess as to how this is going to go.
Yeah, and when we talk about why these players are so talented, not only do they have the results nationally out here, I want to highlight some of those home run heroes that you guys were just talking about. Naito has such a huge hero pool to play from. Yep. It's very impressive, but with this map set that we also currently have, the stage list, I'm worried. I'm worried out here for Cosmos because there's a lot of flat stages to go to, and Naito does have another character that he could play. I don't think he's going to take him out. We have to see. I wouldn't be surprised if he did, and I know which character you guys know that I'm thinking of.
Yeah, for sure.
It's the one he was hovering. We won't see it, though, at least here in this game 1. Instead, Naito Sharp going to go to a more tried and true character in that Zero Suit Samus, and Cosmos ever such a top-level threat with that Pyra and Mithra. That is what we are going to see as we kick off game 1 of the losers semifinal.
Both of these characters, I like to call them nimble and quick. Both of them very thin. They move very quickly as well. They do a ton of damage. One thing I can say from Cosmos' performance so far today is just tons of damage with Mithra. When you think of good Aegis players, you really think of Cosmos coming out on front here. Sharp, though, also has been playing very, very well, too. Fortunately, falling to Dabuz in winner's side. But right now, you can definitely tell a lot more calm, cool, collected. Sometimes you just need that time to recuperate, Kimona.
I mean, it's one of those times where, again, when you're playing with a lot of pressure to defend your entire region, right, then yeah, you want a little bit of time to think. But I know that Sharp came into this confident, right? He knows that he's got a long path ahead of him, but I know that he went into this one knowing that he's got a chance to win it, and we're dead even here, you know, going into near the end of the first stock here.
Yeah, I love how you highlighted how Sharp made his journey over here to the loser side, Larry, but then we also got to see what happened with Cosmos versus that Jackal set in a clean 3-0. So Cosmos out for blood to prove something out here too. Goes for the dash attack, does get punished right in front of Naito.
Yeah, so close too, but it is going to be Cosmos finding the dash attack in. And now Sharp stuck on the corner. It's so kind of hard to come out of the corner sometimes versus the Aegis because Pyra so heavy hitting, but now here comes the boost kick onto the shield. That's going to be first stop going on over to Sharp, Kimona.
Mithra is a character that battles with the power of light, and that translates over to her character weight as well, because she will go down to those stocks pretty early. Naito Sharp taking advantage of that with that up B, but it's like you said, you're not out of the woods yet when you're playing against Mithra. I mean, Zero Suit Samus has probably the best mobility in the game, but if there's any character that gives her a challenge to that title, Mithra is the one, and Cosmos pretty much undoubtedly has the best Mithra in the world. The Pyra, on the other hand, sometimes a question, but not right there as he gets that first stock.
Like you talk about light characters out here, ZSS definitely on that radar. At 160 though, you're gonna have to kiss that stock goodbye. 44% on the second stock, a nice little spot dodge out here from Naito, and I like the patient play. Rolls away after seeing Cosmos right in front of his face, trying to see that he wants to go for these grabs. These spot dodges have definitely been on point for Naito.
Yeah, for sure. I love the movement coming out from both players, right? I like how both of them are prioritizing center stage when they recognize that they don't have the opportunity anymore. Naito, though, unfortunately going to be in the corner, so going to eat a lot from this rapid jab coming out from Cosmos. We're still going to see the Mithra, though. I like the way that Cosmos prioritizes having Mithra out, but also has the Pyra in the pocket just in case if we just want to get something early done.
Well, the Mithra is the moneymaker for Cosmos, and particularly at any of these percents where you're trying to ledge trap and you're not going directly for a KO, you stick with the Mithra because Pyra's going to get outpaced by ZSS so easily, and it's only once Cosmos is ready to pull the trigger for a KO that he's going to switch over to Pyra.
It's that nimble quickness that Lyric I mentioned earlier before when it comes to the ZSS, but I like that punish currently going in from Cosmos. He's going to be able to get that grab, The patience by the ledge right there too. At 126, he's got a little bit of rate to work with, and he's going all the way to the depths to make sure that Naito doesn't have an easy way to get onto the ledge. That was perfectly timed too, because he knew that he couldn't make it onto the ledge right there.
Well, and it's so important that Cosmos did that ledge trap in that sequence. That whole edge guard was orchestrated in a way that he could win it, because ZSS has an amazing recovery, but only when she has her double jump and her flip jump. That down special you see right there, they are both super key resources, but if you snipe out both of those, then her recovery suddenly becomes very subpar.
Love the down tilt into the lightning buster coming out from Cosmos now. Sharp recognizing that it's kind of an odd place to be. Last stock already, Pyra out, a ton of rage, Vicky. It's not looking good if you're Sharp right now, but honestly, Zero Suit Samus has the tools to get out of tricky situations. Oh my
disgusting! That whole last sequence was disgusting from Cosmos.
That boy is different.
Off of the footstool, are you kidding me?
That boy is different. That boy is different, I'll tell you what. Naito Sharp did not tech that footstool, which is something you can do, but once you miss that, it's over. Cosmos will chase you to the depths. And what did we say about Pyra being the one to take the stocks? When you can do stuff like this, that down air was a little bit of extra spicy sauce for you.
Oh my goodness. And then the fact that he also was able to get that up on the platform there too. I mean, the heat was rising out there at the end of that first game.
Here we go, game number 2. We're still going to be able to see the same characters coming out from Sharp. I don't think we are going to be seeing any switches from Cosmos. We were talking about how Cosmos does play a pretty good Corrin, but honestly, the Aegis has been working very well for them so far. We did see Sharp switch on over to Sephiroth a little bit earlier in the day, but honestly, Zero Suit Samus versus Mithra seems just a lot more favorable in terms of a matchup, Kimona.
He's got a deep character pool, right? I mean, Sharp can always change things up, but I think that I like sticking with the one character that you know can contest Cosmos blow for blow when it comes for speed, because we just saw what happens when Cosmos starts advantage, when he gets you in a bad position in terms of the stage with that Pyra. But ZSS can easily escape those situations, but only when you have your resources. No double jump, has to use the flip jump. We talked about how important that was earlier.
It's huge, and when you talk about the character specifically getting that punish right out of shield right there with the up smash, you do have to talk about the mentals that some of these players bring out to the table. When Cosmos has a lead and he's feeling confident, he is such a scary player, but ooh, that flip kick juking him up a little bit, tries to go for the side B to make his way back. 97%. This is Naito's opportunity. And so close from being able to land that.
That's one of those moments you just can't miss against a player like Cosmos, right? When you finally get those resources gone, when you finally get that ledge trap set up, you have to be aggressive. You have to take that stock, because now that deficit that you almost got away from you is now only going to build.
Cosmos, though, going to be able to find double up air with Mithra, trying to get the worst intentions out with Pyra here. But unfortunately, Blazing End going to leave Cosmos in tons of end lag. Naito Sharp going to be able to punish very, very well.
Does get that grab, trying to keep him by the ledge right now. Naito trying to reverse the situation, 73%, but Cosmos makes his way back. The up B over by the ledge, going right through it on purpose. I like the extra percentage that he's been able to reset here. Oh! And seeing into the future with the foresight.
Yeah, he said, I can see that coming from a mile away. And that's not even one of those moments where the foresight just bailed you out and got you something. That was Cosmos calling out that option. And you saw he charged that forward smash because he knew exactly where Sharp was going to end up.
Still, once again, Cosmos laying on such a pain train in neutral here. Still chopping it up with all of Mithra's aerials here. Good spot dodges, though, on both sides. This down tilt lightning buster has been getting so much mileage for Cosmos here, but Naito Sharp just still trying to get the flip kick.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the damage output that Cosmos has been able to put down, not only with that down tilt right there too, but just in general, the power of Nair right in the air too. He did the switch up into the Nair, so close to the blast zone. Who let Cosmos in the kitchen right now? Because he is absolutely cooking.
Cooking with fire, right? Because that Pyra has been absolutely immutable in these stocks. And you saw that. Even the Mithra was able to do it too. But Cosmos has just not missed a beat in this set so far.
Absolutely not. I think it's time for a character swap. We will be seeing the Sheik once again. The Sheik that we've already seen today going 3-0 versus Nuggets. I think once again we are sticking with the archetype that we want to be fast. And Sheik once again getting a lot more love, I think, in the current day modern meta. But now here we go. What a time to bring Sheik out when you're down 2-0, you have one game left.
Well, and you saw Sharp play the Sheik very well earlier in the tournament, right? It's just a matter of if he's going to be able to execute that same way against Cosmos. And we saw when he was playing it earlier, playing against Peach, he had more opportunities to lock down that character and get some big combo setups. But here, this is going to be head-to-head, chipping away at each other with two characters between Sheik and Mithra that just go at lightning speed.
Yeah, and to follow up on that, to see the matchup difference between what we witnessed between the Sheik and the Peach. You saw the needles in the air to negate the float from trying to approach into getting the bouncing fish a lot of times, taking full advantage of the rage. But this is what I'm worried about. The foresight, because you're going to try to press onto Cosmos' face, but it's going to be difficult even though Cosmos has been getting a lot out of the Pyro.
Well, the thing is that Sheik has a lot of combos that are pretty frame tight, but they're not frame perfect, right? That you're not going to be guaranteeing a lot of the combos. They just happen to be pretty much guaranteed against characters that can't break out. But that foresight comes out so quickly that if Cosmos pulls the trigger, he can escape some bad situations.
It seems like Sharp is the aggressor every single time on a lot of the combos, and then Cosmos is the one just kind of reacting here. Sharp trying to line up to get a back air, not going to be the strong hit though. So instead we'll take a little bit of the time at the end of Blazing End. Here we go though, once again finds the nair into the back air. It's not the strong one, Vicky, but now Cosmos kind of recovering from below, and Sharp now finally going to be able to find the down tip forward smash, very much still in this.
And also the transition between the Pirate to the Mithra is something that we also have to think about here. Yeah, you want to swap over to the Pirate to finish off those stocks, but the moment you do, you're giving up that speed to keep up with Naito. Even though he's not that CSS, it's still that speed and that aggression in your face that Sheik has.
Well, and this is that exact situation coming into play, right? That Cosmos doesn't have the maneuverability to get out of the corner with the Pyra. Intelligent use of the side B right there. Blazing End is going to get him back on stage, but you see that he's just not able to maintain control of that stage. It always belongs to Sharp as long as the Pyra's out.
And now, once again, going to be able to find the Prominence Revolt and the stock here. We're going right back to Mithra. A little bit of Rage as well will help a lot of this damage start ticking up here. Here comes the up tilt, and now, once again, Sharp getting kind of tossed around as Mithra does with so much of the cast, ending with the up special too to just add a little cherry on top to the pain.
All the foresight there into the charge attack too. You see Cosmos having that stage control, and it is that with that swap up with the Mithra. Look how much damage he's been able to put on. 78% already. Did make the swap over to the Pyra, and now this is the opportunity for Naito to continue on the pressure when he had the stage control.
So many small optimized follow-ups from Sharp too, seeing missed techs, right? Just a small jump here and there that he's able to punish, and that right there just jumping right over the Blazing End before that hitbox gets right to him. Cosmos going back to the ledge. We've talked about how that's such a dangerous place for him, but both of these players being so meted out with their pressure. Naito Sharp not able to get a full confirm.
Honestly, I love the non-committal though, recognizing that the opportunity is out of there and just waiting. Sheik is a character that can get blown up very easily, but once again, Cosmos and this foresight has been such a pest in everybody's side today, constantly bailing out of so many situations.
Can we talk about the respect there too? Right there from Cosmos, not even trying to go for an immediate punish after the foresight, actually just waiting to see if he could get the grab reset instead. Something to mix up when it comes to the set that we're going to see play out as it goes on. But Naito being at 122 doesn't get scooped up.
Let's see both of these players fighting for center stage. Sharp again, not able to get his confirm, and Cosmos right out of it. Presses that air dodge, activates that foresight, gets his stock, takes the lead.
Oh, nice.
And Sharp maybe feeling a little bit snake bit, but he's right back into this game as it's one stock apiece.
Looking like Super Smash Bros. Melee there with a drop down into the back air by Sharp. Sharp now trying to bring this right back as Cosmos trying to land with that Mithra Nair to get up tilt started here. Both of them playing so careful, but it will be Cosmos finding the down throw Nair, double back air into the up special, looking so clean right now.
That one string, 53 and climbing, by the way. Yeah, he managed to reset, finally manages to answer back, but 62% already onto Sheik. You know she likes to play into that rage, but right now, Cosmos has had no problem being able to build up into that damage and then swooping over to the Pyra.
The damage is the big difference between these two, because both of these characters are virtually unpunishable compared to the rest of the cast, as Sharp uses that little footstool to get back to center stage, but a little bit too greedy trying to get the follow-up. Cosmos bails out, down air, not going to lead into the up air, does chase him on the platform. One more hit from this Pyra will end this set, and it will be the forward tilt at the ledge. Naito Sharp goes down one more time to that Pyra, and Cosmos closes out a clean 30.
That was such a good set from both players. I wanted to see a little bit more Sheik. I do think that Sharp was figuring it out at the end, but I think Cosmos' use of foresight got the better hand almost the entire set. Once again, Naito Sharp known for the zero suit, but the Sheik gave such a good show, and honestly, I'm so happy that we get to see Sharp offline.
Yeah, you know, to follow up what we were talking about earlier, it's those tight frame combos that Komona had mentioned that the foresight will allow Cosmos to always have a better position. even when it comes to sometimes the situations where when Naito made the swap over to the Sheik, you can expect the attempt with the drag down up air, try to follow up underneath the platforms into these up smashes. But how can you have that when the foresight just allows Cosmos to be in a better position and then get the combo on you into a forward smash instead, or an up smash?
It's just a matter of knowing the matchup, right? Knowing what combos I can normally go for like that
so
suddenly you just can't go for. And that's kind of the difference between these characters, right? Is that both of them, like I mentioned, are more or less virtually unpunishable when they throw out their moves and they space them correctly. But Cosmos has that mastery of both the Foresight and of the Pyra as well, which gives him a real leg up on that character. Even though they were so evenly matched, Naito Sharp gonna go out at 4th, and Cosmos moving on to losers finals to get his rematch against Jackal.
Checking out all the medals that you could potentially win, and look at how big that trophy is. Yeah, that is the cup for sure. We are heading now into losers finals here at the Almost Pro 10K Open. We talked about how 2 Tri-State players are left in this bracket, and Cosmos has to go through both of them now. This is Jackal, everybody. If we have not seen him before, Jackal, just one of the hardest working players I know, has been the blueprint for Wolf since day one.
He's been the guy that's really been pushing that metagame, and you know, kind of every time you see him either playing at a local, playing on a stream, or even at a big tournament, he's always innovating. And Wolf is a character that has always been about that innovation. He has so many versatile tools that allow him to play in pretty much any style of game that you throw at him. And the mastery that Jackal has shown of being able to use all of those tools and finding different places to apply them, that's what's really pushed him over the edge versus some of the other Wolf competition.
And talking about the matchup that we're also about to see right now, while these 2 players are not strangers to each other, especially after what we just witnessed in the winner's side, they also last played, I believe, at Let's Make Moves Miami.
Yes. It was game 5.
It was game 5, and Cosmos lost in that top 64, I believe, to Jackal. So with those results and seeing what this Wolf has been able to do versus his Aegis, what is the solution here for Cosmos out? Because now he has that momentum, he has that confidence. We talked about the mental side of Cosmos, but can he continue after losing to Jackal originally?
Yeah, I don't know, especially in a 3-0 fashion as well, but what a way to start it out. Throwing out the forward smash too. I mean, the pressure is intense. Whenever you come back from playing a set right away, it's like, all right, go time here. But honestly, Jackal sneaking in 2 dash attacks there, that's gotta hurt, especially if you're Aegis.
I think especially in the early stages of the game, this is going to be Cosmos firing on all cylinders. He's warmed up, he's already in the zone after closing out that 30 in that previous set, right? But Jackal, on the other hand, is coming in knowing that Cosmos is playing like that, and he's going to automatically kind of be a little bit on the defensive. You can already see that in the percentages. Cosmos has really dealt some big damage to him, but the question is, who's going to get out to that first stock and really establish that pace? With the Pyra out, just might be Cosmos.
Oh, he's feeling himself, but the rising Nair and a second one to match that to maintain stage control from Jackal. This is the back and forth. I feel like every single time we see Cosmos make this swap over to the Pyra, it's been difficult. He solidifies that stock, recovering, getting back to the ledge, and with that second up B, he manages to take Jackal's first stock.
Honestly, in winners, when we saw this match, we didn't see Cosmos jumping from ledge a lot. That was actually the first time we actually saw Jackal punish him for it. And also, we weren't seeing a lot of the F-tilts too. I mean, it's gonna go stock for stock as it did in winners, but Cosmos, once again, prioritizing trying to get in there, and Jackal's very content with just waiting underneath the platform or just switching position to make sure everything's safe and okay.
Again, like we mentioned, Wolf has just so many tools to fight in any sort of spot, and I think that Jackal, especially in this first game, has done a really good job of finding, all right, what distances am I allowed to play at? Where does Cosmos dominate at this moment? And where am I going to be able to dominate that match? And right now, Jackal is sticking to those ranges where it's really hard for Cosmos to just burst in and do a ton of damage. But the question is, are you going to be able to contest him when he's got strong tools like that Foresight, which Cosmos uses better than anybody I've ever seen?
He's so good with the timing of that. And also, look at his spacing. The spacing with his down tilts have also been on another level. Rolls back, avoids that grab here, and look at the patience between Jackal and Cosmos. Jackal utilizing the platforms, Cosmos jumping outside of Jackal's space.
Yeah, geez, Mithra and Pyra sharking underneath you is never safe here. Cosmos going to recognize that Jackal's on the offensive right now. Roll in and roll out. There's nothing wrong with resetting neutral hero. Jackal, though, going to be able to find the F-tilt, as now Cosmos just playing the patient game. And honestly, sometimes when it's getting a little bit too slow, why not go back to Mithra, make it a little bit faster?
That's especially what Cosmos does when he feels like he's losing the pace of the game with the Pyra. He'll switch back to the Mithra, and he knows how to find those opportunities, like that up smash, where you don't have to use the Pyra to take the stock, as long as you can bait your opponent into the right spot thought you can do it as Mythra, but Jackal right there says, you tried to use that side B on me. I know how to punish that every day of the week. Try something else, sir.
It looks so intimidating and large off to the side of the stage right there, but it is so easy to punish once you place yourself outside of the range right on top, and she's incredibly vulnerable when she tries to make her way back from there. So great utilization from Jackal to get that punish. 62% on this last stock, and the rapid jab comes in from Cosmos.
Yeah, Cosmos now looking to seal out game one here, as now Jackal once again trying to find a right time to come in here. Cosmos, though, waiting so very patiently here. I feel like both of these players are kind of doing like a temperature test, but my goodness, the Lightning Buster, that one's got to hurt if you're Jackal.
It has that big dragon hitbox behind it, too, so that even if Jackal does cross you up a little bit, against Cosmos, you can still react to that and drag him in with that. And look at him just playing footsies on the shield. Jackal, though, reacting nicely, getting back his stage control, and that down smash would have been curtains.
Gets scoop up, tries to go for the scoop up on the up tilt. The fair into the back air, hanging out on top of the platform. This is Cosmos looking right now for that stock. He's on the pyro, he rolls in, avoids that down smash, and he gets the down air follow up here too. 140, amazing DI from Jackal.
Yeah, so close here, but now you have to get off the ledge versus Aegis. The short hop neutral air will be able to do it. Cosmos, though, going to just take the throw forward here. We're still on pyro, we're just going for a read here. Jackal kind of stuck in shield at this point. Gonna be able to get the reversal with the down throw. Love the blazing end there by Cosmos. Great spacing here, but you know what Jackal's looking for an aerial to bust Cosmos open, but unfortunately not going to be able to find anything.
They're just fighting so close to each other, but that up smash dragging in all the way from the side. Jackal got to be excited about closing it out that way, taking that game one where it seemed like Cosmos was in control, but Jackal was stuck behind him every single step of the way, and all he needed was that one mistake. He's got the 1-0 lead.
Even the opening right there where Cosmos came in literally swinging, almost containing Jackal by the ledge for the first 30 seconds. Like you mentioned, Komodo was always right behind Cosmos, even with that opening. The scoop up on the up smash was insane. That first game, already putting up the cherry on top to what to expect right here.
It is so close on either side. The neutral could be cut by a knife here. It's so close every single time. I do think this is the first time we're going to see Jackal coming out of the gate swinging with a nice little 45% combo. A lot of the times when you're playing Wolf, you need those combos to kind of stay in it. Now Cosmos off stage and will be eating a fully charged F smash. That one's got to hurt.
That whole stock just got absolutely axed by Jackal, and it was all off of Cosmos just having a pretty poor opening to that game. After that game one, felt like he needed to get really aggressive, get in Jackal's face, but a lot of his aerials were really poorly spaced. You pointed it out earlier that his down tilt spacing, for example, has been really good this tournament, but in that stock, he just kind of ran at Jackal, threw out his moves, and got punished because they are punishable, and Jackal really just took that stock out back to the back of the yard.
It's the slippery slope sometimes when it comes to this mental game out here, but I like the attempt, almost catching the landing after getting the juggle with Mythra. Now swapping over to the Pyra. You need to try to close out this stock now, earlier better than later, when you're already at 82% on the second stock. You make the switch over to the Mythra. Now the way that Jackal's playing is, I have the lead, I have the confidence, he drifts back, he manages to dash back, wait to see what Cosmos is going to do. Gets a little too close and gets burned with that upbeat, but he's still alive at 97.
Jackal, though, trying to find a way to extend this lead. You know what Cosmos wants a grab slide, sneaking in there, but now Jackal once again controlling center stage so well and sneaking in the Wolf up tilt. He's up 3 stocks to 1.
That pivot up tilt is not easy to do either, but some great technical skills showed off there by Jackal to put it right where he needs it to be, and he could close out a 3 stock here real quick if Cosmos doesn't nail this recovery. He does. He uses that blazing end to get back to center stage, but it doesn't mean he's out of the woods yet because Jackal is still doing a monster job of just holding the reins here.
Even the delay onto recovering on the ledge right there to bait out what Cosmos was going to do to try to contest it with a dash attack. Beautiful play right there. Hands on a little bit too long on the ledge. Doesn't get scooped up by that down air just yet to close out the stock.
I love the patience as well. Jackal fully confident, recognizing when the invincibility was going up. Cosmos going off there with the Flame Nova. It's not going to be enough here, but here comes Jackal. Up air, forward air now as Jackal trying to line it for the back air here. Cosmos recognizing the situation, using Pyra's sword as a little bit of an extension. That F tilt reaches so far.
Seems like Cosmos can't catch a break in this game. Every time he connects a move, it seems like he's just on the wrong side of the Wolf, or he's sending him into the wrong places. And every time Jackal hits him, it just turns into gold. He's got the Midas touch here in this game too. And Cosmos, with some less than perfect choices, does end up on the ledge, does get that first stock, but this is still Jackal well in the lead.
It had to have been done eventually right there, especially since he's landed that up B with the Pyro a few times on the ledge. Now he's got a whole other stock to build up from. 32% land landing right on top of Jackal, but avoiding that up smash.
He charged it enough, too, that he got pushed away from Cosmos' shield, and he could not just immediately shield grab him either.
Cosmos now stuck at 124 on Mythra here. Going to get launched off by the neutral air there as Jackal just trying to get a grab to potentially get for a forward throw DI mix-up here. But look at them, still just trying to find in. We'll be able to get these down tilts that we've been talking about this entire time. Jackal, though, looking for an up tilt again to sneak in there. But once again, we'll be able to catch Cosmos jumping with the back air. Jackal going up 2-0. That game was a lot less close.
2-0 lead for the man they call Jude Harris. And right now they might be calling him the GOAT because everything is coming up for him in this set right now. And that game two, I gotta say, that game one was definitely very close. The game two, not so much. And I feel like the stark difference between those was the fact that Jackal kind of just let Cosmos initiate absolutely every single interaction. And it was Jackal forcing Cosmos or even just tempting him to with his movement. Cosmos responded every time and then Jackal was able to have an answer.
I'm so glad you point that out because there was a few times that we saw Jackal just wait, look what Cosmos was going to do, and even dash back to put himself in a better position to get a punish onto Cosmos. Even despite those nicely timed and spaced out down tilts from Cosmos on the Mythra, we see the extension opening up here, but Jackal just knows the timing on when Cosmos has been able to hold forward so that way he can contest with the fair.
Honestly, I love the choice of Final Destination here for Cosmos, but I also think this is a great stage for Wolf as well. Wolf hates obstructions on a lot of these down throw combos, but it looks like Cosmos going to be able to find the reversal here. Jackal trying to constantly land with the neutral aerial here, but here comes Cosmos, going to be able to find the rapid jab, as still the neutral is looking a lot better on Final Destination because it's a little bit bigger. We can take our time coming in.
Well, there's really nowhere for Jackal to run from Cosmos, right? And again, that game two was defined by Jackal kind of baiting out a lot of situations that Cosmos responded to with his movement, but there are fewer places to move to on Final Destination, and without any platforms to go to, you can't refresh your double jump if you use that to try to make an interaction happen, so that's a more committal thing. And movement, generally very safe. Moves tend to be more committal in most situations. Cosmos trying to even out that playing field with this stage choice, and so far, working out pretty well. He's almost got this first stock under his belt.
120 on his first stock out here. Looking pretty good here for Cosmos to make it even compared to what we saw in the last game where he got forward smash, charge up all the way on the left side of the stage currently. Waiting patiently in shield, and I like how Lyric brought up the change up between Final Destination. Waits once again, sees what Cosmos is going to do, and then goes in for the roll punish.
Yeah, things are looking really good for Jackal at this point. Honestly, Final Destination with enough space to recognize, you know what, I don't want to go in, so let me just use my blaster. Here comes the down throw into the dash attack. I love the shield too, potentially waiting for a nair on the come down from Cosmos, but now going to switch to Pyra, trying to get this stock away. It will be the up throw, trying to land the up air as well, but Jackal very aware. There's the forward throw though, and you're at 146. Cosmos unable to line up the down air though, Kimona. How do you get out of the corner?
There just seem to be these moments where Pyra's got you locked down so hard that, you'd think Wolf doesn't have the biggest hitboxes, but what he does have is great aerial drift. That's one of the things that Jackal has really been able to use to get out of the corner, but he's also been able to even get to the ledge in the first place as he's going to live this jab, because Cosmos seems to be a little bit unfamiliar with how to contest with that Wolf recovery, which is generally one of his biggest weak spots, but Cosmos is letting him live to 182, and that should not be happening against Wolf.
Especially when you're on the Pyra right here too, and now at this point, it's going to be difficult to get some of these follow-ups if he doesn't get that initial KO. He gets it here, but at 87%, it's still that gap that Jackal was able to open up with. Comes down from the heaven and gets the immediate grab to send Cosmos off stage.
Yeah, moving super quick though, not going to be able to land the tech in chase here on Jackal's side, but here comes Cosmos down throw, and still once again closing out with the up special. It's 35%, landing into the nair here, and now we're going to get a much needed ground made back up with the rapid jab. I love how Cosmos is threatening off stage, finds the nair into the up special. Vicky, it's getting so close, but I think Jackal may be able to stabilize if he's able to land at least for a moment, but still Cosmos now commanding so much of center stage.
That was one of those few moments where we did see Cosmos actually contest that recovery and make it work. Didn't close it out though, and that's the key, because that means Jackal gets back on stage, fights back, and now he's got that one stock lead, but that gap has closed. There is a significant amount of percentages that have been built up onto Jackal that Cosmos could potentially use to take that stock.
Go gets a dash attack, sending him over by the ledge. Jackal, though, gonna be able to push Cosmos right off the ledge right there, too. Scoops him up with the dash attack, tries to go for the double scoop. 127, it's the change up here now with the Pyro from Cosmos.
Yeah, things are looking a little bit rough if you're Cosmos here. Pyro is out to try and snake the KO right away. There's the down tilt, though. Jackal has been sneaking those in very well. The Prominence Revolt, though, is going to connect. We're on last stock. It's do or die for Cosmos right now. Already off stage due to the F tilt at 82, and now Jackal just sharking for the back air.
You can't get hit by one of those either, because at this percent, I mean, it can be a danger to your health. I mean, again, Aegis, we haven't really talked about it. Pyro and Mithra, they don't have the best recovery either. Jackal has not gotten a ton of edge guards on them, but he has gotten enough that it has allowed him to stay ahead of the pace. And 107%, not a whole lot of resources left for Cosmos, desperately switching between the two to try to find a way back on.
And with a flat stage, where do you even land right here? You don't have platforms to mix up your landing if you're looking at Cosmos. You talk about that lackluster recovery, the swap up over to the Pyro, you're at 137. You just gave up some of your movement right here to try to force your way back onto the ledge and onto the stage. And Jackal, all he has to do is wait. No, the regrab right there too.
Yeah, no, definitely not what Cosmos was going for at all. Accidentally B reverse the Flame Nova off, and then the air dodge, you lose it all. The Flame Nova is there to essentially kind of push Jackal off the ledge, and you can see Jackal shaking his head too, knowing that that was a super unfortunate misplay from Cosmos. Jackal will remain there, as we will be seeing a replay of winners finals, but Kimona, that one's got to sting.
Yeah, especially for Cosmos. I mean, having had such a great run in this tournament, but then running into the guy who sent you into losers in the first place, going at it again, and then just having the pace taken away from you so quickly, it's really, really tough to crawl out of that mental hole. But Jackal was just holding on so tight the whole time, and now he is going to get his rematch against Buzz.
Man, and it was so close too in that first game originally. That was the bracket demon that we've seen Cosmos have to worry about in the last two tournaments now that he's been able to face off against Jackal. Jackal now going to be able to move on currently here, and it's always so nice to see after what we've witnessed already from Jackal in the winner's side.
And can we also say, you're talking about bracket demons, Buzz is breathing a bit of a sigh of relief, because Cosmos has been a huge bracket demon for him in the past, and if Cosmos had made it to grand finals, Buzz would really be sweating, because he's had some tough sets that he has not been able to claw back against Cosmos in the past, but instead, he is going to be fighting against Jackal.
I think we have Ajax lining up for an analysis segment. Ajax, what do you got for us?
All right, we're back to Ajax's Wagger segment, brought to you by DoorDash, and the storm is coming, and it was indeed Jackal. It came all the way up from Jersey and created a nightmare scenario for Cosmos. It didn't look like that from the start, though. So the big thing about mentality with this game is staying calm in bad situations. This was the worst you could ever ask for as we start this off. So Cosmos catching the neutral air, instantly pushing him away, making Wolf go low, and he rips him on the jump as we pause right here. Now, one of the things Wolves love to do in this position is they like to hold down on up B so they could go right here and then hit you in this position. Most of the time, someone will hold shield here, allowing him to get back on. That's not what Cosmo does, because he knows this moment. So as we play this here, forward smash goes through. Now, he doesn't actually get the KO here. He survives, but as we move into the second stock, you can see it's a lot easier for Wolf to get the job done. And the fact that Jackal kept his calm here is so important. We go here, caught his jump. Already out of resources, has to go. Very simple edge guard, knocks him out. But this is in a last moment situation. He's going down to his last stock. He's already up decently, and he didn't close it out earlier. Now you're mentally panicking. So you're gonna probably fight in center stage a lot more after this spike. Spike goes through, gets knocked out. Now you're in the minigame called the Art of Up Smash, which is Wolf's main problem that everybody has to deal with. Here, as we start this off, Jackal's gonna miss the first punish, which most of the time you assume somebody might panic spot dodge or do something here, but we're gonna pause for a second. This position equals maybe a dash attack. You run up right here, you catch this landing, but if you don't, that's gonna be an up B coming in from the Pyra. So instead, what you want to do is hold your ground. That's what he does. He moves forward, and then he comes back in. This time, though, you always know that they want to swing again. That's an auto-cancelable window right there with that nair to the up tilt. Instead, Jackal stays calm. Even though he missed his option of the KO before, he's still able to get that up smash and finish it. And that continues into his next game. It wasn't up smash, though. This time was the up tilt mix-up. Same thing. He wasn't able to find, he found the KO here with the up tilt. So, previous stock. You go into the last stock, you're down, you're already down 2. You're thinking, he's probably gonna try an up tilt again, which he does make an attempt at as we go into the next one after this up tilt. But instead, of continuing to go for the same option. He's gonna whiff the up tilt. So in your head, it's not working anymore, he's not gonna try it. He's probably gonna go to up smash now, right? Because that's what happened in the first game? No. So, Cosmos gets positioned over here on the right. Jackal switches it up, but he, instead of up smashing, decides to jump to cover this distance right here. So if he decides to back her out of shield, if he decides to swing, he's gonna get caught for it. And as soon as he moved up into this range here, instant sweet spot for that Wolf back air as this closes out game number 2. And then on the very last stock as well, after you just, on the last game, same thing happened, art of the up smash. You're in this spot, he already caught you with the up smash just before, but on the last game, you got hit by up tilt and back air. It's out of your head, you're not thinking about it, and it's not shield this time. Instead, Jackal says, I'm not gonna do anything here. You think I was gonna up smash in this position over here. But instead, he waits for the panic option, chases him down, and closes it out. And that's pretty much what was the nail in the coffin for Cosmos. As we see that up smash go through, it continued. Cosmos wasn't able to finish the job, but Jackal now gets that rematch in the grand finals, as was said by the desk. We're gonna throw it back over to the desk as well. Thank you once again for joining us for this DoorDash segment.
Thank you so much, Ajax. I love when analysts really break down every combo and the thought decide everything too. I think it is so important to kind of get into really the micro interactions that we have in Smash Brothers. But I think we got an interview right on the stage. Raynessa, what's going on?
We absolutely do, with our second grand finalist, the Jackal himself. Love that crowd appreciation. Now, I gotta say, the commentators keep calling you a goat, but wolves eat goats, so, you know, you're not a mere goat, right?
I guess not. I saw them earlier, they had like Dr. Jackal and Mr. Wolf. But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully I can take this home. Me and the Buzz go back and forth, so it'll be stressful. And obviously I got beat pretty bad earlier, but we'll see.
That's just motivation, all right? Dr. Jackal and Mr. Wolf, I guess that means Mr. Wolf has to come out. I think that's the monster that's gonna take over. You ready to become a monster?
I guess. Well, if we...
The confidence, I feel it emanating from you. Okay, so we'll just talk about the game a little bit, right? Cosmos came out coming from a win, had a lot of fire in the first round, but you obviously fought through that. Did you kind of, you know, just feel yourself stomping on that momentum?
Yeah, kind of. It was like, so me and Cosmos have played at 2 tournaments before this. He beat me the first time, I beat him the second time, and they were really close. And then I beat him pretty handily earlier, and so just going into this, I was like, all right, stick to the game plan. Don't like mess up or like stop, you know, doing what doing what's working. And then it's just hopefully I can close it out before he does, because obviously he's really good.
Well, it was pretty impressive. You have your matchup against Dabuz coming soon. So, PAX, we are gonna take a short break and then we will get these players back out on the stage. We will see you soon for our grand finals of the Almost Pro Open.
That was rough. Why don't you just take the night off?
Your game's looking weak. You could use a little help leveling up.
Go again. Cool, your game stinks. You're gonna need these.
Stay in your game with DoorDash.
Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Almost Pro 10K Smash Open here at PAX East. We're your same analysts out here. I'm Vicky Kitty, I'm joined with Kimona, I'm joined with Lyric, and guys, we have the grand finals among us.
The grand finals what?
I just looked over
Grand finals is where? Huh? Yeah, welcome back everybody. It is time to get into the final two players. It could be one set, it could be two if Jackal is able to win this first one and reset it over to Buzz, who came into this weekend certainly as the favorite, and he has not faltered yet.
No, definitely not, as we heard before. But once again, just a reminder, everybody, PAX Arena is brought to you by DoorDash. We want to remind you that you can get your Dash Pass for $0 delivery fees, 5% credits on pickup orders, and saving with on-demand groceries.
You're telling me that I can get food delivered straight to my door and I don't have to pay a single $1 in delivery fees?
Absolutely,
Not
and
a
if
cent.
you're a Dash Pass member here, you can head on over to the DoorDash booth over there and get some custom sweet merch like Vicky's wearing right now.
Hey, by the way, those shirts are super comfy.
True.
They are, and so are the jackets. Honestly, we got spoiled. I'm absolutely loving it out here. We can even order DoorDash right here to the desk. I may actually do that. Who knows? If
Production might tell us not to do that. They might tell us that's a bad idea. Please do not be snacking on.
While the grand final is going on, it's just too good sometimes. But shout out to DoorDash, of course, out here in the PAX Arena. It's been such a good time so far. They treated us amazing. Now, let's hit the stage to introduce our last two competitors here in the arena.
PAX Arena, it is time for your grand finalists! You've been watching them play all day long. They really need no introduction because they're that good. You've already seen incredible plays from them. And this is a grudge match. This is a rematch between two players who know each other very well. We're gonna see very exciting action. First up, it's Dr. Jackal and Mr. Wolf. We've got Jackal coming out here to take his seat and show us the energy he has for this rematch. All right, and then our next player, he hasn't had to play this grueling lower bracket run. He's been sitting comfy, watching Ajax and our other analysts break down the plays. To Buzz, come on out here and take your seat. Now we're gonna let our players get set up for our Almost Pro 10K Open Grand Finals. Commentators, take it away.
Really good at this game. Both two players from Tri-State, so strong here in this grand finals.
Yeah, this is a showdown between New Jersey and New York. Literally, like, best player in Jersey and the guy who is called the King of New York and has been for almost a decade at this point. I mean, this is an epic rivalry that is coming to a head here.
Yeah, we heard the Buzz earlier. These are practice partners too. They do play a good amount, so it's nice to see how this is gonna fare against each other. I didn't like hearing Jackal's tone earlier though in the interview. Jackal seemed a little unsure of himself, but you said earlier, Kimona, that you saw some hype going down behind the scenes.
It perplexes me because Jackal's Twitter profile, I don't know if it's still the same now, but it literally said at the top of his Twitter profile, like hell, I'm going to fade away. And then he comes in here saying, oh yeah, I don't know if I'm going to do it. Is that the attitude he's coming in, or is he just trying to put on a cool exterior and keep that fiery heart?
As somebody who knows Jackal, Jackal has always been calm, cool, and collected, really kind of keeping himself very focused and very centered on the gameplay. Once again, this is the blueprint for Wolf in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, but you're going up against somebody like DeBuzz with years and years, 10+ years of veteran experience playing this game. DeBuzz knows how to condition his opponents to play exactly like how DeBuzz wants to. But shout outs to our crowd. Crowd, you excited for this grand finals?
Crowd? Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
Feels good.
Oh yeah, that's the good stuff.
That's what I like to see. All you beautiful faces in the crowd, lining up on the outside by the fence line. It's gonna be a good time out here. We're already down to our grand finals. Love how you guys basically put up Dabuz and Jackal and their history out here. Dabuz, I know how you mentioned, has so many years of experience under his belt, coming through still as a strong competitor for Team Liquid. He's been putting in a lot of work right now, but he did manage to beat Jackal in the winners finals. Jackal said, you know, I got pretty beaten up. I'm trying to do my best out here. What do you guys think the Jackal is going to do to get that mental reset? Because we could obviously expect the Rosalina to come out after what we witnessed in the winners finals.
Honestly, this one is going to be a little bit difficult. Rosalina and Luma, the premier puppeteer character of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. And when you're Wolf, you have to find a way to get in on both Rosalina and Luma. And I feel like Rosalina just kind of eats fast ballers alive. But what do you think, Kimona?
I think that we are going to see just a matchup that is going to be defined by not any particular one thing that these players do, but just by how much they're able to tailor their game plans, how they're able to modify things as they go on, and readjust as the game plans change on both sides. Right now, Dabuz getting off to the hot start with that Rosalina and Luma. Like you said, puppeteer characters, that can be a problem for Wolf.
And already clipping the jump earlier on. I know Jackal still managed to make his way back to the stage, but it's the patient play that we saw from Jackal in that set previously with Cosmos, how it may not work in fair as well against a player like Dabuz, who basically plays at the same pace as you.
Honestly, across both iterations of Smash that Rosalina and Luma have been in, the gameplay has always been to get rid of Luma first, because Luma is the perfect doubles partner to have at any time. So many times Rosalina gets a little bit of power boost of having Luma out there. Her aerials and her smash attacks get just a little bit longer with the star there. But here comes Jackal separating both very well into the back air. It's not going to be enough, but as I've always said, Wolf players really get their momentums from getting their B&Bs together, Kimona.
I mean, that's where Wolf does a lot of damage, right? Is that once you can get a really solid setup, it can lead to a lot of damage. And on floaty characters like Rosalina, they can even have trouble landing. But there, that Luma coming back in perfect time to cover Dabuz's advance back on stage, but Jackal immediately disposing of it. It'll hit the blast zone, and he gets to play another 10 or so seconds without having to worry about the little star.
Get out of here with that bodyguard, and you get the scoop up on the up smash like we've got to see earlier on against Jackal's set previously. 100% onto Jackal still first stock, but look at this, the patience, the wait to expect that rising fair.
I'm loving the way Jackal is also placing himself very strategically between Rosalina and Luma and coming down with a safe aerial, right? We talked about this Wolf neutral air the entire time now. Dabuz trying to take control in center stage, give himself time to get Luma back out, but look at Jackal just waiting for Dabuz to come to him. Does not want to give up this lead. Wolf with rage is excellent. Gonna be able to just use the F tilt to get Luma out of there, and honestly, Dabuz has kind of been a sitting duck.
Well, and it has been a problem for him, because without Luma, that is exactly what you are, a sitting duck, and Dabuz has had to play most of this game without it. Does eventually find that up smash. Jackal, not the best spacing with that nair on the shield. Once you hit somebody very high on their shield, particularly a tall character like Rosalina, there's a lot of time for them to react and hit you back, and that's exactly what Dabuz did. But again, he is going to have to work overtime to keep this Luma alive, because without it, you see the damage that Jackal has done.
Oh, that was beautiful follow-up right there, too. Even baiting out the blaster into the up smash, the double scoop ice cream. I mean, did somebody order DoorDash at least in this moment? Because right now, he is looking to serve.
I have to say, comboing Wolf Flash into up smash is just such a way to kind of start off grand finals saying, you know what, I'm here. You may have messed me up in winners finals, but it does not matter. Jackal right now with a very significant lead over Dabuz here. Dabuz still going to try and prioritize staying center, but Wolf does such a good job of stacking on all this damage here. Going to use the double dash attack to get Luma right out of there, and now Jackal still living it out here. Dabuz has to find an answer to all this aggression.
I mean, Jackal has done such a good job of finding Dabuz's blind spots too, and that's why Dabuz is having such a hard time just walling him out, as you would expect Rosalina to do. And you see he's going for a couple of reads as well that just haven't worked out. I mean, Jackal's positioning has just been perfect, and it really goes to show that with good movement, you can really conquer all that's in your path.
And when it comes to also making sure that Luma isn't a problem in this equation, you mentioned it earlier, Kimona, but basically Dabuz has had to play this without Luma this entire game. Missed spaces, the timing on the down air, doesn't get the punish, off of that parry into the up smash.
Looking good right now. Here we go, though. Jackal, I know, Kimona, it's getting so tense right now. Jackal trying to find the dash attack here, but it will just be the second hit of the down smash that gets Jackal out of there.
And this is going to be key on this next stock if DeBuzz is able to keep these Lumas alive. Because again, he's the kind of player that will adapt and acclimate over the course of a set. And if he's starting to notice those ways that Jackal is taking down that Luma, and believe me, DeBuzz is a thinker, he will be able to find a way to pull back this game one.
Love it here. You see the blasters getting sent out. You see the Nair coming in from DeBuzz. The patient play while he's just trying to find his spacing with the Nair and also use Luma as that bodyguard against the blasters. That's why you don't usually get to see the gravitational pull when Luma basically does the arm work for you here.
So scary too. That Rosalina neutral air can lead into so many combos here. As you can see, DeBuzz trying to get the up tilt or the up air hitbox to continue the combo. It's the weak hit of the up air though. Jackal very smart, shielding there, recognizing that Luma is out on the field here. But when you shield, you give a free grab on over to DeBuzz. And now this lead is slowly starting to chip away for Jackal right now. That will be Luma losing all of the HP here, but it doesn't seem to matter. DeBuzz going to be able to find a forward air into a sweet spot down air. And once again, the years of experience this player has is showing up and showing out right now.
Years of experience, and DeBuzz has got to feel fired up after that because, man, Jackal really built up a crazy lead. But you see, he goes, whew, all right, we still got a whole set to play, man.
I feel like we're trying to reference DeBuzz as some ancient out here, but honestly, he's this young god who's always been able to nail the timing on a lot of these positions. When you talk about the percent that DeBuzz was at and the lackluster recovery that Wolf has to work with, where do you go when you're playing underneath the ledge like that? You have to think about that downer coming into play.
It's basically a 50-50 between choosing the Wolf Flash and the up B, the Fire Wolf. And Jackal guessed wrong that time. DeBuzz guessed correctly, and that gets him that 1-0 lead. We're going to have to see if Jackal can pull himself out from the depths. Will he respond by saying, no, I am not going to fade away. I am going to stay in this set. And once again, that early game looking really powerful for him.
I like the way that Jackal's now trying to utilize the platforms to mix up the movement as well. Jackal, though, going to be able to find the forward air. Unfortunately, DeBuzz kind of leaning out a little bit too far to get the back air, but still very much an advantage. Has not taken damage just yet. Instead, we'll just use the forward smash to get Luma right on out of there. DeBuzz once again playing without a Luma, but we saw at the end of last game, it didn't really matter if the Luma was there or not. No tech will lead into the dash attack, Viggy, but still, I mean, the neutral is so quick and so slow both at the same time.
Yeah, it's, again, matching that pacing. And Jackal, at the very beginning of that game, majority of that game until that last stock, was doing such a good job at making sure Luma wasn't the problem. Between these dash attacks, even double dash attack, tries to get the back air. Good timing on sending out the Luma right there to stop Jackal from trying to go for an edge guard. But look at the issue here. He focuses on Luma, but the moment he does, DeBuzz has the opportunity to close in the gap to then get the grab.
And DeBuzz is just so good at playing these puppet characters. Hey, while we have a moment, try to guess the color of the next Luma. I got green. We'll see as we come off the Angel platform here. It's yellow. It's the default Luma. But DeBuzz going to have to find a way to keep that alive because, again, at the start of this game, DeBuzz has not been able to utilize it to its full potential, and Jackal has been playing excellently around that.
Yeah, I'm loving the shielding coming out from Jackal as well, as we're going to be able to just get the run-up throw. Once again, the shielding, recognizing, you know what, Luma's still here. I recognize that I don't want to get hit constantly over and over. But now here comes DeBuzz, finds the Nair into the weak hit back air. Can't get the down air though, Vicky. Things are looking very close. Jackal going to be able to forward air his way out of the corner, but still winning in this neutral.
That looked disgusting right there. He got the down air into the drag down on the Nair and then almost got a follow-up from that. And he still is able to keep Jackal up by the ledge, tries to get the follow-up into the up smash, trying to catch the landing here. Jackal taking a little moment to breathe. Now that Luma's not a problem, he has the entire stage control. Red Luma, I'm thinking blue.
You're thinking blue? Lyric? Yeah. Any guess?
White, maybe? I don't think.
Okay, so we went full American colors. It's Jackal with the All-American SD. It's green. I was just a little bit late, I guess. Oh, whatever. Ooh. Jackal with a great trade, or rather a chase right there with that up air.
DeBuzz literally leaning back in his seat too, like, all right, you got it.
That's the DeBuzz classic too.
Yeah,
he will react to everything in the game.
I love watching player cams in this game because everyone is just so much into it here. DeBuzz, though, going to be able to find the run-up grab, gets the hit with the Luma into the F smash. It's not going to be enough. Jackal very masterfully recovering high.
He still had his jump. I can't believe he still held on to that.
And then the trade too by the ledge has now led DeBuzz off stage currently. Hits the Luma away with the fair. DeBuzz stuck in shield by the ledge. So scared that Jackal's able to get the follow-up on the grab.
Rosalina is so light, so floaty that he can't follow up with anything big. DeBuzz may not even land before that Luma comes back. It does, but he is already off to the blast zone. That's a trip to the top, and it just might be for Jackal. He answers with vigor.
We have been seeing Jackal utilize this Wolf up smash every single time, spaced so perfectly. It is such a great tool. It actually does kind of corkscrew out of Wolf's range and then kind of scoops you right in, kind of like a Link up smash as well. It's been so spaced every single time.
And what's so nice about that too is what Dabuz likes to do is space out to test out your aerial space with his nairs before drifting back. And that's gonna scoop up a big character like Rosalina when you're playing too close to the fire like that on the up smash when you are at kill percent.
Wow. Well, you know, if the Rosalina can't do the job, Dabuz is going to dig into the pockets because he is not only the first-class Rosalina in the entire world, he has also got one of the most masterful Min-Mins in the world. So now, if you thought the Rosalina had a lot of range to work with, Min-Min has got even more.
I like how Jackal's already playing very careful too, right? I think this is one of those matchup check characters. A lot of the times, Min-Min is beatable. You just have to figure out the spacing here. And speaking of spacing, Jackal lining up perfectly for a back air. Fortunately, the second one won't hit as he's trying to read the roll with the down smash, but still, Vicky, we're seeing this very, very slow neutral start.
It's also the contention that you have to think about the swap up. Now it's not the Rosa and Luma that you have as game plan to work into to get rid of the Luma. Now you have to swap that up with the Min-Min coming in instead. Making a swap over between the Megawatt into the Ram Ram. You can see the way that Dabuz is playing this spacing out, but also the Ram Ram gonna be able to scoop up any space above this platform.
The Ram Ram just puts on such quick damage. It's a great edge guarding tool. That's one of the reasons why you're going to see Jackal not only try to hold on to center stage for dear life, but not get very aggressive here at the ledge because Min-Min is a very edge guardable character. You can hit her once and then she might not even be able to make it back, but Jackal doesn't want to take that risk because if he messes up, he is almost certainly going to lose his stock. So instead he's going to stick to the ledge traps, but Dabuz getting off the ledge really, really excellently.
Yeah, I'm loving the spot dodges as well, Kimona, as now once again we're seeing a little bit of a slowdown in terms of the neutral here. Jackal knowing the timing to parry a lot of these arms, but it's so hard when Ram Ram is out and also kind of extends here too. Jackal trying to get a grab here, but Dabuz, once again, the spacing on this player, and then you add the spacing on Min-Min. It is so, so impossible for Jackal right now to find a way in.
It's big for him to be playing on Pokemon Stadium 2 as well, where he can actually be outside of the range of Min-Min entirely. And you see he's playing a lot of his game there until he feels like he's got one habit he can pick up on Dabuz. Megawatt's not going to be enough the first time, but the second one rolls in with that big bowling ball. And I'll ask that question, who do you think you are? I am.
Gets the automatic strike out here too. The Megawatt taking you all the way around, raising your hands like you don't care, but it's also the shield pressure that comes in from the Megawatt. 163 and still living, no rage on the side of Jackal in second stock.
Yeah, Jackal just so desperately trying to find a back throw or a back air here. Good parry into the dash attack. It's not going to be enough without rage here. Dabuz going to land with the down air here and even get the back throw for the troubles. We see Ram Ram out as well. We want to put Jackal off stage and then keep him there, but still Dabuz just trying to read where he's going to go. And still, once again, these arms help you cover so much space. Jackal on the verge of already losing the second stock. We see the red sparks is now the laser out as well. How do you get back up if you're Jackal? You cannot.
As Wolf's recovery and stuck by the ledge, I'm in danger. Where do I go? There's nowhere to go. He even tried to go for a high recovery once. He went below the ledge to highly recover too. It was so difficult for him to make his way back.
If that looks unfair to you in the crowd, believe me, it feels that way for Jackal too. It is so difficult to deal with that. And particularly because Wolf really has trouble maneuvering around all of that, especially off the ledge. Jackal is able to get that first stock, but Min-Min being a heavy character, he's got a lot of work to do to get himself back into this one.
Yeah, Jackal now trying to make something happen. The double dash attack into the up air won't be enough. It'll get some sustained damage here, but now look at Dabuz recognizing no tech, so an opportunity to punish here. Jackal still constantly trying to land with the forward air, but it's so difficult here. The arm can reach in front of you and behind you as well. It's really, really difficult to get around here. The Megawatt Nair as well. Jackal stuck on the ledge. 100% Vicky could go either way, but things are starting to kind of turn Dabuz's favor.
Jackal forced his way, said, let me in with the fair. Finally finding some sort of stage control now that Dabuz is stuck by the ledge here. He rolls right in, waits perfectly in shield, but it's the rising nairs that I'm worried about, especially with that Megawatt while Jackal's at 113.
You see Dabuz, I mean, utilizing both arms pretty much every time because he knows that Wolf is going to have trouble being fast enough to get in. Love to trade with a bayonet hitbox on the blaster right there to at least get the laser through past that other arm. It's a transcendent projectile, so Dabuz won't be able to trade with it. And nice, I'd love the use of that jump right there as well to make sure that he doesn't get set up in a tech situation because that's one of the few times where Jackal can get something big like this. Dabuz barely hanging on, but that little neutral air right there, almost enough to take it, but Dabuz is back, and Jackal is gone.
My goodness, you could see the stress on DeBuzz's face as well, the way that he physically got up out of his chair at one point because of the stress here. But what a way to bring out the Min here. We have been talking about DeBuzz all day, having an array of oddities in his pocket, and Min definitely a character that we don't see too much all the way out there. This is definitely one of the best Min like you were talking about, Kimona. But for a character like Wolf, it's so hard to get in between when you're just constantly getting edge guarded.
There's that angle that you could approach Min at, but with these two platforms and the way that Wolf tries to approach him, finding an opening either with a blaster or tries to go in with a dash attack, it's too hard to find that angle against a character like Min. So that's why you can see Jackal struggling when it comes to this matchup. And even if he does want to linger on this platform, look what the Ram is doing. And look how much space it already covers once Jackal is playing outside of that range that DeBuzz wants to keep him at.
Well, and I like that DeBuzz in this second game, and I think definitely towards the end of that last game that we just watched, he's getting much more aggressive with this Min. He saw at the beginning of that match that Jackal was just trying to stay outside of the range of those moves. Tough to do against Min, but possible on PS2. And here, DeBuzz says, okay, well now what if I get into your range? How are you going to respond? And the answer is a way that DeBuzz can punish.
That Wolf Flash was so risky from Jackal here, but now DeBuzz getting lined up here. I like the mix-up from Jackal, but once again, gonna be able to land. But DeBuzz always has the jump covered with Megawatt, Vicky. It's so tough to get back into neutral.
High recovery, goes all the way down below the ledge to finally get onto the top of the ledge, but DeBuzz not gonna keep him at roll distance here. Instead, he just rolls back, waits for an opportunity. Nice answer back from Jackal to get that grab to keep DeBuzz by the ledge here. But look at the patience from DeBuzz, even when he's holding onto the ledge.
Oh, this is basically the game, condensed down into one bit that you see between Jackal and DeBuzz right now, particularly against Min, is that she has just that long range. But to continually use it, she has to back herself into a corner. And once she's in the corner, that's where you can pile on the pressure. But if you mess up once, you're going to get sent to the blast zone. And Jackal losing that first stock in a pivotal game.
You can see, and speaking about pivoting, I think Jackal meant to pivot, turn around, grab, and get the back throw, but unfortunately for Jackal, the up smash won't do it. Luckily, we'll be able to find the dash attack here, but already taking 20%. Thankfully, out of the corner, gonna be able to find the first fair, but DeBuzz is a master at resetting neutral and still winning it as well.
And look at the slowdown pace here from Jackal, waiting in shield, waiting for those Rams to just skate right past his own fur, and then just tries to jump in to find an opportunity to get another grab. Forcing his way off from the platform, walking forward, just waits with the shield, but it's this difficult position that now Jackal has been able to slow things down a little bit, but then the scoop of coming in from DeBuzz, forcing him to now play outside his space.
He's basically just trying to play, one bit of stage at a time. And, it has worked out a little bit. He just hasn't gotten his big openings. That forward air could be the one he needs. Again, Min off stage. That's one of the only chances you have as Jackal playing Wolf to get one of those quick early stocks that are so hard to come by, whereas Min can do the same to you. That's why this pace is so slowed down, because neither one of these players wants to give the other an opportunity for a big moment.
And honestly, as Wolf, you really need to pick up on the habits as well, but it's so hard when DeBuzz is constantly forcing you off stage, constantly backing up and still pushing you to the ledge here. We'll be able to find the nair down, but still getting propped up here. DeBuzz has so much control as he hits the Dragon Laser. Jackal on his last potential stock of the tournament. I would love to see a reset, Vicky, but honestly, DeBuzz seems like he's running away with it so well.
It's so scary here, especially considering the fact that the set history between both these players, I don't think Jackal's ever been able to take a set off of DeBuzz's Min. That's why that one game he said, I'm not even going to try to risk it. He gets the grab, he gets the back throw, tries to contest him with a jump off the ledge. Finally, Jackal forces his way back onto the stage, avoids the Ram, also trying to close in that gap. But the moment you jump, you're also not just met with a Ram, you're met with a nair too.
That could have been the end of it right there with Jackal off stage. But DeBuzz, who's been hunting for a major win since Ultimate has began, he's always been so close, but not able to close it out at the very end. But this weekend, he has been living high on the hog. He has been dominant, and all he needs is one more strong hit to close this one out and send his wallet home happy.
Let's not forget, first place also walks away with $3K, while second walks away with $1,500. It's basically a $1,500 money match that Jackal is living off of his last tournament life.
Buzz now stuck on the ledge. Jackal needs the stock right here, right now. Unfortunately, stutters there. Unfortunately, cannot get the punish as well. There's the up tilt, but not enough to take the stock. There it is again, though, as the crowd comes to life. Jackal going to attempt to fight back about 100% worth of damage.
The crowd wants to see some more Smash Brothers, and I know that I do too, but Jackal's got quite a bit of fighting to do to make that happen. Buzz set up at the ledge, just looking for one more opportunity to toss the Wolf off stage. Tech Scenario sets up for something big. There goes the Dragon Laser! And this weekend, the King of New York is the King of PAX. He is standing on top of everybody that walked in his path without losing a set. Team Liquid Buzz is your PAX Arena champion.
What an amazing tournament play from Buzz, making his way all throughout the winner's side. Look at the way that he rolled up his controller, putting on his badge, looking like just another day at work here. But in the player cams, he was leaning forward. You saw those head nods of approval sometimes when those raw hits came out from Jackal. I know Jackal was starting to feel himself by the end of that game, but it was so difficult to make the adjustments between the Rosa, your game plan, focus on Aluma, into the Min that you haven't been able to beat yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a tough matchup as well, especially when you're a fast faller off stage, constantly getting arms thrown at you. The Dragon Laser coming through right when you need it as well.
Yeah.
I think it was actually just the hitbox of the Dragon itself taking it for Buzz. As we check out the DoorDash replays, gotta love a full crowd for some great Super Smash Bros. Ultimate.
You know, when the king calls court, you want to have an audience to it, and there was quite the audience for a set that Buzz really looked like he was in control of for most of the time. Jackal fought valiantly and really well against the Rosalina, and to be able to force Buzz off of that character was a big step, but you had to go in prepared for everything that Buzz can throw with you, and he's got so much that he can throw out at you that at the end of the day, you got to face up against this, you got to face up against the Min, and you got to keep the Olimar in mind as well. But at the end of the day, man, Buzz just showing off what that Min can do.
It's his consistency too. You guys talked about his history being a Smash Brothers competitor, but also his results. And he's been in these situations before. He's been in worse situations, and it's all the experience that he brings up to the plate when it comes to winning more of these events as time passes. But also, great showing from Jackal to make the adjustments he needed after falling 3-0 in the winner's bracket. He's the reason why, Buzz was the reason why he had to play off of that loser's side. And Jackal still did his best out here, but Buzz too strong to deter when it comes to the final results of this PAX East tournament.
I mean, Jackal did not have an easy bracket at all, going through some of New England's finest too. I mean, some great regional players and some great character diversity as well. Peaches, Sheiks, and more, as well as Cosmos there too, one of the best Aegis players in the world. As once again, we just got to talk about the Dragon Laser's head being the one that takes it. And you can see the pop-off king himself, Buzz.
Pop-off, Buzz.
Yes, true. Very great. Honestly, shout-outs and congratulations to Buzz. I'm sure we will be hearing from them very shortly, but I just got to say how fun this was doing a TriCast with you too.
Yeah, it's been so good. I'm so glad I was able to stay up on here to talk to both of you guys, get your insight on what's been going on in the game while it's all happening. It's a new experience out here too. So glad that we were able to all work along each other here at PAX East. Even the analyst segment that we had with Ajax earlier, always love seeing those replays, the slowdown, the arrows to actually point out, the little micro movements that you can easily miss when you're in the heat of the moment of the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much action to break down too, right? We had actually some of the best players in the world, and that's not even just gassing up on, oh, like these guys are really talented. Like these are people who legitimately have been on the top or have been clawing towards the top of not only this game, but other games in the past as well. It's been a blast here, but we are going to send it up to the stage one final time. I've been Kimona, that's Lyric, that's Vicky, and now we're gonna go to the stage to hear from Renessa and our champion.
Thank you so much to our incredible commentary team, bringing us all of this action here at the Almost Pro Open and PAX Arena, presented by DoorDash. The competition has been wonderful. We have seen so much smash up here, so many different characters, some mid-series adjustments, which is great. And we want to recognize all of our top 8. Now, a couple of them did have to run and catch a flight, so we will be missing just a few, but that's okay. We will get lots of applause, medals, everything to all our winners. So in 7th place, we have Unleashed coming out here on the stage to grab their medal and congratulate them for making it to the top 8. Now, Unleashed was a Sora, and if you remember, the most sportsman-like Sora move that could be made to save one of our other top 8 to help them go on and win their set. So that was, a pretty nice move from Unleashed. And then, of course, we have Pelka, who also came out and got their medal. The Snake main, who played super well and had a really strong start to their set, making it all the way up to our top 8. Now, in 5th place, Nuggets coming out here on the stage. Nuggets does, of course, have, a little bit of help from Unleashed. Great job, Nuggets. You made it to the top 8, made it to 5th. Made it, 5th place in the Almost Pro 10K Open. Thank you. And now in 4th place, the Swiss Army knife of Smash, okay? He played Sephiroth, Corrin, Cloud, Zero Suit Samus, and Sheik all up here on the main stage. We don't even know what he was playing in the brackets as well. Sharp, let's get you on out here to grab your medal. I really enjoyed the commentators calling Sharp the Swiss Army knife. I thought that was really fun. We got to see so many different characters. And it was, keep your opponents on your toes. Don't let them know that you're a main. Unlike these people who name themselves like they're a main and then just pick a different character. He likes to take it to the next level. Not named after a character and just plays a billion of them. Now, Cosmos was our 3rd place finisher, like I said. Few people had to grab a flight. But you just saw him out here. The Wolf himself, Jackal, taking 2nd place. Jackal, come on out, celebrate that grand finals placement. You did so well, came so close. Grabbing that game before DeBuzz just, had to switch characters on him and make things hard. And now what everybody has been waiting for, what you saw happen, our Almost Pro 10K Open champion, the one and only King of New York and now King of PAX, DeBuzz. By the way, the trophy is very heavy and sharp on the corner.
It's a little bit heavy. I can use it as a workout.
There we go, workout. Okay, we're gonna ask you a couple questions, really let you savor this victory. So you started out, Rosalina Luma, right? Was going okay, dropped the 2nd set, and you're like, all right, I'm done being nice. Is that when the Min came out?
So I realized in that set, he was playing around Rosa's burst range so much better than Winners, and I was like, I think I know what to do, but I felt because he was playing so much slower outside burst range, Min plays into his adjusted style better, and it's really hard for most people to play a matchup and have to adjust to a very different matchup on the fly. So that was kind of the Min. I'm like, oh, you're playing right into the way I want to play with her. And after playing friendlies with, Jackal, with Rosa and Min, we even had this talk, me and Jackal. It was funny. We were like, yeah, if I'm losing with Rosa, I'll probably go Min versus you. I remember telling him this on Thursday. So that was pretty premeditated if I lost.
Wow, the confidence, right? To just be like, look, here's the plan. We're meeting in the grand finals, and this is how I will destroy you.
I mean, it could have went the other way around, but today I was just playing a little bit sharper, I guess.
Yeah, you did say some of your past matchups haven't gone your way. So this was like the grudge match, the rematch. You had to claim it here at PAX.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I just came out. I gamed. I did my thing. I was pretty much in practice, and I was just confident the whole way through. No real mistakes or anything.
And the best part is, you proved our commentators wrong. They predicted wrong.
Oh, yeah. Now I get to tell them at some point, like, hey, guys, I saw what you said. Now what, bro?
Well, congratulations to your victory and your giant trophy. Let's get that trophy up in the air and show that off. And a huge congratulations to our top 8 for fighting their way through here after so many games here at PAX. All right, that has been today's PAX Arena show for you all. The Almost Pro 10K Open champions are here on the stage. We will be back tomorrow with more action here at PAX Arena. Going to change things up a little bit. Thank you for hanging out with us this past several days, watching our players, joining us for so many different games. It's been a blast. We'll see you tomorrow, PAX East.